Chapter 797. No Advertising Words Part 7 Chapter 73 Appetizer. Hearing this, Chu Tenghu took a step back and thought, even if I get the purple crystals, I'm afraid I'll be beaten up. Father had just beaten up fourth uncle, and he had nowhere to vent his anger. It was better to let Tingjiao do this. Chu Tingjiao was 1 year younger after all, and wasn't so scheming. In addition, his heart was filled with greed. So he said excitedly, I'll go with fourth uncle to get it. The two walked into the inner courtyard one after the other. Suddenly, with a poof, Chu Fian shouted, Have you seen the purple crystals? Then, there was a crackling sound, accompanied by Chu Fian's angry shout, Have you seen it? Have you seen it? Chu Tengjiao's cries could be heard. Everyone went over and saw that Chu Tengjiao's face was already red and swollen. He was lying on the ground with mud all over his body, crying bitterly. Chu Fian had already disappeared without a trace. Chu Tenghu's eyes were spitting fire, and he rushed in hurriedly, Tengjiao, are you okay? Fourth uncle didn't give me the purple crystals, and even beat me. Outside, Chu Yang smiled coldly. Beat you? Fourth uncle is really too soft-hearted. He really should beat you to death. That night, Chu Failing and Yang Rulin came to the medical center personally to pick up their son. Yang Rulin cooked a table of delicious food for her son. Looking at Chu Yang wolfing down the food, her beautiful eyes were full of worry. Chu Failing was envious. He tried to reach out his chopsticks several times, but was beaten back. Yang, are you okay? Seeing that Chu Yang was smiling as if nothing had happened, Yang Rulin asked worriedly, what's the matter? Chu Yang blinked and continued to struggle with the table of delicious food. I mean, about today's matter, do you have any thoughts? Yang Rulin said, Why don't we go back to the Yang clan instead of staying in the Chu clan? Chu Failing suddenly became anxious. Mother, you're talking about this matter. Chu Yang wiped his mouth and smiled. This matter, I know what to do. Mother, you may not know your son's means. Don't worry and just watch. Means? Yang Ruolan felt a little more relaxed. She said, What means do you have? I, your son, am not one to suffer losses. Chu Yang winked. You don't know about this, but my sworn big brother does. Sworn big brother? Yang Ruolan was startled for a moment. Then, she came to her senses. She was extremely depressed at the moment. However, she couldn't help but want to laugh wildly. Chu Failing blushed and scolded. Little brat, I think you're just itching for a beating. The originally stiff atmosphere suddenly became lively. The couple had quarreled with each other because of their son, but they had also resolved a lot. Chu Yang smiled. He held Yang Ruolan's hand and said, Mother, don't worry. Your son is the ancestor of scheming. They can't beat me. As for leaving, we can't. Right now, the Chu clan was facing internal and external troubles. Of course, there were too many people who weren't very good. But we would rather destroy the Chu clan and rebuild it than leave. Only if we leave will we be able to satisfy everyone's wishes. Chu Failing's face turned pale. Destroy the Chu clan and rebuild it? The corners of Chu Yang's mouth curled up in a calm smile as he slowly nodded. Chu Failing and his wife were speechless for a moment. Even the furious Yang Ruolan had never thought of destroying the entire Chu clan. However, Chu Yang had clearly said this sentence. Chu Yang smiled and thought at the same time. Chu Feilong really couldn't be underestimated. Chu Yang had tried every means to erase his connection with Sha Xinliang and the others just to set up a trap. However, Chu Feilong was still cautious and didn't step into it. Moreover, he gave up the idea of using force to deal with Chu Yang and changed to another path. The path that he took was the most troublesome one for Chu Yang. It was also the most effective way to deal with Chu Yang, using the power of the clan to suppress Chu Yang. No matter which way Chu Feilong attacked from, Chu Yang would be able to use the toughest means to kill Chu Feilong. However, Chu Feilong could only use this method slowly and couldn't go too far. As long as Chu Yang went too far, the Chu clan would either fall apart or decline completely. Another possibility was that Chu Yang would be expelled from the clan again. Chu Feilong might not care about it, but Chu Yang could not care about it. After living outside for 18 years, he finally had a home. Wouldn't it be a pity to destroy it with his own hands? Just like this. Do you think you've hit me where it hurts? Chu Yang smiled like a spring breeze, but he sneered in his heart. Let's play slowly. I will play with you to your heart's content. Tomorrow, I'll give you an appetizer. As for the main course, let me brew for a while. Chu Yang let the sword spirit possess his body in the dark night. Then, he disappeared from his room in a flash without making any sound. Outside, the few experts sent by Chu Fei Long to monitor the small courtyard didn't see anything. As for the spies arranged in Chu Fei Ling's courtyard, they didn't even notice anything. With Chu Yang's meticulousness and the sword spirit's cultivation, if Hai Bei and the others were to spy on them, then they would really die. Not long after, Sha Xinliang's angry roar could be heard from the law enforcement hall. This roar contained so much anger, so much annoyance, and so much killing intent that it almost wanted to devour people. It was really difficult to describe. The few law enforcement officers who were standing guard at the entrance of the law enforcement hall shuddered at the same time. What happened again? But they didn't know that Chu Yang had received such treatment just by complaining. Elder brother, I have no other choice. I've been bullied like this. If I can only leave this place and avoid this troublesome place. This sentence made Sha Xinliang extremely anxious. All the other elixirs have been collected, and only the 2 elixirs on the way are left. Once they arrive, Qin Baoshan and I will be fine, and the law enforcement master is also rushing here. A great contribution is waiting for the 2 of us. If Chu Yang were to be ostracized by the Chu clan at this time, wouldn't everything be ruined? The punishment of the law enforcement master after being deceived was secondary. The key was, Sha Xinliang's life would be in danger. At this moment, Sha Xinliang's hatred towards Chu Feilong couldn't be washed away even with all the water in the 3 rivers and 5 lakes. If Chu Feilong was in front of him now, Sha Xinliang would definitely swallow him alive. That's so. Chu Yang frowned and tapped on the table. Sha Xinliang nodded repeatedly and looked serious. On the second day, Divine Dr. Chu went to work very early. He sat on the chair of the chief doctor and started to act like a tyrant. He put one foot on the table of the old doctor on the left and shouted to the doctor with triangular eyes, "Go, make me some tea." "You." The old man glared at him and his face turned red with anger. "Chief doctor." Chu Yang looked at him evilly. "Why? Don't you want to earn purple crystals? Let me tell you, if you don't serve me well, I'll be in a bad mood." "As long as I'm in a bad mood, purple crystals? What's that? I don't know any of them." The old man was dumbfounded. Who had seen such a hooligan-like young master? At one side, the shopkeeper Chu Tinghu hurriedly said, "Elder Gu, as a doctor, why don't you listen to the chief doctor? You must know that there's an order between seniors and juniors." As he said, he winked at Elder Gu. Now, he still needed to rely on Chu Yang to earn purple crystals. He couldn't offend him for the time being. As long as the 2 of you work hard and learn his skills, it'll be easy to deal with a useless person without any cultivation. Although Elder Gu understood this, he was still so angry that his hands trembled like chicken feet. He had been a doctor in the Chu clan for half of his life. Who dared to shout at him like this? Not to mention making tea for someone. This was really the first time in his life. He could only get up shakily and go to make a cup of tea. He put it heavily on the table and said, "Young master, please have some tea." Chu Yang glanced at him and slammed the table. He was instantly furious. "Bastard! What kind of person do you think I am? The tea that you're drinking now is only for pigs. How noble am I? You actually made this kind of tea for me? You old dog, do you not want to be a doctor anymore?" Elder Gu was so angry that he rolled his eyes. He trembled and couldn't say a single word. He pointed a trembling finger at Chu Yang and his eyes almost popped out. You. What?" Chu Yang glared at him. "You old dog, you're still not convinced? Don't think that I can't bear to scold you just because you're so old. You're not my son either. Look at you, ah? Do you still have some rules? You've been a dog in the Chu clan for a generation. Why, you actually want to bite your master today. You're really too daring." Elder Gu trembled and took 2 steps back. He covered his chest with his hands and said in a trembling voice, "I'm so angry, so angry." "Piss you off? Why aren't you dead yet?" Chu Yang went over. pinched his chin and lifted it up. He smiled evilly. Don't think that you have the two young masters protecting you. Let me tell you, the Heavenly King is protecting you. As long as you don't learn how to earn purple crystals, you'll always be a lapdog. Do you understand? Old dog. Chu Tinghu's face turned purple. He stood up from behind the counter and said, Big brother, why do you have to do this? You're angry with a servant. Chu Yang laughed and said, You're right, he's just a lowly servant. Elder Gu trembled even more violently. His lips turned blue, and he almost couldn't stand still. He knew that Chu Yang was looking for trouble, but he could still bear it. But the old man couldn't accept Chu Tinghu's words of servant. Although he knew that it was an expedient statement, he still felt uncomfortable in his heart. At this moment, Chu Yang stretched out his hand and knocked the teacup on the table to the ground. More than half of the hot tea splashed onto Elder Ji's legs, making them wet. Chu Yang muttered to himself, My temper is like this. If you can't stand it, then get lost. Damn it, there are so many idlers everywhere. They don't have any ability and are about to enter the coffin. Not only do they cheat for food, but they also want to learn from 17 or 18 years old. I'm really going to kill my second uncle. Why is he so thick-skinned? It turns out that he only has one face in his life, and it's all on his ass. No wonder he's so flirtatious. Sweat, thank you for everyone's blessings. But please don't spend too much money. Actually, it's been a while, but I've kept it a secret. Anyway, it doesn't affect my updates during this period of time, right? Haha, I'm already very grateful for everyone's subscription. It's already very good and outstanding for ordinary people to have a few people who understand them and support them. But I have close to 30,000 subscribers. Your recognition of me is my greatest pride. I'm sincerely grateful to everyone. Yes, my wife's wedding dress, my children's milk powder tuition fees, and my elderly support and filial piety all come from everyone's subscription. Thank you. You're my brothers and sisters, and also my parents for my livelihood. I'm going out to play. I won't stop updating these few days. I'll update every morning. I wish everyone a happy life. At hashtag. Chapter 798. Chapter 74 of Part 7 is really unlucky. Elder Gu coughed as if he had asthma. White foam flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He couldn't even say a word. After gasping for breath for a while, his eyelids suddenly rolled up, and he sat down on the chair. He actually started to twitch. Damn, I'm going to have to put a coffin in it. So shameless. Chu Yang scolded his bad luck. He turned to look at Chu Tinghu and Chu Tengjiao, who were full of anger, and said, Brothers, don't you think so? Chu Tinghu's face was as cold as water, and he didn't say anything. Chu Tengjiao remembered his father's teachings last night. Just let him do whatever he wants. As long as you catch the purple crystals, everything will be fine. You don't have to lower yourself to his level. As long as he goes overboard, we have ways to deal with him. He couldn't help but blurt out, Big brother, you're right. As soon as he said this, Elder Gu rolled his eyes. He didn't faint from Chu Yang's poisonous tongue, but he really fainted from Chu Tengjiao's words. At this moment, a carriage stopped outside the door. Then, two guards supported an old man and walked in tremblingly. Excuse me, is Divine Dr. Chu here? I'm here to see a doctor. Chu Tinghu and Chu Tengjiao looked at each other and instantly became excited. The purple crystals are here. They didn't bother to support Elder Gu, and went up to welcome him. Elder, what's your illness? This is Divine Dr. Chu. As they said, they pointed to Chu Yang. The old man's eyes instantly lit up, and he held Chu Yang's hands. Divine Dr. Chu, you're really young and promising. I'm Song Wanzhuang, a consecrator of the Song clan in the Flat Mountain Ridge. All these years, my old injuries have been tormenting me. Chu Yang smiled warmly. Elder, please take a seat. I think you also know the rules of my purple crystals Huichun Hall? Song Wanzhuang nodded repeatedly. I understand. I've already prepared the purple crystals. Good. Chu Yang smiled, stretched out two fingers and placed them on Song Wanzhuang's wrist. Chu Yang looked very confident. Chu Tinghu and Chu Tengjiao looked at each other and saw the complacency in each other's eyes. Another doctor, who was sent by Chu Feilong, also quietly came over and watched Chu Yang's diagnosis. He was looking forward to learning something about dark energy. Chu Yang narrowed his eyes and put his two fingers together. After a long time, his brows suddenly twitched. Then, he wrinkled his brows, and his complexion sank. Putting down his finger, he looked at Song Wanzhuang with a heavy expression and said, "Old sir, this injury should be an old injury from 50 years ago, right?" Song Wanzhuang's eyes widened, and he said in surprise, "Divine Dr. Chu is really amazing." Moreover, an expert who was at least a second-grade emperor-level expert had hit you with his palm at that time. Let me see. It's still a poison palm. Let me feel it more carefully. Furthermore, it's the yellow flower poison palm? If I'm not wrong, this palm should have hit your shoulder, and not a vital position," Chu Yang said mysteriously. Song Wanzhuang was even more surprised. Yes, you're right. Divine Dr. Chu's skills are really amazing." Sigh. Chu Yang let out a long sigh. "Elder, your cultivation started to decline 10 years ago, right?" Song Wanzhuang nodded repeatedly, and his expression became even more respectful. "Divine Doctor, you have sharp eyes." Chu Yang took a breath and said, "Elder, I don't understand. You've already learned such a vicious palm technique 50 years ago, and you've suppressed it for so many years. Why didn't you suppress it 10 years ago?" Song Wanzhuang sighed. 10 years ago, I was already 15 years old, and my physical strength was getting weaker day by day. It's a long story. Chu Yang shook his head regretfully. Song Wanzhuang's heart lit up, and he said nervously, "Divine Dr. Chu, my injury. Is there still hope?" Chu Yang let out a long sigh. "Elder, what a pity. What a pity. You've come too late." "Ah," Song Wanzhuang exclaimed. "If you came 10 years ago, I could still cure you." Chu Yang shook his head and sighed. "But unfortunately, in the recent 10 years, your cultivation has declined, and you can't suppress the residual poison. The poison has already entered your bone marrow, your dantian has collapsed, and your meridians are still. I'm ashamed." Everyone in the room was dumbfounded. No one would have thought that this guy, who had said everything clearly and logically, would actually say, "I can't cure you." Song Wanzhuang left in a daze. Before he left, Chu Yang gave him a simple exercise method for free. He said that if he treated him with this method, he wouldn't be able to get rid of the poison completely, but he could at least relax his body a little. Seeing that Song Wanzhuang had left, Chu Yang let out a long sigh. His face was full of shame, and his heart was full of guilt. Alas, a doctor has the heart of a parent. Seeing that someone is sick, but I can't cure him. It's really, alas, this feeling of powerlessness and shame is really driving me crazy. Chu Tinghu and Chu Tongjiao looked at each other. Not only did they not earn any purple crystals, they even had to go up and comfort him. Chu Yang kept blaming himself, and the two of them were so depressed that they wanted to kill him while comforting him. The two of them definitely didn't know that the seemingly simple method that Chu Yang gave him was actually the best treatment method given by the sword spirit. As long as Song Wanzhuang really followed this method, he would find that his body had recovered completely in less than a year. Enjoying the comfort of these two ghostly and toad-like faces, Chu Yang let out a long sigh, and his eyes were filled with tears. The heavens are tyrannical, and all living things are suffering. Pity my people. We have so many worries. What a benevolent and righteous king. Such demeanor and tone would definitely make those chivalrous heroes feel ashamed. Then, a few more patients came. Chu Yang still accurately pointed out their illnesses, and then shook his head apologetically. "I really can't do anything. Alas, I'm ashamed. If you can find someone in the land of great herbal medicine, there might still be hope. I'm ashamed. I'm sorry. I won't send you off." After they left, Chu Yang sighed as usual. The veins on Chu Tinghu and Chu Tongjiao's faces were bulging, and their eyes looked as if they wanted to eat someone. It was still the same in the afternoon. Those who came to Divine Dr. Chu for treatment today were all terminally ill. Divine Dr. Chu couldn't cure any of them. In the end, Chu Tinghu and Chu Tongjiao didn't comfort him anymore, but just looked on coldly. But Divine Dr. Chu was still expressing his feelings. Alas, what a pity. My medical skills are supposed to benefit the world and benefit the people. But the heavens are tyrannical, and the earth is ruthless. Life, old age, sickness, and death can't be reversed. I have a compassionate heart, and I'm filled with the feeling of saving the world, but I can't do anything. Is there anything sadder than this in the world? Alas, heavens and earth, why are you so ruthless? Deities, please save my patience. Chu Tinghu and Chu Tongjiao were speechless. Looking at Chu Yang's expression, they couldn't wait to swallow him into their stomachs. It was the same on the second day. On the third day, they still couldn't do anything. Every time a patient left, Divine Dr. Chu would sigh, "Alas, I'm so powerless." Another 3 days passed like this. Chu Tinghu and Chu Tongjiao also endured for another 3 days. Finally, they couldn't bear it anymore. Before we came, you cured every patient that came. After we came, you chased away every patient that came. What does this mean? They finally understood what Chu Yang was planning. You want to make use of me to earn purple crystals? Wishful thinking. I'd rather not earn any money than let you make use of me. Anyway, I still have 8,000 purple crystals. Big brother, what do you mean? Chu Tinghu said angrily. What? What do I mean? Chu Yang asked. I don't believe that you can't cure any of these illnesses. Chu Tinghu was furious. Do you think we're fools? How dare you? I really can't cure any of them. I don't have that ability. Chu Yang smiled. Why don't you let these two respectable doctors treat them? Sigh. Actually, you also know that I'm so young. How can I have any superb medical skills? It's just that I was farting a few days ago, and it just so happened that. Chu Tingjiao roared. But you can't possibly not cure any of them, right? Chu Yang spread out his hands. You've also seen it. It's just that I didn't cure any of them. See how guilty I feel now. How powerless I am. How shameful. Chu Tinghu's face turned green. He wanted to fly into a rage, but he suppressed it. He put on a smiling face and said, Big brother, I know that you're unhappy, but, just like what you said, we're a clan. Everything is for the clan. As a clan, only when the clan becomes stronger, can we... Yes. Chu Yang said seriously, this sentence is really true. As a clan member of the Chu clan, we'll die for the Chu clan. For the clan's interests, even if we have to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of fire, we'll do it without hesitation. I'm very gratified that you have such a high awareness. As a clan member of the Chu clan, it's really good that you can think like this. Come on. Chu Yang said sincerely. Chu Tinghu and Chu Tongjiao were so angry that their faces turned black. They stared at this shameless person, gritting their teeth and clenching their fists tightly. Both of them had given up huge benefits to come here from other important positions. They didn't expect this guy to be so shameless that he would even sacrifice himself to do this. If they had known this earlier, why would they give up huge benefits to come here? On one side, Old Gu said in a strange tone, Of course, everyone values the clan's interests. But it's not necessarily the case for some people who have led a wandering life since childhood. Damn old dog. Damned old slave. Chu Yang was furious. He turned around and gave him a slap. The slap was extremely clear and loud, and he shouted, as a slave of the Chu clan, You actually dare to insult the Chu clan's master. I'll punish you on behalf of the clan. I'll punish you on behalf of the clan. I'll punish you on behalf of the clan master. I'll punish you on behalf of the law enforcement officers. On behalf of my second uncle, I'll knock out your teeth, break your legs, pull out your tongue, and smash your mouth. As he scolded, he continued to beat Old Gu Gu. Although Old Gu had some martial arts cultivation, he had neglected it all these years. Besides, when had he ever encountered such an encounter? What's more, he didn't expect this Grand Duke to attack him so suddenly. He only suffered 5 blows before he vomited blood and fainted. Chu Yang finally stopped punching and kicking. He seemed to be very tired. Holding his knees with both hands, he panted and said angrily to Chu Tinghu and Chu Tongjiao, It's your turn. Quickly go and teach this old dog a lesson. Do you still have any laws? Do you still have any rules? He actually dared to scold us. He's really rebelling. Chapter 799. Chu Tinghu snorted heavily. He couldn't bear it any longer and said angrily, Chu Yang, don't go too far. Chu Yang was surprised. I went too far? He suddenly jumped up and said angrily, I went too far? How did I go too far? I'm doing my best for the clan. I'm doing my best to treat patients. How did I go too far? Chu Tenghu was so angry that his whole body trembled. Don't think that others can't control you. If you dare to indulge in others again, I'll teach you a lesson. Chu Yang stuck out his chest and squinted his eyes. Why don't you try to teach me a lesson? As he said, he came closer. Chu Tenghu was so angry that his face turned pale. But if he really wanted to hit Chu Yang, he really didn't dare to do so in front of so many people, because Chu Yang had always been the boss. If he, as the younger brother, hit Chu Yang, it would be tantamount to disrespecting his elder. It would be an act of disobedience. In the clan rules, it was clearly written that he would be expelled from the clan. And the most infuriating thing was that although Chu Yang had done everything, he was in the right. This was what made people unable to spit out blood. He was indeed doing his best to treat patients. Although he couldn't treat them well, he also didn't take the initiative to provoke anyone. He was always the one who took the initiative to strike first. Everything had its cause and effect. Chu Tenghu and Chu Tongjiao glared at Chu Yang, but there was nothing they could do. Just as they were in a stalemate, suddenly, someone came to the door. Who's the shopkeeper here? Someone asked calmly at the door. Everyone looked back and saw a man wearing a law enforcement officer's uniform walking in with his hands clasped behind his back. The word law enforcement officer was printed in silver on his chest. It was actually a silver plate law enforcement officer. Behind him, there were two ordinary iron plate law enforcement officers. The three of them walked in as if no one else was around. Chu Tenghu hurried over with a face full of smiles. Oh, it's law enforcement officers. May I know why you're here? That law enforcement officer snorted and said, You're the shopkeeper? Chu Tenghu said, Yes, it's me. Very good. The law enforcement officer's face instantly darkened, and he shouted, Look at your clinic. What's up with it? What's the matter with those indecipherable things outside? Indecipherable? Chu Tenghu was stunned. Those paintings are unsightly. He's clearly a demon who's polluting the world. The enforcer snorted and waved his hand. Tie him up. Bring him back for interrogation. Let's see who sent him to pollute the flat mountain ridge. I suspect that this guy is a spy from the 3 Stars Divine Clan. A spy from the 3 Stars Divine Clan? This hat was really big, and it wasn't something that an ordinary person could wear. Chu Tenghu was dumbfounded at once. He retreated continuously. Your Excellency, I'm innocent. She suddenly remembered and pushed Chu Yang out. She hurriedly said, My lord, this is all his doing. He's the shopkeeper? The enforcer asked. Chu Tenghu widened his eyes. We're only looking for the shopkeeper. Only the person in charge. The enforcer snorted and said, He's just a worker. Why are we looking for him? Chu Yang stepped forward to plead. Law enforcement officer, this is my younger brother. He's young and ignorant. Although he's wrong, he's still, cough cough, worthy of forgiveness. The enforcer rolled his eyes and said sternly, I only know that the law is merciless, but I don't know that young people can be forgiven. If you have something to say, go and talk to the commander. Bring him away. 2 enforcers had already rushed forward like wolves and tigers and tied Chu Tenghu up on the ground. Their movements were very familiar. As Chu Tenghu struggled, he cried out in grief and indignation, Why didn't you come to investigate when he was here a few days ago? Now that I've taken over, you're here to investigate? You're obviously colluding with each other. As law enforcement officers, you actually... The law enforcer kicked him and scolded, We law enforcers can investigate whenever we want. How dare you say that we should or shouldn't? You've slandered a law enforcement officer, and your crime is increased by 1 level. You've slandered a law enforcement operation, and your crime is increased by 3 levels. Chu Tenghu was in so much pain that his tears flowed out. He said, Tongjiao, quickly go back and inform father. Let him save me. Chu Tongjiao ran away. The enforcer's eyes lit up. There's actually a fish that escaped the net. Take down this accomplice as well. He stretched out his hand and pressed down Chu Tongjiao, who had already run to the door. Then, Chu Tongjiao fell to the ground. A rope was looped around his neck. Then, he was tied up again and slapped on his face. The enforcer said, "Are there any more accomplices?" Chu Tengjiao looked at him with grief and indignation. He gritted his teeth and didn't say a word. The enforcer moved closer to his ear. "What? There's another two? Those two old men? What the heck? I say, the two of you don't have any intention of obstructing the public's image. You're actually two old men. No wonder you keep talking about aphrodisiac. Take them down." The two old men rolled their eyes and fainted. The three enforcers escorted the four people back. Before they left, they didn't even say anything about rectification. That obstructing the public billboard was still standing there, and it was very eye-catching. "It's not good." Miracle Dr. Chu Yang patted his butt and walked out. Looking at the disappearing figures, he looked extremely panicked. He turned back, closed the door swiftly, and ran back to the Chu clan. In the Chu clan, Chu Feilong was supervising the clan's martial artists in the square. He pondered, "Chu Yang has been slacking off these few days. What should I do to stop him from doing so?" He thought and thought, but he didn't have a good idea. He frowned and thought, "Do I have to go on like this?" While he was pondering, suddenly, a loud and clear shout came from the door. "Oh no, oh no. My two younger brothers have been taken away by the enforcers. They've committed a serious crime." It was Chu Yang's voice. In the hall of the Chu clan, Old Master Chu sat at the front with a black face. Below him, all the important members of the Chu clan were seated. At this moment, Chu Yang was anxiously narrating what had happened. He said that Chu Tinghu and Chu Tengjiao had been taken away by the enforcers. He tried his best to save them, but the enforcers were impartial and had no effect at all. He had no choice but to return to the clan for help. Chu Failing, Yang Ruolin, and Chu Fian looked strange. Chu Feilong was so angry that his nose became crooked. Chu Yang finally finished narrating. Looking at everyone's expression, he suddenly rushed to Chu Feilong and said anxiously, "Second uncle, quickly think of a way to save Tenghu and Tengjiao. I've seen the enforcers' methods last time. I was so scared that I couldn't sleep for a few days and nights. If the two of them stay in there for too long, they'll suffer a lot of torture." Chu Yang's face was full of deep brotherly affection. He almost cried. "Second uncle, they're your biological sons. You can't leave them alone." Chu Feilong's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. It was so ugly that he couldn't wait to kill Chu Yang. "This bastard, you're the one who framed my sons. How dare you put on an act in front of me? Think of a way? What fucking way can I think of? This is obviously your conspiracy. You've captured my sons and asked me to get them back. I dare to bet that I'll definitely be detained as an accomplice once I reach the law enforcement hall. Isn't this fucking delivering the goods to my doorstep? As long as you're in the way, I'm afraid that even if your grandfather goes there, it'll be useless. What other way can I think of?" The other stewards in the hall looked at each other, and their expressions were very strange. The crime of being indecent? When did the enforcers come up with such a new crime? I've never heard of it before. Using this reason to arrest two dukes of the Chu clan, one of the three big clans, is simply ridiculous. One of the stewards coughed and said, "Young Master Chu Yang, you mean the enforcer's reason for arresting the two young masters is being indecent, right?" Chu Yang said, "Yes, that's what the enforcers said." The steward snorted and said, "If that's the case, I'm puzzled. Young Master Chu Yang, you've been in the Purple Crystal's Huichun Hall for quite some time, and the drawings on the wall were also drawn by you personally, even if it's indecent, but before this, the enforcers didn't say anything about it, right?" Chu Yang said blankly, "Yes, they didn't say anything before this. This is really strange." The steward's face darkened and he said, "Then, I'd like to ask, why didn't the enforcers care about this in the past? But the two young masters have only been there for a few days and the enforcers have already come? There's something very strange about this. I hope young Master Chu Yang can clear up my doubts." These words were spoken in an aggressive manner. His sharp eyes were looking at Chu Yang. The other stewards chimed in and raised their objections. Instantly, the focus of the entire hall was on Chu Yang again. "Yes, young Master Chu Yang has been fined for more than a month, but the two young masters were arrested the moment they went there. And young Master Chu Yang, the main culprit, wasn't even arrested. This is too strange. Young Master Chu Yang must have some explanation, right? Yes, yes, I think there's a conspiracy in this. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Chu Yang's face was full of doubts. He scratched his head and said, yes, yes, what you all said is too reasonable. Actually, I was also wondering why such a thing would happen. That's too unreasonable. What you're saying is simply right into my heart. Everyone was speechless for a moment. They looked at Chu Yang with even more ridiculousness. The steward said coldly, could it be that young Master Chu Yang really doesn't know anything about this matter? It can be said that the law enforcement officers have never acted so strangely before. But since young Master Chu Yang came, everything has happened. This has made us think a little more. Chu Yang was stunned and said, I don't understand what you mean. The steward sneered. What I mean is very simple. Could it be that young Master Chu Yang colluded with the enforcers? Framing the two young masters would have a lot of benefits for you. Chu Yang stared blankly for a while. Then, he finally flew into a rage. He was so angry that his face turned red. He felt so wrong that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. He angrily said, this chief steward, what are you saying? What do you mean? Am I that kind of person? Not only are you slandering me, but you're also slandering the enforcers. This is intolerable. You can say that, but show me the evidence. If you can't show me the evidence, I'll go to the enforcers and sue you for slander. The steward was stunned. He immediately avoided Chu Yang's eyes. His face turned pale, and he kept quiet out of fear. Thank you to Shi Zhu, Ji Bei Chen Feng, and Tian Tian for your gifts. Thank you to more than 20 brothers and sisters who gave me the gifts. Thank you for your subscriptions and monthly votes. Thank you. I'm in Gillen now. The scenery here is indeed very beautiful, but I'm so tired that my back hurts. Every day when I come back to the hotel, I lie down like a dead pig. This is definitely tiring work. I'll go home in a few days. During this period of time, I don't dare to go online to chat. If I do, I won't be able to complete the 2 chapters daily. But I miss you all. At #download for free, and L. End in G. Chapter 800. Who's the shopkeeper of the purple crystals Huichun Hall? Chu Tinghu. Besides, Chu Tinghu is now caught by the law enforcement officers. How can I interrogate him? Do I have to go to the law enforcement hall to interrogate him? Isn't that sending myself to their doorstep? The shopkeeper's face turned red and he said, if you didn't play tricks in this matter, how can we not even earn a single purple crystal? Chu Yang felt so wrong that he couldn't say anything. He stretched out his trembling finger and pointed at the shopkeeper. He coughed continuously and gasped for breath. Divine Dr. Chu had learned from such people during this period of time. Net 7*. Then, he finally let out a sigh and rushed over. He pointed at the shopkeeper's nose and said loudly, you're insinuating that I've harmed the clan's interests. This is really the greatest shame in my life. As the saying goes, if you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. It's really hard to wash away today's injustice. For my innocence and reputation, I'm going to sue you for slander. I'm going to sue you for slander to the law enforcement officers. Everyone burst into laughter. The shopkeeper's face turned white and red. He finally couldn't help but stand up and said, am I not telling the truth? Chu Yang said angrily, you're slandering me. You're biting me without any basis. Let me tell you, when we reach the law enforcement hall, the truth will be revealed. Just you wait. Chu Xiongqing shouted, enough? Chu Yang sat down angrily and said, Grandpa, look at what this dog slave is saying. I'm the big duke of the Chu clan, the eldest young master. It can be said that if there's no accident, no conflict between brothers, the Chu clan will be mine in the future. This dog slave actually dares to say that I've harmed the clan's interests. Why doesn't he widen his dog eyes and use his paste-like brain to think that I've harmed the clan's interests? Isn't that the same as cutting myself open? How can there be such a stupid person in the world? This dog slave obviously has ulterior motives. Grandpa, please punish him severely. Chu Xiongqing frowned and had a headache. Stop talking. Sigh. This Sun Chong was simply a hedgehog. No one could touch him. If he was right, he wouldn't forgive him. But if he was unreasonable, he would harass him. His ability to confuse right and wrong was really amazing. Everyone didn't speak and remained silent like this. Templar not long after, Chu Failing flew in. Chu Xiongqing asked anxiously, "How is it?" Chu Failong also raised his head abruptly. Chu Failing was carrying the bundle that he had brought out earlier. It was quite heavy inside. He shook his head and said, "Sha Xinliang didn't allow me to speak at all, nor did he accept any gifts. He just sent me back. He said that this matter was a hindrance to public morals and had a great influence, so they had to proceed with caution. He even said that the 3 Stars Divine clan might have bewitched his mind, and that there might be a mastermind behind it. They are currently interrogating him. I wanted to meet him, but I was rejected." Everyone was shocked. At one side, Chu Feilong's wife started to cry. Chu Feilong's face turned as white as a sheet of paper. "Interrogation?" Old Master Chu exclaimed. "How can the two of them withstand the interrogation of the law enforcement hall?" There was no need for him to say this. Everyone understood. Chu Tinghu and Chu Tengjiao had been spoiled since they were young. How could they bear the punishment? Old Master Chu stomped his feet and said, "Forget it. I'll give up this old face and go there personally." "I'm afraid that even if you go there, it won't be of any use," Chu Failong said faintly. "Then who will be of any use?" Chu Xiongqing shouted furiously, "Your son has been caught, but as a father, you're actually indifferent. You didn't even say a word from the beginning till the end. How can there be such a heartless father in the world?" Chu Feilong's face was gloomy. He lowered his head and didn't say anything. "Say it. Who will be of any use?" Old Master Chu shouted. He was really angry. Chu Yang smiled and said, "Grandpa, don't worry. Since second uncle doesn't look anxious at all, he must have a well-thought-out plan. I'm sure nothing will happen." Chu Failong suddenly raised his head and looked at Chu Yang. He actually revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth and said, Yang is right. I do have a well-thought-out plan, because I know that you are the only one who can release my 2 sons." Chu Yang shook his head and said, "I don't have that ability. Even my father was rejected. What's the use of me going there?" Chu Failong stared at him. He was still smiling and said, Yang, you've won. What do you want? I'll give it all to you. As long as you release your 2 brothers, it'll be fine." Chu Yang said sincerely, "I really can't do it. I can't do it no matter what you say. Even if you give me the sun, moon, and stars in the sky, I still can't do it no matter what I say." Chu Failong looked at him and said slowly, "The purple crystals Huichun Hall will only be managed by you. How about that?" Chu Yang smiled helplessly and said, "Second uncle, don't force me. I don't even know the law enforcement officers." Chu Failong took a deep breath and said, "Restore it to its original state. From now on, it'll be your personal property. The clan won't interfere. How about that?" Chu Yang was helpless. "I'm really not familiar with the law enforcement officers. Everyone despised him. Previously, he said that he couldn't do it no matter what. When the first condition was raised, it became that he didn't even know the law enforcement officers. When the second condition was raised, it immediately became that he wasn't familiar with the law enforcement officers. You've changed your mind so quickly?" Chu Feilong's eyes were like fire. He continued slowly, "In the future, I'll promise you one request, no matter what it is. How about that?" Chu Yang sighed. "Second uncle, you're saying this as if you're the clan master. Grandpa hasn't said anything yet." Net. Chu Xiongqing sighed and said, Yang, let's just make do with it. Grandpa also agrees with what your second uncle said." Chu Yang sighed as if he was forced into a corner. He suddenly turned around and pointed at the 3 chief stewards who were the most arrogant. He shouted angrily, "What are the 3 of you muttering about? What do you mean? You dare to say that my second uncle is a fool? You're rebelling." The 3 of them were shocked and said, You? What nonsense are you talking about? When did we say that?" Chu Yang shouted, "You did say that. I heard it very clearly. All of you are scolding Chu Feilong for being a fool. And you're even scolding him like this. Chu Feilong is a fool. Chu Feilong is a fool. You scolded him 3 times consecutively." Chu Feilong was about to spit out a mouthful of blood. He gritted his teeth. He knew what Chu Yang meant. This was Chu Yang's last condition. Not only did he scold me in front of everyone, But he also wanted me to kill these 3 people personally. He wanted me to kill my most capable assistants personally. Chu Feilong's facial muscles twitched, and he was in great pain. These 3 people were the chief stewards of the Chu clan, other than my brothers. Back then, he had spent a lot of effort to rope him in. At the start, I relied on these 3 people to establish my position in the Chu clan. They could be said to be indispensable figures in my camp. These 3 people were not only important to me, but they had also made great contributions. If I really killed them now, it would definitely make people disappointed. You even want to kill your subordinates, who are like brothers to you. Why would you bother others? In this way, I'm afraid that the hearts of my subordinates would immediately scatter. I don't know how much effort I would have to put in to get them back together. But now, I've made a mistake and caused 2 of my sons to fall into Chu Yang's hands. They're currently being tortured. If I'm late, I'm afraid I can only collect their corpses. He couldn't help but sigh and said, "Are the 3 of you really scolding me?" The 3 of them knew that things weren't going well. They knelt down and kowtowed. Second Master, Second Master. We definitely didn't. How would we dare to scold you?" Chu Feilong closed his eyes and said, "The 3 of you have scolded the direct descendants of the Chu clan without any reason. You've already violated the rules of the Chu clan. You'll be demoted 3 grades and be demoted to the chief steward of the outer hall." Chu Yang shouted, "Second uncle, they're really scolding you. I heard them scolding you like this. Chu Feilong is an idiot. Chu Feilong is an idiot. Chu Feilong is an idiot." Chu Feilong swallowed a mouthful of blood with a gulp sound. He knew that Chu Yang's words meant, "If you don't kill these 3 people, I'll kill your sons. These 3 people must die." If he accepted the 3's demotion, then he wouldn't be so noisy anymore. This was an ultimatum. The 3 of them lost their heads out of fear. They repeatedly shouted, "Second Master, we really didn't scold you." The 3 of them also knew that this matter was forced by Chu Yang. But they had nothing else to say besides this sentence. Chu Yang said coldly, "Look at you. Not only did you scold me here, you might have even scolded me at home." The 3 of them were in despair. Does he want to eliminate the source of trouble? Chu Feilong stood stiffly and didn't move. The strange thing was that no one in the hall said anything. No one tried to persuade Chu Yang. They only looked at Chu Yang and Chu Feilong standing stiffly. No one said a word. Chu Xiongqing looked at Chu Feilong with a complicated look. His expression changed, and he even held his breath. Yang Ruling grabbed Chu Feilong's arm tightly with one hand. Her breathing was a little hurried. Chu Fian looked at the hall calmly. Duan Shuyi, Chu Feilong's wife, Chu Fian's wife, and other juniors sat together. They all covered their mouths with their hands subconsciously. Their eyes were full of shock. In the hall, the other stewards lowered their heads and didn't say a word. They were the ones who didn't dare to say anything. Everyone knew that if they pleaded for Chu Yang, young Master Chu would take advantage of the situation and say that they scolded Chu Feilong as an idiot. This would really cost them their lives. Whoever wanted to plead for Chu Yang could do so. After all, they were all idiots. Chu Feilong only hesitated for a moment, but Chu Yang had already added the family members of these 3 people. If it was me, everyone was silent. Not a single one of them unconsciously breathed as softly as possible. Chu Yang and Chu Feilong both stood. The 2 of them didn't say anything, but everyone knew that the deadlock between the uncle and nephew had reached the most critical moment. Chu Feilong's hands were trembling. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Chapter 801. Chapter 70. I dare to swear this has nothing to do with meth. Others also shrank their necks. Damn it, this little guy is really shameless. This matter was obviously planned by you. Who couldn't tell that you're doing this purely because you're dissatisfied with your clan for depriving you of your financial resources. That's why you colluded with the law enforcement officers to do this. Now, you're actually putting on an innocent face and dismissing yourself from this matter. If I really believe you, then there's something fishy going on. However, no one dared to force him anymore. Didn't you hear what he said? He's going to sue you for slander. The law enforcement officers have already done the unprecedented crime of indecency for this little guy. What's so strange about arresting another one for slander? Which one of the stewards wasn't smart to be able to reach their current positions? Everyone knew that as long as they were arrested, even if they didn't die, they would lose a layer of skin with this little guy fanning the flames. Who dared to provoke him? Chu Xiongqing coughed and said, Chu Yang, don't be so agitated. Everyone is discussing this matter. You can say whatever you want. I also want to hear your explanation. Chu Yang was stunned and said, Grandpa, what explanation do you want to hear? Chu Xiongqing's face turned black and he said, the explanation of the law enforcement officers arresting you. Chu Yang spread out his hands and said aggrievedly, Grandpa, you're making things difficult for me. That's the law enforcement officers doing their job. How would I know any explanation? If you want to know, you're asking the wrong person. You have to ask the law enforcement officers. Everyone felt dizzy. Damn it. If we can ask the law enforcement officers, why should we ask you? A steward lowered his head and said, maybe young Master Chu Yang is very angry because the two young masters went to the Purple Crystal's Huichun Hall. So this guy didn't dare to show his face. He hid in the crowd and spoke in a low voice. Obviously, he was afraid that Chu Yang would sue him for slander. Everyone revealed a look of, it must be so. Chu Xiongqing sighed and said, Chu Yang, Grandpa knows that you've been wronged by the Purple Crystal's Huichun Hall. However, you and Teng Hu and Teng Jiao are brothers after all. What's more, with such a thing happening to the clan, there's no glory in it. In my opinion, let's not continue with this matter. Go and bring the two brothers out. Grandfather will definitely give you an explanation. How about it? It was obvious that the old master was certain that this matter was related to Chu Yang. Chu Yang said in an aggrieved manner, Grandpa, you're wrong. Even if I'm not sensible, I know that we're a clan, and blood is thicker than water. To be honest, the Purple Crystal's Huichun Hall had been taken back by the clan. After all, his grandson was still young and full of vigor. Naturally, he had some resentment in his heart. But later on, I figured it out. He raised his head and said righteously, because we are family members, we have to consider the family in everything we do. I am ready to sacrifice myself for the family at any time. For the family, I will give everything I have. The family's interests were paramount. The family's reputation was paramount. Increasing the strength of the family was the most important task at hand. We'll do everything for the family, and we'll do our best until we die. Even if it's a mountain of daggers or a sea of flames, as long as the clan needs me, I won't even frown. By the time he said this, half of the people in the hall had already fainted. Fuck, this guy really dares to say this. Look at how loyal he is. Compared to him, we're almost going to commit suicide out of shame. Chu Yang had an imposing appearance. The more he spoke, the more sonorous and impassioned his tone became. Therefore, it was the wisest decision for the Purple Crystal's Huichun Hall to take back the clan. I wholeheartedly support this decision. As for Teng Hu and Teng Jiao, just like what Grandpa said, we're brothers. Even though we're not of the same mother, blood is still thicker than water. The two of them are still young, so I should give in to them in everything. Even if I have to suffer some grievances for them, it doesn't matter, because they're my younger brothers. I used to be all alone. Now that I have two younger brothers who are so kind and affectionate, I'm really afraid that they'll melt in my mouth and fall out of my hands. I've been so happy these few days that we've been together. We have deep brotherly affection and get along very well with each other. The two of them are like fish in water with me, and the relationship between the two of us is even deeper. Why would I set them up? I don't even have enough time to cherish them, pity them, and dote on them. As young Master Chu spoke till here, everyone in the hall had already fainted. Chu Fian kept his hands in his sleeves and looked up at the sky. The muscles on his face twitched. Occasionally, he glanced sideways at Chu Feilong and gloated in his heart. You deserve it. You could have provoked anyone else. Why did you have to provoke the king of Helchu? Now you know how powerful he is, right? Humph. Yang Ruolan, who was originally worried, was now looking at Chu Yang, who was speaking with fervor and assurance, with a face full of shock. Oh, I'm too shocked. In my heart, my son has always been pure, kind, innocent, and honest. But the image of him has collapsed in an instant. His words and actions today are actually so despicable and shameless. No. How witty and smart is he? He's so eloquent and eloquent. In the face of danger, he's actually so calm and composed. He's so reasonable. I was still worried about him previously. Now, it seems that he can completely turn danger into safety with his own abilities. The heavens have really blessed my son with such a smart brain. I'm not worried about him at all now. Instead, I'm worried about Chu Feilong. You're unlucky to have provoked my son. From what I see, you, Chu Feilong, aren't as thick-skinned as my son. Chu Xiongcheng fainted for a while before he asked with a black face, "You mean, this matter has nothing to do with you?" Chu Yang said seriously, "I dare to point to heaven and earth and swear by the calamity sword that it has absolutely nothing to do with me. If it has anything to do with me, then let the calamity sword pierce through me 10,000 times." The calamity sword was the #1 divine item in the heavens. Swearing by the calamity sword was the most important oath in the upper three heavens. Once this sentence was said, Chu Xiongcheng immediately stopped talking. Everyone also stopped talking. Chu Yang had already sworn by the calamity sword. What else was there to say? Did he have to force Chu Yang to his death? Chu Yang's face was serious and solemn. He was proud in his heart. Let the calamity sword pierce through me 10,000 times? Humph, does it dare to do so? I'm the sword master. Yang Ruolin said anxiously. This child, what are you saying? If he didn't do it, he didn't do it. There's no need to swear such a heavy oath. As she said, she clasped her hands together and prayed silently. Obviously, she was praying for her son. Then, she opened her eyes and said, "Father, since Yang said so, there's no doubt that this matter has nothing to do with him." Chu Xiongcheng sighed and said, "You're right. It's just that this matter is really giving me a headache." He frowned and said, "Why did the law enforcement officers suddenly deal with Teng Hu and Teng Jiao? This matter is truly perplexing." Chu Yang continued, "Yes, I've thought about this matter for a long time. These law enforcement officers are really too unreasonable. If they want to arrest someone, they should arrest me. How can they arrest my brother? These law enforcement officers do things incoherently. I'm so angry." Cough, 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 cough. Cough, cough, cough. Chu Fian, who was at one side, suddenly choked and coughed violently. "Oh my God, I can't help it." Everyone also started to talk about it. Chu Feilong's face was still black, and he didn't say a word. "Everyone, what do you think we should do about this matter?" Chu Xiongcheng asked. "I think that the law enforcement officers' repeated big actions during this period of time are probably to establish their authority." A chief steward, who had never spoken before, said, "Since this is the case, as long as the Chu clan's attitude is lower and we pay some purple crystals, we can bring the two young masters back." Chu Xiongcheng nodded and said, "Then, who should do this?" Everyone lowered their heads, especially those on Chu Feilong's side. They almost stuffed their heads into their trousers. Everyone knew that anyone else could do it, except for them. As long as they went, they wouldn't be able to return. There was an awkward silence. After a long while, Chu Feilong finally took a step forward and said, "Father, I think that if Big Brother goes, it'll be successful." Chu Yang scolded in his heart, "You want to use my father to pressure me? Humph. Let's wait and see." Chu Xiongcheng said, "Failing, what do you think about this matter?" Chu Failing said, "Since this is the case, I'll go." Chu Xiongcheng nodded. "All right. The clan will prepare 300 purple crystals. What do you think?" "It should be enough. If the law enforcement officers are just showing their attitude, they won't make things too difficult for us. After all, the Chu clan still has some influence in the flat mountain ridge." Chu Failing said, "All right, go and come back quickly. I'll wait for your news here." Chu Xiongcheng waved his hand. Chu Failing left. Chu Yang sat beside his mother. Everyone was waiting with heavy expressions. After all, it wasn't a good thing for the two young masters of the clan to be detained. The atmosphere was very tense. Chu Feilong looked at Chu Yang with hatred in his eyes, but he didn't say a word. After a long while, the chief steward suddenly said, "Speaking of purple crystals, I thought of something." Young Master Chu Yang was originally in charge of the purple crystals Huichun Hall, and it could be said to be a golden mountain. Now, after the two young masters went there, I heard that they didn't make any progress. Young Master Chu Yang didn't cure anyone. I wonder why. Chu Yang sat beside his mother and said peacefully, "How can there be a divine doctor who can cure all diseases? This chief steward, could it be that you've seen such a divine doctor? If that's the case, please point it out. I'll quickly go and learn from him." The chief steward snorted and said, "There isn't a divine doctor who can cure all diseases. But young Master Chu Yang cured so many people previously. You can't possibly not cure any of them, right? There's obviously something fishy going on." Chu Yang was furious. He stood up and said, "Why don't you go and take a look? What's the point of chattering here? I don't have that ability. You can find someone else." The chief steward was also angered by him. He said coldly, "The purple crystals Huichun Hall is the clan's business. It's supposed to earn purple crystals for the clan. Now, it can't even earn a single purple crystal. What's the use of it?" Chu Yang crossed his legs and said calmly, "This is the problem of management, but I'm not responsible for this. I'm only the chief physician. I'm only responsible for treating patients, not management. Regarding this problem, you should ask the chief steward of the Purple Crystals Huichun Hall." Chapter 802. Chapter 78. I'm really not showing off after gaining benefits. Chu Feilong looked into Chu Yang's eyes. Chu Yang's eyes were full of calmness and laughter. He was looking at him quietly and was not affected by the atmosphere in the hall at all. It was as if he was saying, "If you don't kill them, I will kill your son. Don't worry, I'm definitely willing to do so." Chu Feilong clearly realized that in the depths of Chu Yang's eyes, there was a blatant and undisguised cruelty, like that of a vulture in the desert. That was clearly a terrifying killing intent and an unchangeable determination. The two of them were in a stalemate for a long time. Suddenly, Chu Yang smiled and turned his head away. He said softly, "There's no other way." "Ah, second uncle, you're swallowing your anger. I can't bear to see you like this. Let's go back and sleep." Chu Feilong's wife cried out, "Feilong, you're doing this for our son." Chu Feilong's body trembled violently. He turned his head and saw that his wife's face was full of tears. Footsteps sounded beside him. Chu Yang was about to walk out of the hall. His footsteps were steady, and he was going forward without looking back. His footsteps were light, and his body was straight. He showed his unchangeable determination. Chu Feilong gritted his teeth and made up his mind. He suddenly roared, "You three bastards! How dare you scold me?" He raised his hand and slapped down. The three of them were kneeling on the ground and fighting. When they heard this roar, they immediately felt hopeless. They shouted, "Chu Feilong, you!" But since Chu Feilong had decided to kill them, how could he give them a chance to speak? He slapped them 3 times consecutively. Pa, pa, pa. The 3 heads became like rotten watermelons at the same time. The corpses of the 3 people slowly fell to the ground. Fresh blood flowed out quietly and formed a pool on the ground. It slowly flowed to Chu Feilong's feet, soaking both his feet and his shoes in it. The hall was dead silent. Chu Feilong's body trembled. He raised his head and closed his eyes. He shouted loudly, "Chu Yang, are you satisfied?" Chu Yang had already walked to the door. He slowly turned around as he heard these words. Then, he said in amazement, "Second uncle, they scolded you. It's fine if you reprimanded them, but why did you kill them? You don't you think it's too cruel?" Chu Feilong cried out and spat out a mouthful of blood. His chest heaved up and down. Chu Yang said, "Besides, it's fine if you kill them. After all, they were the ones who scolded you first. It's only right that you kill them. But what does it have to do with me? Why should I say that I'm satisfied?" Chu Feilong closed his eyes, and the muscles on his cheeks trembled. He used all of his cultivation to prevent himself from exploding. He said in a hoarse voice, "This matter indeed has nothing to do with you." "That's right, second uncle." Chu Yang said with concern, "Second uncle, since you've killed them, you must be careful. You must know that when you're cutting weeds, you must dig up the roots." When these words came out, everyone's heart trembled, and their hearts turned cold. Not only did he force Chu Feilong to kill, But he also didn't let off the 3 people who were killed. So vicious. Chu Feiling couldn't help but say angrily, Yang Yang, you fool. Yang Ruolin pinched him harshly and whispered, You're a one-track-minded fool. Can't you tell? Chu Feiling sent a telepathic message in confusion. What did you see? Yang Ruolin sighed. Can't you tell Yang Yang's true intentions? Even father, who has such a bad temper, didn't say anything. Why are you shouting? Chu Feiling turned his head to look at Chu Xiongqing. Indeed, he saw his father frowning and looking at the bloodstains in the hall silently. He frowned and thought for a while. Finally, he said, Why? Yang Ruolin was completely speechless. She could only helplessly whisper, On the surface, it seems that Yang Yang is too cruel. But this is the last chance that Yang Yang left for Chu Feilong. Do you really think that Yang Yang only wanted to vent his anger? Do you understand how much grievance Yang Yang had to endure to do this? Yang Yang clipped Chu Feilong's wings and damaged Chu Feilong's prestige. She scattered the hearts of Chu Feilong's people, causing the forces that Chu Feilong had painstakingly built over the years to become suspicious and unstable. This caused Chu Feilong to be temporarily unable to do anything. If Chu Feilong could retreat at this time, wouldn't it be a great thing for the Chu clan? If we were to stand in Yang Yang's position, who caused him to lead a wandering life for 18 years? Who caused us to be separated from our family? Who caused him to suffer so much torture? Isn't it all Chu Feilong? Does Yang Yang want to let him off so easily? Doesn't Yang Yang feel wronged? Yang Yang is doing this for you and father, isn't it? Isn't it so that you won't have to feel guilty and regret for your whole lives because of your brothers? What a fool. Chu Feiling wasn't stupid. After thinking for a while, he finally understood. I see. Chu Feilong stood there in a daze. He knew that with the death of these 3 people, half of the empire that he had painstakingly built had collapsed. It was inevitable that people would be separated. If he killed the family members of these 3 people, then it would be equivalent to half of the empire collapsing. Who would work for so unfeeling a master? What if I offend Chu Yang one day, and he does the same thing again? Wouldn't my wife and child be done for? However, things had already come to this point. There was no turning back. If he turned back now, those 3 people couldn't be resurrected. His son would still die. Chu Feilong's lips trembled and he muttered, Yes, to cut the weeds. We still have to remove the roots. After he said this, everyone's heart became even colder. Chu Yang clapped his hands and laughed. Second uncle is indeed second uncle. As expected of a hero of a generation, he is able to let go of things easily. Are you satisfied? Chu Feilong stared at him. His face seemed to have aged by more than 10 years at this moment. His eyes were also bloodshot. What's satisfied? Chu Yang opened his mouth and eyes wide. Second uncle, I don't understand what you're saying. Please say it more clearly. Okay. Chu Feilong knew that Chu Yang wanted him to repeat his conditions. Chu Feilong gritted his teeth, but he was still helpless. He said, The purple crystal's Huichun Hall is still yours. The clan won't interfere. You don't have to hand over the purple crystals. I'll withdraw everyone. I'll agree to one of your requests. How about that? Chu Yang said shyly, How can I? Chu Feilong spat out another mouthful of blood. It was originally yours, and it's still yours now. What's there to be embarrassed about? Chu Yang said, But I don't feel right. That would make me seem too selfish. Chu Feilong closed his eyes tightly and said in a hoarse voice, as if he was about to cry, Take it that I'm begging you to accept it. In his whole life, when had he been forced to such a state? Chu Feilong even felt like dying. Chu Yang panicked and said, Second uncle, don't be like this. What do you want me to do? How can I take it? Sigh, since you're begging me, I'll be disrespecting you if I don't accept it. For you, I can only accept it. Everyone, be a witness. The purple crystal's Huichun Hall has already returned to the clan, and I didn't say anything about it. But now that you insist on giving it to me, I really can't do anything about it. I really didn't ask for it. Everyone heard it, right? Chu Yang sighed and said it very unwillingly. At the end, he actually said, Everyone, don't misunderstand. I'm really not pretending to be obedient. Everyone felt that they were about to spit out blood. Even young Ruolan felt that she was about to spit out blood. Aren't you still pretending to be obedient? You've already done it to the extreme. Since this is the case, I've already received your kind intentions. Then, what about your two younger brothers? Chu Fei Long's chest heaved up and down, and he felt that his heart was about to explode. Second uncle, don't worry. I'll go and risk my life. Sigh, actually, you're not the only one who's distressed. I'm also distressed. Tenghu and Tengjiao are my brothers. If the law enforcement officers don't release them, I'll bang my head against the wall and die there. I don't believe that there's no place in this world where I can seek justice. Chu Yang said furiously, I'll threaten them with my life. I don't believe that I can't save my two dear younger brothers. Chu Yang turned around and left, saying, I'll go now. Before he left, he turned around and winked at his mother. Then, he winked again and again. Then, he glanced at his father before he turned around and left. Yang Ruolan's eyes brightened. Seeing his figure disappear outside the door, Chu Feilong's body trembled and his eyes turned red. Finally, he squatted down and stretched out his hands, as if he wanted to grab something. But after all, he didn't reach out completely. Then, he retracted his hands and covered his face. Chu Xiongcheng sighed deeply and said, Feilong. Chu Feilong shouted and stood up suddenly. He spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood. Then, he closed his eyes and his strong body fell backward. The entire hall of the Chu clan was silent. Today's matter had shaken everyone to the core. Chu Feilong had planned meticulously. He had mobilized his many years of resources to oppress the clan. He had used the power of the entire clan to oppress Chu Yang, who had just arrived at the Chu clan. However, it was directly destroyed by the other party in an extremely barbaric and unreasonable manner, as if a mountain was pressing down on it. Chu Feilong had planned meticulously to deal with Chu Yang. Step by step, he had gradually forced Chu Yang into a dead end. He had deprived Chu Yang of his rights and wealth. However, Chu Yang's methods were even more dazzling to the eyes and making everyone feel cold in their stomachs. There was only one word to describe it: terrifying. It was really too terrifying. Chu Yang didn't care about Chu Feilong's conspiracy. He didn't even take Chu Feilong's attacks. But his methods were more violent and direct. You're forcing me? All right. Then, I'll catch you. And I'll make up an excuse to let your 2 subordinates in without any reason. And you don't dare to go and ask for them. If you go, I'll catch you too. You can only come and beg me. But if you come and beg me, I'll make you spit out everything that you've taken. Not only that, I'll make things worse. Chapter 803. Chapter 70. Too soft-hearted or too vicious. Chu Yang had countless ways to retreat from Chu Feilong's coercion. If he couldn't do it, he could just swallow his anger. Even if he gave up the purple crystals Huichun Hall, he was still the young master of the Chu clan. But Chu Yang's coercion towards Chu Feilong had pushed him to the limit. He had forced him to the brink of death. Did you think that I wouldn't let the law enforcement officers take action just because you used the clan to pressure me and keep the clan's internal affairs under control? Hee. Not only would I let them take action, but I would also launch an unexpected counterattack. I would force you to apologize to me, lower your head and beg me in front of everyone. I would force you to kill your 3 most capable subordinates in front of everyone. I would force you to split up your own people. I would force you to give up more than half of your years of hard work in an instant. Furthermore, you would lose your prestige in the clan. Otherwise, you would have to wait to collect your son's corpse. Not only would I force you, but I would also anger you to death. I would act obedient in front of you, and you wouldn't be able to do anything about it. I would be arrogant and despotic in front of you, but you wouldn't dare to lose your temper. Such unreasonable and hooligan methods were actually executed in a way that didn't have the slightest bit of anger. In just a few moments, the enemy was defeated, and you would be confused all the way till your death. How could he have such power? The Chu clan had occupied the flat mountain ridge for more than 1,000 years, but they didn't have such power to command the law enforcement officers. But Chu Yang had only been here for a month, and he had changed the entire flat mountain ridge. How did he do it? This was a mystery. Looking at Chu Yang's figure, everyone was deep in thought. Was the Chu clan going to change again? Over the years, the Chu clan had already changed once. That was when Chu Failing's son disappeared, and Chu Failong took advantage of the situation to rise up. Now that Chu Failing's son had returned, it seemed that everything was going back to the original track, especially those who were originally following Chu Failong, but were lucky not to be implicated by Chu Yong. They were even more perturbed. They felt as if their heads were no longer on their necks. This time, it was the three of them. Who would it be next time? Everyone could tell that Chu Failong only had two choices now that things had developed to this stage. The first option was to give up the struggle for power in the clan and focus on being the second master of the Chu clan. The second option was to fight to the death with Chu Yong and not stop until one of them was dead. However, Chu Failong had been in power for so many years. Would he be willing to give up? The answer was almost impossible. However, would he be able to defeat Chu Yong if he continued to fight? Everyone felt a chill run down their spines as they recalled Chu Yang's methods. If Chu Failong were to continue fighting with Chu Yong, this was something that everyone was not optimistic about. Seeing Chu Failong lying on the ground, everyone had a complicated look on their faces. After a long while, Chu Failong finally stood up slowly. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said plainly, "Today's matter is really unexpected." He turned his head and looked at Chu Failing. His face was cold and stiff, and his eyes were expressionless. After a long while, he said in a low voice, "Big brother, your son is really not bad." Chu Failing smiled and said, "Although Yang Yang is young and a little willful, he's still a good kid overall." Chu Failong sighed deeply and said, "Yes, Yang Yang is scheming and resourceful. However, it's a pity that his cultivation has been destroyed. Otherwise, with such a young master in the Chu clan, our future is really limitless." He sighed and walked out. This sentence made the hearts of everyone in the hall beat violently. No matter what kind of backing Chu Yang had, the fact that his cultivation was crippled was an irreparable wound. How could the future successor of a big clan be a scholar? Yang Ruolin pushed Chu Failing. Chu Failing said blankly, "What are you doing? Get out." Yang Ruolin sighed and dragged Chu Failing out. If this old man was half as scheming as Chu Yang, he would have long beaten Chu Failong into the abyss. Before Chu Yang left, he winked 3 times at Yang Ruolin, indicating that Chu Failong would definitely lay his hands on the family members of these 3 people. Finally, he glanced at Chu Failing, indicating that he wanted his father to save them. This was a great opportunity to win over people's hearts. "Everyone, let's disperse." Seeing that the 2 of them had left, Old Master Chu Xiongqing also stood up. He put his hands behind his back and walked back to the inner hall. His heart was filled with both joy and worry. It was actually extremely complicated. As he walked, he finally sighed and muttered to himself, "I hope that Failong can understand Yang Yang's sincerity and stop stirring up trouble. Then, I can really smile." Chu Feiyan returned to the Purple Crystal's Huichun Hall and realized that Luer was lying on the recliner in the courtyard. Her little feet swayed back and forth, causing the recliner to sway back and forth. Her little body undulated on the recliner, and she seemed to be enjoying herself. "Fourth uncle, you're back? How's the matter?" Little Loli asked with concern. "It's hard to explain. Things have actually developed to this stage." Chu Feiyan frowned and recounted everything that had happened in the hall in detail. He frowned and sighed. "Sigh. Yang Yang, this child. This time, he's gone overboard again. But it's also full of painstaking efforts." "Overboard? Full of painstaking efforts?" Chu Le frowned her thin eyebrows and looked at Chu Feiyan strangely. "Fourth uncle, why do you think so?" Chu Feiyan was stunned and said, "This time, Yang Yang made use of the law enforcement officer's power to capture Teng Hu and Teng Jiao indiscriminately. Isn't that overboard? He forced your second uncle to retreat in front of everyone and almost caused your second uncle to vomit blood and die. He even forced your second uncle to kill his own subordinates, causing their blood to splash in the hall. Isn't that overboard?" Chu Feiyan said, "But his purpose of doing so is to weaken your second uncle's wings. At the same time, he's giving your second uncle a chance to take a breather and reflect on his mistakes. But it's all for the sake of the clan, your grandfather and our family. Isn't it a painstaking effort?" Chu Feiyin said. Although Yang Yang seems to be ruthless, in fact, he's too soft-hearted. But this is a very good thing. Big brother, you're too soft-hearted? Chu Le looked at Chu Feiyin strangely and finally couldn't help but laugh. Fourth uncle. So this is what you think? This, I have to say, you've really surprised me. Chu Feiyin scratched his head and said confusedly, Isn't this what you think? Then what do you think? Chu Le thought for a while and finally said, Big brother is going to kill them. Chu Feiyin was shocked, and his eyes widened. Kill? If I didn't guess wrongly, yes. Chu Lu thought quickly and said, And, fourth uncle. It's not that Big Brother is too soft-hearted. But Chu Lu thought for a long time and couldn't think of a good adjective, so she could only say, It's that his heart is as calm as ice and snow. In the eyes of the people he cares about, ice and snow are infinitely beautiful and pure, but in the eyes of his enemies, ice and snow are ruthless and cold. Unfortunately, second uncle belongs to the latter. Chu Feiyin widened his eyes and thought for a long time, but still shook his head. I still don't understand. Chu Luer sighed, and black lines appeared on her brows. She said somewhat helplessly, In this case, Big Brother has forced second uncle to the point where he has no choice but to let go, and at the same time, he has also forced both parties to the point where they are at each other's throats. I don't understand, fourth uncle. Why do you only think positively? Don't think negatively? You must know that in this world, the development of everything is often very different from the good plan. As long as the ugly side of human nature raises its head, the good side of human nature can't be suppressed no matter what. Chu Feiyin said perplexedly, This? I know, but what does this have to do with anything? Chu Lu held her head and moaned, Fourth uncle, do you think that second uncle has put in a lot of effort to make his reputation and prestige in the clan far surpass eldest uncles and even grandpas? After so many years, will he get used to such a life? Of course. Chu Feiyin blurted out. Yes, if someone appears at this time and shatters all his plans, do you think he'll be grateful to that person for giving him a chance to stop? Or will he hate him so much that he won't stop until he's dead? Chu Lu continued to ask. Of course, he won't stop until he's dead, Chu Feiyin immediately realized after blurting out these words, and sweat appeared on his forehead. Isn't this the end of it? Chu Lu raised her delicate eyebrows. This is what Big Brother means, because he's already seen through second uncle. Chu Feiyin was dumbfounded. This time, Big Brother unreasonably colluded with the law enforcement officers and captured Tenghu and Tangjiao. If he didn't let go of them, he could have used such an unreasonable method to completely defeat second uncle, or even kill him. Since the law enforcement officers could help him unreasonably kill Xiao Yulong and capture Chu Failong, they could also help him unreasonably kill Chu Failong. I firmly believe in this point, because second uncle's status can't be compared to Xiao Yulong's influence. If Xiao Yulong could be killed, what about second uncle? Chu Le analyzed methodically. Chu Feiyin nodded and said, Then why doesn't he just get rid of him once and for all? Of course not now. Chu Le smiled faintly and stretched out an almost transparent finger, saying, Firstly, Big Brother has just returned to the clan and doesn't understand all the clan affairs. Now, all the clan affairs are in the hands of second uncle. If second uncle dies at this time, the Chu clan will definitely be in a mess. So, Big Brother can't take the risk. So, he can only divide the clan first. After second uncle's power has been broken and scattered, it'll be the best time for him to take action. Secondly, second uncle is only dealing with Big Brother now, and he hasn't dealt with anyone else. If Big Brother kills, it'll appear that he's cold-hearted and intolerant. Moreover, Big Brother is a junior after all, and he still has to bear the crime of killing his own relatives. He'll give others the impression that he's ruthless and heartless. If he wants to make a name for himself, this will be a fatal wound. Thirdly, if second uncle dies at this time, grandfather and eldest uncle will definitely feel guilty and upset for the rest of their lives. After all, second uncle didn't do anything that's obviously outrageous. Big Brother is also worried about this point. Chapter 804. Fourthly, Big Brother had already predicted that second uncle wouldn't give up just like that. So, although it seemed that Big Brother had given second uncle a chance to repent, in fact, that wasn't the case. Net. If second uncle were to do anything or frame Big Brother in the future, Big Brother wouldn't be able to do anything if he was caught by Big Brother. Moreover, the pain in the hearts of first uncle and grandfather would also be reduced. They had already given you a chance. Why are you so stubborn? Or, if you continue to be so stubborn, how long are you going to make trouble? At that time, it might be the time of second uncle's death, and you won't be able to attract much sympathy. Today, you killed your closest subordinate, and tomorrow, you'll harm your own nephew. What's the point of such a person living? At that time, Big Brother wouldn't be a heartless person, but would instead be a person who values friendship and righteousness. Wouldn't it be enough to prove this by sparing him time and time again and giving him a chance? When that time came, Big Brother's reputation in the clan would definitely surpass second uncle's in his prime. For someone who wanted to kill him, he still cared about their feelings and couldn't bear to do it. How could such a person not be sincerely trusted? The unity of the clan would then be formed. Chu Lu looked at Chu Fian and smiled quietly. She said, "Fourth uncle, you're an honest person. Let me advise you not to think too much about this matter." Chu Fian widened his eyes. He could only hear cold sweat dripping down his body. His heart was filled with endless fear. At this moment, he truly understood what it meant to be a political scheme. Chu Lu's layers of analysis had shattered the beautiful fantasy in Chu Fian's heart. Reality was too cruel. Such cruelty made Chu Fian dumbstruck. Fourth uncle, Big Brother, is a very good person, Chu Lu said, but Big Brother is also a very scary person. Chu Fian only felt his throat dry up. He asked, "What do you mean?" Chu Lu said, "Big Brother is a better person than the gods and Buddhas to those he cares about. He'll do whatever it takes to make these people happy and safe. But to his enemies, he's also an extremely cruel, despicable, and unscrupulous person. He will use all the noble and despicable methods he can think of to beat the enemy to the point of no return. In Big Brother's heart, there is never a need to let go. So, as long as he starts to deal with someone, he will not stop until that person is dead, or until he himself is dead." Chu Feiyin swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva and said, "That makes sense." Net. Chu Lu frowned, looking puzzled as she said, "But, fourth uncle, there's something I don't quite understand." Chu Fian closed his eyes and seemed to have guessed what she wanted to ask. He asked, "What? Why is the conflict so intense this time?" Chu Lu was really puzzled as she asked, "I don't understand this matter. Second uncle has been in charge of the clan for many years, and it's already become a habit. And I can tell that Big Brother isn't a person who's greedy for power, and neither is Big Uncle. If second uncle doesn't do these things, Big Brother and Big Uncle won't fight with him in the future. As for the others, fourth uncle, you're not interested in power. My father hasn't been at home for so many years, and he can't get involved. Second uncle is also an absolutely smart person. Why did he make such a strong enemy for himself?" Chu Lu said puzzledly, "And I heard that it started from the day Big Brother came back. It was second uncle who suggested breaking Big Brother's fingers to verify his identity. I don't understand this even more. As a younger brother, he should be very happy that his big brother's child, who has been missing for 18 years, has been found. Why did second uncle have such a reaction? And regarding the matter of seizing the purple crystals Huichun Hall, anyone with a discerning eye could tell that second uncle was behind it. Why did he do this? Fourth uncle, second uncle gives me a feeling that he won't be at ease as long as my big brother is around. I really don't understand." Chu Lu looked at Chu Fian. Chu Fian only felt that this pair of clear eyes were like two sharp arrows shooting at his face. For a moment, the muscles on his face actually twitched a little. I'm only guessing vaguely about this matter," Chu Fian said a little hesitantly. "I'm guessing that it might have something to do with your big brother's disappearance 18 years ago." Chu Lu suddenly gasped, "Fourth uncle, you're saying, Shu?" Chu Fian covered Chu Lu's small mouth and looked around, saying, "I'm only guessing." Chu Lu whimpered and struggled out of his hand, saying, "But that's your second brother. If you don't have deep suspicions, how can you suspect him like this? Chu Fian's face turned ugly. He wasn't the only one who had such guesses about what had happened back then. Old Master Chu also had the same guesses. But everyone had a tacit understanding and didn't say anything. Not many people knew that Chu Feilong had accompanied his wife back to her parents' home. And Chu Feilong's actions back then were far less stable than now. Most importantly, if anything happened to Chu Feilong would be the one who would benefit the most. But so what if he knew? So what if he suspected? He couldn't possibly not only lose his grandson, but also execute his son at that time, causing the entire Chu clan to fall apart, right? So there's such a reason. No wonder. Chu Luer muttered. If that's the case, then, not only does second uncle intend to deal with big brother, but big brother also has the intention to deal with second uncle. This means that big brother already knows about this matter. Because when he just woke up, he gave second uncle a show of strength. This isn't something that uncle and nephew would do after a long separation. Chu Fian thought for a while and couldn't help but feel terrified. Chu Luer's words hit the nail on the head. Yes, this matter was very obvious. Chu Feilong dealing with Chu Yang didn't seem like something that uncle and nephew would do. But Chu Yang's reaction was definitely not like that of an uncle and nephew reuniting after a long separation. But everyone was thinking that Chu Yang had no choice but to retaliate. But even if he had no choice, how could a nephew who had just returned be so ruthless to his second uncle? So many people's understanding couldn't be as clear as a little girl's. Chu Fian was extremely ashamed. If that's the case, then I'm afraid that big brother and second uncle will have to fight to the death sooner or later. Chu Luer's little face became worried. Chu Fian lowered his head sadly. He only felt as if his heart was being pressed by a huge rock. The words brothers fighting against each other flooded his heart, making him so heavy that he couldn't breathe. Fourth uncle, if big brother and second uncle really fight to the death, which side will you stand on? Chu Luer tilted her head slightly and looked at Chu Fian. There was a meaningful look on her young face. Which side will I stand on? Chu Fian was at a loss. On one side was his second brother, who had the same mother as him. On the other side was his nephew whom he admired the most and respected, the son of his big brother. Which side can I stand on? Chu Fian was dumbfounded. After a long while, he said dryly, if that really happens, I might as well die first. Even if I die, I don't want to see the scene of brothers fighting against each other. But even if you die, that scene is unavoidable. Chu Luer's clear eyes looked at Chu Fian. She was actually a little aggressive. Then whose side will you stand on? Chu Fian asked. Me? Chu Luer smiled. In terms of benefits, second uncle once embezzled the purple crystals that he used to buy medicine for me, but big brother cured my illness. Chu Fian was stupefied. From a personal point of view, apart from my father and mother, even my two brothers kept a respectful distance from me since I was young. Second uncle has never hugged me since I was old enough to understand things, but big brother often hugged me in his arms. The way second uncle looked at me was like looking at a bottomless pit that couldn't be filled with money. But when big brother looked at me, his eyes were as warm and affectionate as my father's. It made me indulge in it and feel dependent and happy. Chu Luer turned her head and said softly, fourth uncle, guess which side I'll stand on? Chu Fian didn't need to guess, because the answer was already there. If big brother wants to go up the mountain of swords, I'll go up with him. If big brother wants to be a bandit, I'll cut down the trees and block the way for him. If big brother becomes a devil, then I'll definitely become a witch. Chu Luer smiled. This has nothing to do with gratitude, and has nothing to do with our relationship as siblings. It has nothing to do with my illness. It's because big brother is the only person other than my parents who is genuinely good to me. Fourth uncle, you're also very good to me, but you have misgivings. Big brother treats me well without any misgivings. So I also have no misgivings when I'm good to him. Chu Fian's face turned red and then white. He stood there in disappointment and was speechless for a long time. He only felt that the wind that blew past his face had a tinge of bleak autumn. It was autumn. That afternoon, Chu Yang still hadn't returned. Chu Feilong finally couldn't take it anymore. He knew that Chu Yang was waiting for his news. If he didn't kill the family members of those 3 people, Chu Yang probably wouldn't bring his son back. Under the urging of his wife, Chu Feilong drank 3 bowls of hard liquor in a row with red eyes. Then, he picked up his big knife and went out. But when he was about to kill them, Chu Feilong coincidentally saw him. He saved the innocent family members of those 3 people from Chu Feilong's knife. Chu Feilong was almost mad with anger. Because of one sentence from Chu Feilong, the whole thing became out of control. Second brother, you've already killed the 3 of them. Do you really want to kill all of them? This sentence was taught to Chu Feilong by Yang Ruolin. She even gave him a death order. If he didn't say it, he could forget about getting into bed with her in the future. She knew that with Chu Feilong's honest and affectionate personality, he wouldn't do or say such things unless he was forced to a certain extent. Chapter 805. When Chu Yang came back, he brought back Chu Tinghu and Chu Tongjiao. The look in everyone's eyes changed when they saw the 2 men return with bruises all over their bodies. Young Master really has the ability to make law enforcement officers lower their heads. Of course, as usual, Chu Yang complained about how he threatened them with death, how he begged them, how he was willing to sacrifice himself for them, and so on. All in all, young Master Chu went through a lot of hardships and went through 18 levels of hell before he managed to save his 2 dear younger brothers. The Chu clansmen all scoffed at these words. This guy is addicted to taking advantage of others. Chu Yang personally sent the 2 brothers to Chu Feilong's courtyard. Of course, as usual, he complained about his hardships again. Before he left, he even said to Chu Feilong, second uncle, if the 2 younger brothers have nowhere else to go, they can continue to be shopkeepers in the Purple Crystals Huichun Hall. Let's work together to build a famous Purple Crystals Huichun Hall. Chu Feilong gritted his teeth and said, thank you for your care. Chu Yang smiled from ear to ear. Second uncle, what are you talking about? We're a family. Chu Feilong's face turned black on the spot. Divine Dr. Chu returned to the Purple Crystals Huichun Hall and continued to work. Of course, the business continued to improve. Then, good news came one after another like snowflakes. Chu Yang was so happy in his heart that he almost wanted to sing a song. In the big clans, the Shao clan and Li clan had already started a war. All the businesses of the Li clan were banned in the Shao clan's territory. Friction between the 2 clans kept happening. It was said that there were already casualties on both sides. Gradually, the situation escalated to the point of a big fight. The 7th master of the Zhuge clan, Zhuge Yunwu, led the army and gradually advanced from the southernmost part of the continent, oppressing the Li clan. At the same time, the Shi clan started to take action. The Ling clan also started to take action secretly. The latest chapter of the Holy Hall. The clans took action immediately. Except for the Yi clan and a few other clans, a storm was brewing in the entire continent. The law enforcement officers sat on the mountain and watched the tigers fight. This was one of the good news. The second good news was that the elixirs that Sha Xinliang and Qin Baoshan needed would arrive in another 3 days. This made Sha Xinliang and Qin Baoshan very excited. Of course, Divine Dr. Chu was even more excited. The third piece of good news was that the news that 4th Elder Chu had sent to the Blood Payers Hall had basically all been received. Moreover, the whereabouts of the flower in the place where the poison was planted had been found. As for the other flavors, it was expected that they would recover in a short period of time. This news made Chu Yang heave a long sigh of relief. However, it was said that the flower was found by the famous Blood Payers organization, Jinjian Hall. Although the whereabouts of the flower were known, it would take another month for the other party to send it over. Moreover, the price offered was even more outrageous. Looking at the high prices, Divine Dr. Chu felt that he was earning money too slowly. Just 1 flower and 1 medicinal herb cost 30,000 purple crystals. Divine Dr. Chu had worked so hard for such a long time, but he only managed to save a little more than 10,000 purple crystals. This made Chu Yang gnash his teeth in anger. This damned Jinjian Hall. Is this king of hell a fat pig to be slaughtered? He finally understood. In this world, even if you want to kill someone, you still need money. Such a strong poison could actually be sold at a high price of 30,000 purple crystals. This really makes me speechless. Divine Dr. Chu gnashed his teeth and scolded the black-hearted bloodpayers in the bloodpayers' hall. At the same time, his eyes lit up and his heart moved. Being a bloodpayer seems to earn money very quickly. If I can take on 5 such missions a year, I won't have to do anything else. There was another piece of good news. The law enforcement master of the Southeast region, the head of the law enforcement organization, was on his way here. Firstly, it was because the Southeast region was in a bigger mess. Secondly, the Southeast region's Shao clan, the Northwest region's Shi clan, and the Li clan were in a bigger mess here. Thirdly, it was because Sha Xinliang urged him every few days. The law enforcement master really didn't understand what had happened to his right-hand man, so he had to come over to take a look. Net 7 asterisk. During this period of time, the Shao clan had also started to deploy troops from various big and small clans in the entire Southeast region. Waves after waves of troops were sent to the front line where the war had yet to start. Fortunately, the flat mountain ridge was located in a remote area, and it wasn't their turn yet. But the 3 big clans had already started to panic. Chu Yang was looking forward to it. After all, King of Hell Chu was still thinking about the 5th fragment of the sword. Thinking of this, the King of Hell Chu sighed again. My memory is only up to the 5th fragment. As for where the remaining 4 fragments are, it's like looking for a needle in a haystack. While Divine Dr. Chu was treating patients and collecting purple crystals, he would stroll to the Bloodpayers' Hall to take a look at the rewards and missions there when he was free. Then, he would shake his head and return to the Purple Crystals Huichun Hall like a defeated rooster. He was speechless for a long time. The weakest reward for killing people was actually an 8th stage martial monarch. The price wasn't low. As long as the head was brought back, the reward would be 2,000 purple crystals. Moreover, the bloodpayers didn't care about the handling fees and other miscellaneous things. But Minister Chu could only look at the ocean and sigh. I thought that I had found a source of income, but an 8th stage martial monarch is really too much of a scam. Even if I recover my strength, I'll only be a 1st or 2nd stage martial emperor. If I go, I'll only be giving food to this one-legged thief, right? If the sword spirit were to do it, of course, it wouldn't be a problem. But if I were to ask the sword spirit to do it after I've recovered my cultivation, how would that be appropriate? When would he be able to truly improve his strength? And it's only 2,000 purple crystals, so little. It turns out that to be a blood payer, one also needs to have super strong strength. Sighing was one thing, but Minister Chu still paid 100 purple crystals and took back a copy of all the rewards for blood payers. When he was free, he would take it as a science lesson. After all, the rewards were all ferocious guys. If he met them, it was one thing if he couldn't defeat them, but if he could recognize them and run away in time, it would be worth the price of the information. And if he was lucky, he might meet a half-dead guy and chop off his head to earn purple crystals. Yes, Chu Yang was really daydreaming. I've always been prepared for a rainy day. During this period of time, Chu Feilong didn't do anything. After all, he was forced too hard that day, and his vitality was greatly damaged. He had to stay at home to recuperate. But Chu Yang noticed that Chu Feilong's skinny and shriveled confidant was no longer by his side. Chu Yang didn't know where he went. That person was an expert that Chu Feilong recruited from outside. It was said that he was at the peak of the martial monarch level and close to the martial saint level. Chu Yang had always been doubtful about this. What's Chu Feilong's cultivation? How could he recruit such an expert? Why? Although he knew that the other party didn't go missing to assassinate him, Chu Yang still strengthened his vigilance. If he wasn't wrong, Chu Feilong should have sent him out to ask for help, or he had to guard against him. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Sha Xinliang and Qin Baoshan sent people to invite Divine Dr. Chu to the law enforcement hall with smiles on their faces. They said that they wanted to invite Divine Dr. Chu to have a meal, make a house call, and check on the condition of their family members. Divine Dr. Chu understood tacitly. He said a few words, took a medicine furnace, and left. When he saw Sha Xinliang and Qin Baoshan, Divine Dr. Chu naturally asked excitedly, "You're here?" "We're here." The two beamed with joy. "That's great." Divine Dr. Chu beamed with joy. Congratulations to the two brothers. Now that the medicine had arrived, the chronic illness of the two brothers could finally be completely cured. "I'm absolutely sure about this." The two beamed with joy at once. I've brought the medicine furnace. Where's the medicine? Chu Yang asked enthusiastically. It's in the underground secret warehouse. Sha Xinliang laughed. Let's go. The three of them opened the secret passage and went down in a single file. Seeing the medicinal herbs, Chu Yang couldn't help but praise. Even the sword spirit in the space of tribulation also praised. The quality of the medicinal herbs was really good in the upper three heavens, and they were well preserved. Not a bit of medicinal efficacy was lost. It was enough to show that they were all experts. My two brothers, you have to protect me while I cultivate. Wait outside the door. Remember, no matter what happens, don't let anyone in. Chu Yang said solemnly, if I'm distracted, all my previous efforts will be wasted. The two nodded solemnly. We naturally know about this. Then we'll have to trouble you. Chu Yang nodded and reminded them again. This refining process will take 2 to 3 days. Brothers, don't be anxious. Just prepare some food and water for me. No matter what movements I make inside, as long as I don't open the door, don't open the door. Once the medicinal efficacy is lost, you'll be finished. Remember? The two looked nervous and nodded repeatedly. Sha Xinliang went out like a gust of wind and came back with a big bag of food and 7 to 8 bags of water. Chu Yang took over these things and entered the secret chamber. With a bang, he shut the two of them outside. Sha Xinliang and Qin Baoshan looked at each other and saw the joy in each other's eyes. Heavens, I finally have hope. If the two of them knew that they were originally very hopeful, and that all the hopelessness was caused by the enthusiastic and busy divine Dr. Chu inside. Cough, cough, cough. After Chu Yang went in, he waved his hand and dozens of medicinal herbs on the ground entered the space. He said to the sword spirit, hurry up and refine the medicine. You know better than me what kind of medicine I need. As for the jade Ganoderma and heavenly jade mystical liquid, they were of course carefully hidden by the sword spirit. I didn't expect such a big piece. It seems that there'll still be more than half of it left after Chulu's illness is cured. This is really great. In the space, the sword spirit rolled his eyes. He didn't dare to delay and hurriedly started to refine the medicine. One must know that Minister Chu was extremely dissatisfied with the fact that he didn't have any cultivation. It's better for him to recover his cultivation quickly. Besides, to recover his cultivation, he needed to go into seclusion. And for seclusion, he needed an absolutely safe place. And in the entire flat mountain ridge, was there any safer place than the law enforcement officer's secret warehouse? Not to mention that there were 2 great experts guarding outside the door. Chapter 806. Chu Yang had long made up his mind to recover his cultivation here. He wanted to completely calm down his spirit and digest the soul of the first tribulation sword master who almost brought him to hell. He wanted to turn the soul into his own strength, and he couldn't wait to do it. While the sword spirit was busy, Chu Yang didn't stay idle. He only used an hour to make a pile of black, refined medicine. These were prepared for Sha Xinliang and Qin Baoshan. The latest chapter of the Holy Hall Chu Yang could easily solve the two's injuries and the so-called chronic illness. But Chu Yang was a little worried that Qin Baoshan could use this opportunity to advance his cultivation because of the jade clover Ganoderma. After thinking for a long time, he finally asked the sword spirit to refine a medicine that could increase his cultivation by 20 years. The sword spirit's actions were very fast. In less than 2 hours, the medicine that Chu Yang needed was already refined. Under the sword spirit's superb refining skills, this lump of medicinal liquid showed an amber-like purple color. It was so clear that it seemed to be able to reflect the stars in the sky. It was half solid and half liquid, and emitted a tempting fragrance. Sha Xinliang and Qin Baoshan, who were waiting outside the door, couldn't help but frown when they smelled the strong fragrance of the medicine. They were overjoyed. This speed is really fast. The fragrance has spread out so quickly. Chu Yang opened his mouth and swallowed this lump of medicinal liquid without any hesitation. After only a quarter of an hour, the medicinal effect began to explode in his body. Then, it was as if he had swallowed a burning furnace. His entire body turned red with a whoosh, close to a purplish black. Countless beads of sweat emerged from his head and body. In his meridians, The power of the tribulation sword was activated at the same time. In his meridians, the cultivation that had been cut off began to roll and shake. It moved slowly along the original route, gradually moving faster and faster. In the end, it started to gallop like a wild horse. The power of the tribulation sword in his meridians turned around and joined this mighty torrent. In his dantian, his origin energy surged. When the torrent passed through his dantian again, he joined in without hesitation. The three parties joined forces and circulated a cycle in Chu Yang's meridians at lightning speed. Then, they suddenly changed their course and pushed Chu Yang's cultivation to the first grade of Emperor level at an earth-shattering speed. It seemed as if the barrier between the first grade of Emperor level and the King level didn't exist at all. Then, it continued to increase and gradually reached the peak of first grade Emperor level. Then, it didn't stop at all and crashed into the meridian barrier between first and second grade with a loud bang. With just one collision, a hole was opened in the barrier. Then, with a thought from Chu Yang, the torrent-like energy flow rampaged through the barrier. Net, it condensed and condensed in the meridians, and when all the energy surged in, it also condensed and took shape. It actually took the shape of a sword. Sword Emperor. Chu Yang's body suddenly emitted a sharp sword aura. The secret chamber was filled with sword aura. The sword-like energy flow was activated again. The sword tip of the Calamity Sword whistled happily and occupied the position of the sword tip. The sword edge, sword blade, and sword guard all returned to their positions at the same time. The long sword in the meridians slowly turned transparent black. Only the tip of the sword emitted a silver light. In the Calamity space, the sword spirit looked at all of this quietly and sighed. It's really different from the previous 8 masters of the Calamity Sword. This should be the highest form of the Calamity Sword. Everywhere. The sword in the meridians trembled slightly, and then began to move slowly, faster and faster. In the end, it actually turned into a shadow. It seemed to be the same as before, but it was fundamentally different. The long sword moved through the meridians at an astonishing speed. Every time it made a round, it grew a little bigger. After 10 rounds, the sword tip took the initiative to change its direction again and rushed to another meridian barrier. Boom! Chu Yang clearly heard the sound of a mountain collapsing at this moment and the world collapsing at this moment. His whole body trembled and blood spurted out of his 7 apertures at the same time. However, after that, it was completely comfortable, completely unobstructed. Third grade Sword Emperor. Before he had time to be surprised, there was another silent explosion in his head. Chu Yang spurted out blood again. Then, waves of unfamiliar information and data flowed into his mind quickly and clearly like a clear stream, entering his heart. Those were the complete memories of the first master of the Calamity Sword. Chu Yang was stiff on the ground like a dead person, but his brain was absorbing these precious memories hungrily. Inside, there was a legend that dominated the heavens. Every detail was recorded. All the wonderful techniques that he had never seen or heard of before swarmed into Chu Yang's mind at this moment, and were gradually organized and categorized. What Chu Yang was most interested in was that there was a technique called Thousand Phantom Technique. Not only could it change his appearance and figure at will, but it could also perfectly conceal the fluctuations of his aura. If you want others to know what cultivation level you are at, the Thousand Phantom Technique will display a certain level of chi activity according to your wishes. This kind of technique made Chu Yang very interested. The sword energy in the meridians was still moving violently. Chu Yang had already lost his consciousness and could only accept it passively. His only obsession now was to charge, break through the barrier, improve his strength. If he was still conscious and could look inside himself, he would find that his meridians were slowly swelling and widening, with strong flexibility. The power of the golden blood root that he had eaten in Beyond the Heavens sect was fully developed at this moment. As his meridians widened, the shape of the sword gradually became stronger and stronger, and its speed became faster and faster. It became more and more urgent. Chu Yang gritted his teeth and commanded the sword energy in his meridians with his mind. He roared in his heart, "Break!" Finally, the sword hit the meridian's barrier again. Boom. Chu Yang's body suddenly shook again, and blood spurted out of his 7 orifices again. All the pores on his body also spurted out fine blood like a drizzle. It did not break open. The sword in his meridians retreated. It followed the previous path again, and after another 10 circulations, it hit the barrier again without hesitation. Again. Chu Yang suddenly closed his eyes. Boom. The barrier did not move, and it was as firm as a rock. Chu Yang's body trembled violently on the ground, and his whole body bounced up 3 feet from the ground and fell down again. There was already a pool of blood below him. The sword retreated, and it went on the original path again and again. It did not stop at the 10th time. After 300 circulations, Chu Yang once again launched an attack. If he broke through, he would be a 4th stage sword sovereign. 3rd stage and 4th stage were 2 completely different realms. He attacked again. The absolutely brutal attack caused Chu Yang's meridians to crack a little, but the barrier still did not move at all. The power of the elixirs in his body automatically repaired his meridians, and then the sword energy began to move again, the 5th time, the 7th time, the 9th time. The sword spirit opened his eyes wide, and his face was full of disbelief. This experience was definitely better than the torture of death by 1,000 cuts. Even an expert would give up and wait for the next opportunity if he could not break through once. But Chu Yang endured this pain again and again, and he attacked 15 times in a row. The sword spirit followed the tribulation sword and went through 8 tribulation sword masters, but he had never seen any tribulation sword master with such ruthlessness and tenacity. Chu Yang was ruthless to his enemies, but he was even more ruthless to himself. On the 18th time, a crack finally appeared on the strong meridian barrier. It split radially in all directions. The 10th time, Chu Yang roared in his heart, and he controlled the sword energy to hit it fiercely. Boom. He suddenly understood. The energy sword rushed in with a whoosh, sweeping away the original obscurity and becoming bright. Gradually, the entire passage was opened up. Then, the energy continued to roar and circulate for 10 cycles before it finally stopped and stabilized in the Dantian. 4th stage sword sovereign, primary stage. The moment Chu Yang broke through, he fainted and lay on the ground silently. The sword spirit looked at Chu Yang fainting on the ground and couldn't help but ask himself a question. If Chu Yang didn't faint, would he continue to attack the 5th stage? After thinking for a long time, there was no answer. This was a complete lunatic. 2 days of time quietly flowed by. There was no movement in the secret chamber. Sha Xinliang and Qin Baoshan were like ants on a hot pan. But when they thought of Chu Yang's instructions, they didn't dare to go in and take a look. What's going on? I'm so anxious. In these 2 days, the outside world was also restless. There seemed to be many outsiders entering the flat mountain ridge, and they disappeared after entering, just like water droplets melting into the sea. In a tea house, in a quiet room, Chu Feilong was tasting tea quietly, as if he was waiting for something. From time to time, he raised his head and looked at the door. In his eyes, there was an unconcealable desire and a trace of nervousness. With a whoosh, a figure stood at the door. It was Chu Feilong's skinny and shriveled monarch guard. Chu Feilong, the 13th master, has come personally. The skinny and shriveled guard actually called out Chu Feilong's name for the first time. This didn't seem like a guard talking to his master, but more like a master talking to his subordinate. Chu Feilong didn't feel offended at all. Instead, he stood up in surprise. The 13th master has come personally? This is really... Let me go out and welcome him. No need. A gloomy voice sounded. As if it appeared out of thin air, 5 more people appeared at the door silently. The first person was a man who seemed to be in his 30s. His face was fair and clean, and he could even be said to be handsome. Only his eyes were gloomy and cold, which destroyed his temperament. His eyes seemed to be flickering with ghostly fire all the time. Yi Wubua. He was the 13th master of the Yi clan, which was ranked first in the heavens. People called him 13th Yi. If Chu Failing was here, he would definitely understand the reason for his misfortune and the assassination attempts of the Yi clan's martial emperors in the 3 heavens. The source was here. Chapter 807. Part 7. Chapter 83. Crisis. After listening to Chu Feilong's words, Yi Wubua frowned tightly. A layer of frost could almost be scraped off from his face. Holy Hall, Chu Feilong, you're not joking with me, right? Yi Wubua looked at Chu Feilong maliciously. The ghost fire in his eyes flickered. You're saying that a kid who didn't return home for 18 years and doesn't have any foundation in the clan, a cripple whose cultivation has been abolished, has become the biggest obstacle to your plan? Do you think I'm a fool? Chu Feilong sighed deeply and said helplessly, 13th Master, I know you don't believe me, but this is the truth. Yi Wubua frowned tightly. The ghost fire in his eyes flickered. After a long time, he said, that kid is your nephew, Chu Yang? Chu Feilong nodded and said, this kid is slippery and vicious. He doesn't even recognize his own kin. Yi Wubua smiled and said coldly, he's drifted outside for 18 years. It's normal that he doesn't recognize his own kin. I find such a person pleasing to the eye. Chu Feilong smiled bitterly. What's his teacher's background? His past experience? Yi Wubua asked. Chu Feilong shook his head. I don't know anything. But he doesn't seem to have been taught by a famous teacher. Even though his cultivation has been abolished, no one has stood up for him. This sentence was full of deep meaning. Yi Wubua raised the corner of his mouth and revealed a disdainful expression. He said, Chu Feilong, I have high hopes for you. You should know that those who achieve great things shouldn't be bothered by trifles. Only a ruthless and decisive person can be called a hero of the generation. Chu Feilong revealed a ruthless look and said, but it's a pity that I'm the center of attention in the Chu clan now. And that kid seems to be guarding against something and has been following my fourth brother around. It's not easy for me to kill him. Yi Wubua snorted. The ghost fire in his eyes flickered. After pondering for a while, he said, Old Third Ma, go and find out the background of this Chu Yang. If it's convenient, kill him on the spot. It was obvious that he doubted Chu Feilong's words. However, even if he doubted Chu Feilong, he still had to see it with his own eyes, lest he wronged Chu Feilong. After all, Chu Feilong was a very important chess piece in his plan. Moreover, Old Third Ma was the weakest among the 4 guards he brought with him. He was only at the 3rd stage of the martial monarch realm, but he was quick-witted, observant, eloquent, and resourceful. When he was outside, he didn't have to worry about anything. He was a rare assistant. Wang 7 asterisk, and Chu Yang was just an ordinary person whose cultivation had been crippled. Sending him out would definitely be a piece of cake. Behind him, the skinny old Third Ma agreed and asked Chu Feilong about Chu Yang's appearance in detail. Finally, he asked Chu Feilong to draw a portrait of Chu Yang. It had to be said that Chu Feilong's drawing skills were really good. He painted Chu Yang so vividly that it was almost as if he could walk out of the painting. Old Third Ma looked at it for a while and revealed a cruel smile. He rolled up the portrait and said confidently, 13th Master, don't worry. With a laugh, he turned around and floated out of the door. Chu Feilong was a little worried and said, 13th Master, that little guy is very slippery, and I don't know how he got acquainted with Sha Xinliang. It's not very safe for Old Third Ma to go. The ghostly fire in Yi Wubua's eyes flickered. He tapped the table lightly with his fingers and said lightly, I'm here to take charge of the southeast region. What I need are elite soldiers. If Old Third Ma can't even deal with a cripple who has lost his cultivation, then what's the use of keeping him? As he spoke, his ghostly fire-like eyes seemed to sweep across Chu Feilong's face intentionally or unintentionally. His eyes were cold and malicious, and a faint flame flickered. Chu Feilong's heart trembled, and he didn't dare to speak again. This sentence was obviously a warning to him, because he himself couldn't even deal with a cripple who had lost his cultivation. Chu Yang stayed in the secret warehouse for 3 days. On the 3rd day, he was already practicing the 1,000 Phantom technique. The damage to his meridians caused by breaking through these few days was already healed by him using a large amount of vitality spring water. But he needed a reason to recover his strength suddenly. And Chu Yang obviously didn't want to fabricate any reason. So, he simply used the 1,000 Phantom technique to cover up his aura directly. With his current cultivation of a fourth-stage sword sovereign, the speed of practicing this technique was indeed very fast. In just one day, he was able to use it flexibly and reach the third stage of the Thousand Phantom technique, Thousand Phantoms of Aura. Although he still couldn't change his cultivation level at will, he could already completely cover up his aura. The latest chapter of the Holy Hall. Sha Xinliang and Qin Baoshan had been waiting anxiously for a long time. In these 3 days, they only had one feeling. Each day felt like a year. In the end, the two dignified monarch-level experts couldn't help but pray. But please refine the medicine. This is our only hope. Finally, when they saw the door open, the two of them couldn't wait and rushed in at the same time. Inside, the sound of heavy and slow footsteps could be heard. It was as if the person walking used up all the strength in his body with every step. Finally, the person moved towards the door. The two of them stretched their necks and looked around with their hearts in their throats. Finally, Chu Yang appeared. At the moment when they saw Chu Yang, the two of them were inexplicably shocked and couldn't help but feel distressed. The current Chu Yang was absolutely too horrible to look at. His clothes were ragged, his face was pale, and there were traces of blood at the corners of his mouth. His body was also stained with blood. His hair was disheveled, his eyes were lifeless, and his body was swaying. Every step he took, his legs would twitch as if they had no bones. He almost crawled to the door. The two of them looked at Chu Yang in shock and couldn't say anything for a while. Chu Yang's extremely tired eyes suddenly lit up when he saw the two of them. He revealed a comforting smile and murmured in a voice that was almost inaudible, "The medicine is done." Finally. His body went soft and he was about to fall down. Qin Baoshan reacted quickly. He stepped forward and hugged Chu Yang. He called anxiously, "Little brother, little brother." Chu Yang weakly, forcibly opened his lifeless eyes. He said as if he would faint at any time, Quick, take out the medicine in my arms or if I fall. I'll. Sha Xinliang hurriedly took out 3 bags of medicine from Chu Yang's arms and held them tightly in his arms. He asked with concern, "Little brother, it's been hard on you. Are you okay?" Chu Yang finally fell into a semi-coma. His arms drooped down and he murmured, "We take care of each other, for the two of you. It's worth it." After saying that, he really fainted. The two of them were so excited that their eyes were brimming with tears. What a good little brother. For the two of us, he had obviously sacrificed half of his life. He's so affectionate and righteous. He's so affectionate. He's so righteous. He's so... The two of them simply didn't know how to describe it. They carried Chu Yang carefully and rushed into Sha Xinliang's bedroom like a gust of wind. They carefully placed him on the bed. Chu Yang started to snore as soon as he was put down. "He's really too tired." Qin Baoshan sighed with emotion. "I really don't know how much hardship he's suffered and how much energy he's expended in these few days. It seems that refining medicine this time isn't easy." Sha Xinliang had the same feeling and said, "I heard that thousands of years ago, some senior pharmacists would often exhaust their lives in order to concoct and refine medicines. Now I know that the rumors are actually true." Qin Baoshan nodded solemnly. Immediately, Sha Xinliang gave out a series of instructions. Use the best tonics, the best medicine, and the best doctors to quickly recover the little brother's body. Sha Xinliang's repeated instructions caused the entire law enforcement hall of the flat mountain ridge to be in chaos. When Chu Yang woke up, it was already nighttime. He seemed to have recovered quite a bit. He even opened his mouth to praise. "Which divine doctor treated me like this? I thought that I'd have to lie down for a few days. I didn't expect to recover so much in such a short time." Then he said gratefully, "It must be the two elder brothers who spent a lot of effort, right?" Sha Xinliang and Qin Baoshan felt honored and ashamed at once. They rubbed their hands and smiled. "As long as little brother is fine, we should do whatever we want." Chu Yang's eyes flashed, and he seemed to be in deep thought. He smiled and said, "I'll remember it." The two of them smiled and nodded. Immediately, Chu Yang took out the medicine. Without any delay, he carefully instructed the two of them on how to take the medicine and what kind of reaction they would have after taking the medicine. He also instructed them to look for him when they had any reaction, and then he would treat them himself. When Chu Yang walked out of the law enforcement hall, it was already the next morning. Actually, Sha Xinliang and Qin Baoshan were completely fine in the middle of the night. Moreover, Qin Baoshan's cultivation had increased by 20 years, and he had finally broken through the bottleneck of the third stage of the martial monarch level. He had successfully advanced to the seventh stage of the martial monarch level. Chu Yang was also shocked by this advancement, because after Qin Baoshan's cultivation had broken through the bottleneck, the mighty airflow in his meridians flowed endlessly, and his cultivation had actually doubled. Chu Yang also finally knew why it would be more and more difficult for experts to advance when they had cultivated to a certain level. That's because the martial power would increase by several folds if he were to advance by one level. This was simply inconceivable for Chu Yang at his current level. Qin Baoshan's eyes were brimming with tears. His chronic illness was gone, and he had advanced to the next level. This was something that he didn't even dare to dream of, but it had been realized by Chu Yang. At this moment, Qin Baoshan felt that whatever he did for his little brother was worth it. Like Sha Xinliang, whose chronic illness had also been cured, he didn't let Chu Yang go back no matter what when he saw that it was already late. He served divine Dr. Chu as if he was his ancestor and stayed in the law enforcement hall for a night. Only in the morning did he send Chu Yang out respectfully. Chu Yang walked on the road in the early morning. He looked at the clear dewdrops on the weeds by the roadside and pondered. He had made use of these two people, and these two people weren't really good people. But as his contact with them deepened, he suddenly discovered a problem. No matter if they were good or bad people, but many of them were sexual lovers. At the very least, as a martial artist's persistence, as a human's brilliance, as a basic gratitude. Chu Yang didn't know what he was thinking about as he walked. He shook his head, smiled bitterly, and quickened his pace. At this moment, his divine soul suddenly trembled. An extreme sense of crisis made Chu Yang's hair stand on end. He suddenly stopped his footsteps and still maintained his posture just now. He lowered his head and seemed to be in deep thought, but his divine sense spread out like an inescapable net. He couldn't understand some people's doubts. I can still update continuously when I'm traveling. Do I have to be lazy and ask for a leave of absence after I return home? Then what's the point of my persistence? 40 minutes after he called his editor to ask for a leave of absence, he received a call. He hurriedly wrote and uploaded his story. Then, he saw the doubts. A brother from Shanghai said, "It's so strange. Why is there no power cut here? This reason is too lame." Then, I was speechless for a long time. I could only say, I'm in the suburbs of a small town, not Shanghai. I'm poor and have no money to buy a house in Shanghai. I've also relaxed these few days. My monthly votes have also slipped out of the top 10. Tomorrow, I can only start to work hard. Here, I sincerely ask for monthly votes and recommendation votes in advance. Chapter 808. Although Chu Yang was only a fourth-stage sword sovereign now, after he swallowed and integrated the divine soul of the first tribulation sword master, his divine soul and divine sense were truly the strongest in the world. His divine sense was like an inescapable net, silently gushing out for thousands of feet. Chu Yang closed his eyes, and it was as if he could see with his own eyes. On the top of a tall tower in the distance, a thin and small figure in white was floating on the top of the tower. In the early morning sky, he was like a formless ghost. He seemed to be waiting and sizing up the gate of the law enforcement hall, but he didn't go near. At this moment, his eyes were looking in Chu Yang's direction. Although Chu Yang lowered his head, he only felt a sharp pain on his head, as if it was pierced by a sharp needle. Chu Yang was shocked. He could still feel the murderous intent from so far away. His eyes were still so sharp even though he was so far away. Then, this person was at least a monarch-level expert. Chu Yang lowered his head and stayed where he was, like a sentimental teenager looking at a bunch of swaying wildflowers by the roadside. His eyes were focused and affectionate. But in his heart, a monstrous flame of war suddenly rose up. My strength has recovered. I'm now a fourth-stage sword sovereign. Compared to the other party, my strength is far from his. But I still don't know how powerful my attacks will be after this breakthrough. This person's arrival is a touchstone. Sharpening a knife will cause it to break, but not sharpening it will cause it to rust and break. The sword spirit didn't speak, nor did he give any suggestions. Since Chu Yang's cultivation recovered, the sword spirit knew that the fewer chances he had to fight in the future, the better. Only by allowing Chu Yang to overcome all the crises by himself could he grow rapidly. And the sword spirit's role was to turn the tide in a situation where there was no chance of survival. Chu Yang's battle intent rose, but he was as calm as ice. Although his battle strength had improved and his cultivation had broken through, he was still far from the other party. St. Hall, even if he wanted to sharpen a knife, he couldn't seek his own death by sharpening it. He had to take some measures. The next moment, Chu Yang gently raised his head. There was a warm smile on his face. He looked like a young man who was enjoying the morning sunshine. His clothes fluttered as he took a step forward. He walked in another direction. This direction led to the outskirts of Wujin town. Along the way, the grass was lush, the wildflowers swayed, the morning breeze was mighty, and the clouds in the sky were illusory. Chu Yang walked and stopped like this. He clasped his hands behind his back and looked at the green grass and yellow flowers on both sides. His eyebrows were relaxed, and his eyes were gentle. It seemed as if he had an inexplicable melancholy of a teenager. It seemed as if he was reluctant to part with the beautiful morning light and couldn't bear to disturb the sleeping flowers and trees. Without raising a speck of dust, he walked out of Wujin town. The moment he raised his head, old Third Ma, who was 1,000 feet away, unfolded a portrait with a swoosh. He took a quick glance at it. With just one glance, he was sure that this young man with a gentle and soothing face was his target today, the person he wanted to kill. Even a monarch-level expert wouldn't be able to discover me at such a distance, not to mention a youth whose cultivation was completely crippled. Therefore, old Third Ma wasn't worried at all. Then, old Third Ma's body flew towards Chu Yang like a ray of flowing light. Then, he saw Chu Yang change his direction and walk out of the town. He couldn't help but hesitate. It was good to kill Chu Yang here, but the death of the young master of the Chu clan in Wujin town would definitely cause a fierce backlash from the Chu clan. Furthermore, Chu Feilong was in a sensitive period now. This might hinder him. Hindering Chu Feilong was equivalent to hindering 13th Master's plan. It was better to follow him and see where he went. Once it was slightly more remote, he could kill him and destroy the corpse. Wouldn't it be perfect? Therefore, he slowed down and slowly followed from a distance. Although he was facing a crippled person without any cultivation, old Third Ma didn't dare to be careless. In this world, any accident could happen. This was what 13th Master often said. Old Third Ma didn't want any accidents to happen when he killed Chu Yang. He saw that Chu Yang was walking out of the town leisurely. He didn't seem to be on guard at all. Old Third Ma was overjoyed. You're courting death. Don't blame me. I didn't expect 13th Master's mission to be so easy to accomplish. Thinking till here, he couldn't help but despise Chu Feilong from the bottom of his heart. To be forced into such a state by such a careless and immature person who doesn't even have the slightest bit of cultivation. This Chu Feilong can be considered to have created a new precedent. He thought to himself, when I finish my mission, I must tell 13th Master. Chu Feilong is mediocre and useless. The road in front of him gradually widened. Chu Yang's clothes fluttered in the wind. He walked leisurely and looked around quietly. Occasionally, he bent down and sniffed the wild grass and flowers. Then, a happy smile appeared on his face. It's too small. Old Third Ma curled his lips and followed Chu Yang from 200 to 300 feet away. However, he didn't realize that Chu Yang had taken 3 turns before he chose this path. The reason for that was because they were walking against the wind. The morning breeze brushed against his face. Every 10 steps, Chu Yang would bend down and sniff the wild flowers on his left. After another 10 steps, he would sniff the wild grass on his right. They were scattered left and right, seemingly without any pattern. But after he walked past them, if one paid attention, they would discover that every blade of grass that Chu Yang smelled was extending in the direction where he came from, straight to the heart of the road. Every petal that Chu Yang sniffed, the direction where the dewdrops pressed the petals down, was also the path that he came from. It was still, pointing to the heart of the road. Moreover, when Chu Yang sniffed the wild grass and the flower petals, the dew on them changed color imperceptibly. Then, in the blink of an eye, they returned to their original transparent state. Then, this drop of dew quickly evaporated into a thin layer of mist. It rose up and mixed with the faint morning fog. As the morning breeze blew, this faint mist drifted towards the road behind Chu Yang. Slowly, as Chu Yang walked slowly, there was still a piece of morning fog on the road behind him. It seemed that Chu Yang didn't even move the fog when he walked past. However, all of this was so difficult to notice in the beautiful morning light that shrouded the entire suburb. Finally, he walked out of the town. Looking up, he saw a circle of milky morning fog rising and falling slowly on the hillside. The scenery was really dreamy. Chu Yang took a deep breath and stretched his arms. He smiled comfortably and said, "It's really beautiful and comfortable." As he stretched his arms, his two palms naturally spread out and tilted to the back. Then, a piece of light fog that couldn't be seen by the naked eye suddenly rose from his palms. The morning breeze blew gently, taking away the light fog from his palms and spreading it densely in the space behind him. Then, Chu Yang seemed to be impatient and quickened his pace. Old Third Ma, who was behind him, had been paying attention to Chu Yang's every move. Seeing that Chu Yang sped up, he naturally quickened his pace as well. When Chu Yang walked to the side of a small forest, Old Third Ma was already 100 feet behind Chu Yang. Then, they rushed into the fog that Chu Yang had just released. Then, Old Third Ma felt that his mind suddenly seemed to be in a trance and then returned to normal. He shook his head in surprise, as if he was doubting that with his cultivation, why would such a trance happen? But when he looked up, Chu Yang's body had already entered the small forest and disappeared in the morning fog. He didn't have time to think. He turned his head and looked around, but there was no one around. He sneered silently and floated into the small forest like a cloud. In the small forest, the morning fog seemed to be thicker. But this was a natural phenomenon in the morning. Old Third Ma wouldn't suspect anything else. He looked around, but didn't find Chu Yang's figure. Anxious, he jumped up, stepped on the treetops and looked into the distance. But he found that Chu Yang's figure had already walked out of the small forest and was slowly turning into the small valley over there. He still had his hands behind his back, looking leisurely and elegant. Old Third Ma snorted and flew over without thinking at all. He had always been cautious. At this moment, he also had doubts in his heart. He has no cultivation. How can he walk so fast? But somehow, although he suspected this, he didn't think deeply about it. He only had one thought: catch up with him, kill him. He rushed over like a galloping horse. Old Third Ma was stunned when he turned at the entrance of the valley. In front of him, a young man in a light robe stood there leisurely with his hands behind his back and a warm smile on his face. His eyes were looking at Old Third Ma's face with a smile like spring water. The way he looked at Old Third Ma was like admiring a flower. A brilliant flower of blood. When Old Third Ma's eyes met with the young man's, he only felt that the young man's eyes turned from gentle spring water to sharp swords in an instant and shot into his eyes. Old Third Ma was shocked and suddenly felt a sharp pain in his pupils. He took a step back and his pupils shrank. He didn't expect that the young man was a top master. Caught off guard, he clearly felt that his eyes had been injured. When he looked out, his eyes were already a little blurred. Moreover, it seemed that there was a raging sword aura stirring in his eyes. Frightened, he closed his eyes and exerted his martial arts to force out the sword aura that pierced his eyes. Two thin streaks of blood fell from the corners of his closed eyes. His expression suddenly became ferocious and terrifying. When he opened his eyes, they were already red. The young man in front of him still looked worried. He looked at Old Third Ma indifferently. His clothes fluttered and swayed gently among the green grass and red flowers. There was still no trace of life in him. Old Third Ma's heart gradually sank. He found that his intelligence was seriously wrong. At this moment, he cursed Chu Filong madly in his heart. Fuck you. Is this the nephew whose cultivation was destroyed? Fuck you, fuck you. Even if you want to cheat me, you shouldn't cheat me like this. I don't know how much I can write today, but I will continue to write until 10 o'clock in the evening. I don't know how much I can explode today, but I really want to know how much we can catch up with today. Chapter 809. Old Third Ma's heart was as cold as ice. The young man in front of him could actually detect that he was being followed, and deliberately lured him here. He was also waiting for him to walk into the trap. It was obvious that he had a well-thought-out plan. How could he be a cripple? How could his cultivation be crippled? The other party's eyes were as sharp as swords. He stood there like an emperor in the clouds. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His eyes were indifferent and ruthless. He was making a merciless judgment on his life in this world. His eyes were as sharp as swords, and his eyes were thunderous. This was clearly the cultivation of at least a sword emperor. At least, he was a sword emperor. Furthermore, he was a high-level sword emperor. The most terrifying thing was that he couldn't see through his cultivation even though he was a third-stage martial monarch. Old Third Ma's heart sank, and an incredible thought suddenly emerged in his mind. Could it be? This is a trap that Chu Feilong deliberately set up? Is it to kill me? He was about to speak, but Chu Yang had already spoken first. The latest chapter of the Holy Hall. I'm Chu Yang. You must know me, right? Chu Yang retracted the sword aura in his eyes, and his eyes became as warm as spring water. Yes, I'm here to kill you. Old Third Ma didn't want to say this, but somehow, he mustered up the courage to say this. After saying this, he wanted to slap himself in the face in frustration. How could I say this? I know you're coming. Chu Yang nodded and said naturally, You're just in time. I need someone to spar with me with the sword. Your cultivation is not bad. It's not high nor low. You're very suitable for this task. You're just in time to practice with me? What is this? He knew I was coming? How did he know I was coming? At this moment, Old Third Ma's heart became inexplicably weak, and he had an impulse to run away. The next moment, his heart sank even more. Net. This was because the young man in front of him, whose cultivation was unpredictable, was suddenly emitting sword aura everywhere. The sword aura rushed to the Big Dipper. Chu Yang's entire person was standing in the midst of the sword energy. The long sword on Old Third Ma's waist suddenly popped out of the scabbard with a loud clang without warning. It swayed gently as if it was making a pilgrimage. Old Third Ma was shocked. His opponent did not even draw his sword. Just the vibration of his aura had created the effect of 10,000 swords entangling his body. His aura had even created the presence of, I am the king of 10,000 swords, causing the lifeless and spiritless sword that belonged to his enemy to assume the posture of worshipping the sovereign of its peers. He took 3 steps back. Then, he pressed down on the sword hilt and forced the sword back. Then, he looked at Chu Yang with a serious expression in his eyes. He asked in an extremely serious manner, Who are you? The moment the opponent unsheathed his sword, Chu Yang saw the shape of the sword clearly. The sword's body was slender and long. There was a small blood groove in the middle, but it emitted the color of the night. 3 inches from the hilt of the sword was engraved with a flamboyant character. Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat. People from the Yi clan. Then, he suddenly thought of the people who had besieged Chu Failing 3 days ago, and what Chu Failing had said. Then, he thought of Chu Feilong. Who am I? Chu Yang smiled. Didn't my second uncle tell you? Old Third Ma took another step back. His eyes had become certain. Chu Feilong? People from the Yi clan. Seemed to have died. The last time was in the 3 days. What's your name again? Yi Ranmo? Chu Yang frowned and relaxed his brows. This time, it's you. Old Third Ma felt cold all over. Of course, he knew that Yi Ranmo had led his brothers to besiege Chu Failing. Yi Wubwa had even ordered him to arrange it himself. Since Yi Ranmo and the others had left, this matter had become a mystery. He didn't expect that the truth would be revealed here. It was indeed Chu Feilong's conspiracy. The Yi clan is a very scary clan. Chu Yang smiled slightly and said meaningfully. The latest chapter of the Holy Hall. Old Third Ma was thinking about the meaning of this sentence. Suddenly, a sword light flashed in front of him. Chu Yang had already unsheathed his sword. The man and the sword became one. The sword aura in the sky surged, and the wind and thunder rumbled. The sword light was like a meteor, and it had already reached his throat. This sword seemed to have brought along the blood of the Dead Sea. The monstrous waves of the blood of the sea surged over, mixed with the howls and screams of hundreds of millions of aggrieved souls. The blood of the sea under the sword. Since Chu Yang had created these 4 sword moves, he had only truly exerted the peak power of these sword moves today. Old Third Ma shouted. His thoughts were in a mess. He moved his body horizontally, and at the same time, unsheathed his sword. Poke, push, stab, cut, and flick. After a series of clanking sounds, Old Third Ma roared. Blood suddenly splashed out from his shoulder like a fountain. But he didn't dare to treat his wound at this moment. He didn't even dare to take a look at it. Old Third Ma tried his best to stabilize his breathing rhythm as he stared at the terrifying young opponent opposite him. Cold sweat dripped down from his forehead and into his eyes. His eyes were stung by his tears, but he didn't even dare to blink. In the face of such a terrifying opponent, Old Third Ma knew that he only needed to blink once. Perhaps after this blink, he wouldn't need to blink again in his life. Chu Yang's robe fluttered elegantly. He somersaulted in the air, and then stood in the air. His eyes suddenly became indifferent and ruthless. The sword in his hand shone with a bloody light, with a cruelty and indifference that could devour the world. Then, the sword light whizzed up, as if a sword light path had suddenly spread out in the air. The mortal world was the ruthless Tao. Old Third Ma's pupils suddenly widened. At this moment, he had completely lost his desire to win. His only thought was to escape. If he couldn't escape, he was afraid that the 13th Master and the others would be completely annihilated under Chu Feilong's successive schemes. He screamed and floated up like a feather. He stabbed his sword madly. He resisted and retreated at the same time. The ruthless sword light of the mortal world was like the Milky Way pouring down from the sky. It persevered and rushed over fiercely. Old Third Ma fell to the ground from floating in the air. He retreated continuously, causing dust to fill the air. 2 deep gullies were plowed out. The bloody light flashed again, and Old Third Ma's shoulder was stabbed again. 2 consecutive stabs were on his left shoulder, at the same position. As the blood gushed out, horrifying white bones jumped out of the skin on Third Ma's shoulder. The 2 severed veins did not shrink back, but exposed the severed head to the air as if it was cooked. His shoulder bones were broken, and his veins were broken. Old Third Ma's left shoulder was crippled. Old Third Ma's eyes were filled with pain. He looked around anxiously for a way to escape. His heart and guts were already cold. If he continued to stay here, he was afraid that he would really die here. Dust flew up from the opposite side. An extremely fierce murderous intent, which was several times stronger than the previous 2 moves, rushed towards him. He only heard an indifferent and ruthless voice reciting, "Don't retract your blade after killing the entire world." The opponent's killing move was only used at this moment. Old Third Ma was terrified. He screamed desperately and waved his sword madly. Instantly, a huge white lotus flower formed by sword light bloomed, and then he pushed it out fiercely. The lotus flower of sword light bloomed suddenly. The horrifying sword aura from the opposite side rushed towards him. In this gloomy and desolate land of dust, Old Third Ma miraculously saw the opponent's indifferent, ruthless, and cruel eyes, which flashed with a determined cold light. The sword light rushed through like crushing dry weeds, and the lotus flower formed by Old Third Ma's sword light suddenly exploded. Old Third Ma was scared out of his wits. He howled from his throat. Circles of sword light bloomed with defensive sword light. His body retreated rapidly at a speed faster than the speed of flowing light. But the sword light on the other side was like a huge mountain pressing down on him, crushing his rings of sword light into smithereens. The long sword shone, and the sword light on the tip of the sword was crisscrossing. The tip of the sword was pointing at his throat. It was unstoppable. Old Third Ma's heart was filled with sorrow and despair. He had no choice but to urge all his potential. In an instant, He bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood. He squeezed out all his vitality and injected it into the long sword in his hand. He swung it like a whirlwind. The long sword hummed and brought up a light curtain that connected the heaven and the earth. Then, Old Third Ma turned the long sword into a sword light and threw it out. Then, without hesitation, he retreated desperately and turned around. He used the fastest speed he could do to escape desperately without thinking about anything. Before he could turn around, he felt a chill on his forehead. Then, he turned around and felt a chill on his left hand and right shoulder. After he ran for 300 feet, he felt a cool and pleasant feeling on his back, followed by a warm and comfortable feeling. Then, with a long howl, he disappeared from the mountain path and entered the small forest from where he came. Only when he was out of the small forest did he feel pain in his back, chest, shoulders, and forehead. The vitality in his body was dissipating rapidly. A feeling called death rushed into his heart. At the last moment, Chu Yang's sword energy pierced through his forehead, creating a bloody hole in his forehead. After he turned around, 2 streams of sword energy chopped off both his arms. When he had rushed out 300 feet, he felt a warm and comfortable feeling after the pleasant coldness. However, Chu Yang's sword light had pierced through his heart from the back. His front and back were unobstructed. The blood in his body poured into the 5 internal organs, which was a temporary warm and comfortable feeling. This was perhaps the last enjoyment that the god of death gave to humans. Old Third Ma's eyes were blurred. He was in despair. He knew that he was going to die. Even if all the supreme martial artists in the world channeled all their cultivation into his body at the same time, there was absolutely no hope for him to survive. But he was not reconciled. He was not reconciled to die under the scheme of Chu Failong, this despicable person. Moreover, there was the 13th master and his brothers over there. They were all in danger. Even if he died, he had to bring the news back. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that the 18-year-old youth he was facing this time, whose cultivation was completely crippled, would actually be such a terrifying character. Chapter 8:10. This was Chu Yang's first battle in the upper 3 heavens. 3 moves. Old Third Ma, who was a 3rd-stage martial monarch, had been defeated in just 3 moves. Although there were other factors, Chu Yang's cultivation had undergone an earth-shaking change compared to before. A 3rd-stage martial monarch was an unattainable existence when Chu Yang was just a martial artist. An emperor was even a legend in the lower 3 heavens at that time. But now, a 3rd-stage martial monarch had been defeated by him. Old Third Ma's figure disappeared like a flowing light. The flying dust slowly fell down, revealing Chu Yang's figure. Looking at the direction where Old Third Ma had disappeared, Chu Yang let out a long sigh of relief. When the dust settled, Chu Yang's body was full of wounds and bloodstains. Chu Yang gasped in pain. Looking at the wounds on his body, he swallowed the vitality spring water and applied it on his wounds. Every time he applied it, he frowned in pain. A martial monarch is indeed extraordinary. Chu Yang sighed deeply. He felt that his road ahead was more and more difficult. Although his strength had improved rapidly, he was still weak. I really don't know how many such experts Chu Failong has invited this time. Chu Yang frowned and pondered. How can I catch all of them in one fell swoop? After thinking for a long time, he still had no clue. He could only ponder and walk back slowly. In the battle just now, Chu Yang seemed to be at ease, but he knew that he had taken a big advantage. He had cleverly placed incense along the way, which had affected Old Third Ma's mind unknowingly. Although Old Third Ma's cultivation was profound, and he naturally had a high resistance to such things, at least, his mind would not be as clear as before. And this was only Chu Yang's first step. For the first step, Chu Yang only asked Old Third Ma to have his mind blurred under the effect of the incense. Then, after a period of time, when he felt that the incense's effect was almost there, he released a mist of dispersing martial arts. As the name implied, the mist of dispersing martial arts was a poisonous mist that could silently disperse people's martial arts. The effect of the combination of the cultivation dispersing mist and the incense would far surpass that of ordinary cultivation dispersing powder. The combination of these two poisonous mists was the first type of mixed poison. However, the first kind of mixed poison had caused Old Third Ma's monarch-level cultivation to drop by one level without him noticing it at all. Only after entering the small forest did he spread out the soul-seizing fog. The soul-seizing fog was the most overbearing poisonous fog. Its function was to erode a person's consciousness. However, if this kind of soul-seizing fog was used from the beginning, it would be easily detected, so it had to be foreshadowed with incense. The combination of the soul-seizing mist and the incense was the second type of poison. The combination of the soul-seizing fog and the cultivation-dispersing fog was the third type of poison. Poison incense, cultivation-dispersing fog, and soul-stealing fog. The combination of the three was a unique super-mixed poison that had never appeared in the human world for more than 80,000 years since the first master of the Calamity Sword. This kind of vicious martial art that could kill without leaving a trace was the invincible 3 steps 1 kill of the first-generation Calamity Sword master. Old Third Ma didn't notice this strange killing technique that had been extinct in the heavenly layer for 80,000 years. He took it all step by step. When Chu Yang decided to make a move, Old Third Ma's cultivation had already dropped to the first stage of the monarch level without him noticing it at all. However, he was first poisoned by the incense and then the soul-seizing fog. How could he notice it when his mind was in a mess? Then, Chu Yang, who was supposed to be a powerless cripple, actually turned his eyes into sharp swords and suddenly broke out the cultivation of a sword sovereign. Old Third Ma was caught off guard and suffered a great loss, causing his vision to be impaired. Therefore, in the dust-filled sky, Chu Yang could clearly see Old Third Ma. However, Old Third Ma only had the vision of an ordinary person. How could he see Chu Yang? If he could see it, he wouldn't be so flustered, because every time they fought, Chu Yang would be injured. At the very least, Chu Yang would be injured by his strong martial power. However, he couldn't see it. He only knew in a panic that Chu Yang wasn't injured at all. This meant that Chu Yang's cultivation was far above his. Before this, under the cover of Chu Yang's Thousand Phantom technique, he couldn't see through Chu Yang's cultivation at all. This was another preconceived idea. What he saw could only be an invincible sword sovereign. Under such psychological hints step by step, he could only have a feeling of looking up at a high mountain. Fear also followed. Slowly, he was scared out of his wits and could only escape. Moreover, it also gave him a clear intuition that he had fallen into Chu Feilong's trap. This was human nature. Firstly, it was to shirk one's own responsibility. Secondly, it was to vent one's anger on others once there was an accident. Under the dual effects of the incense and the soul-seizing fog, the evil side of human nature and the fear in one's heart were stimulated. At this time, Old Third Ma had no intention to fight at all. It was equivalent to a complete defeat. Otherwise, even if Old Third Ma's martial power had decreased a lot, how could he be defeated so easily? From various aspects of confusion, from psychological warfare to actual combat, all of them were full of conspiracies and tricks. If Old Third Ma didn't lose, something strange would have happened. Everything was in his favor at the right time, the right place, and the right people, plus the indefensible mixed poison skill. Yi Wubwa held the teacup calmly and slowly tasted it. It was so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. If Yi Wubwa didn't open his mouth, no one dared to speak. This 13th master of the Yi clan was a well-known figure for his brutality. Among the direct descendants of the Yi clan, everyone had a high cultivation. Not only were their statuses high, but their cultivations were also outstanding. The Yi clan had their own secret techniques to raise their cultivations. Although this 13th master was one of the weaker ones, his cultivation was close to the martial saint level. Old Third Ma has been out for a day, Yi Wubwa said lightly. Even if he can't break into the law enforcement hall to kill people, he should have completed his task now. Can that little bastard hide in the law enforcement hall and not come out? The sturdy middle-aged man at the side laughed and said, Old Third Ma has always liked to play cat and mouse. Now, he probably doesn't know how to deal with that poor little fellow. Instantly, everyone chuckled. Chu Feilong also felt that the heaviness in his heart lessened a little. If Chu Yang died like this, although it wouldn't be satisfying, but, humph, it's better to die than to live. Otherwise, I'll feel sick of seeing him every time. Yi Wubua's eyes flashed, and he said lightly, Old Third Ma has a bad temper. This is also the reason why I've always let him stay by my side and rarely let him go out alone for a task. It only takes one stab to kill someone. Although it's more satisfying to torture someone, but many accidents happen during this period of time. So, you have to remember that no matter how hateful the person you want to kill is, as long as you can chop off his head at the first instant, don't hesitate. Everyone nodded simultaneously. Yi Wubua smiled coldly and said, as long as this person dies, the culprit will be gone. Then, it'll be equally satisfying to torture his family members. Chu Feilong couldn't help but shudder. Suddenly, Yi Wubua frowned and his ears moved. The other 4 people in the room were also startled. The atmosphere in the room instantly became heavy. Someone's flying towards here at high speed. Yi Wubua frowned. It seems to be Old Third Ma, but he shouldn't be so impatient. Could it be that an accident has happened? Another old man with a goatee stood up immediately. I'll go and take a look. He's already here. At this moment, a sharp sound of something breaking through the air came from afar. It entered the restaurant with a bang, and then it kept crashing towards the direction of this private room. Everyone's expression changed at the same time. 13th Master. With a bang, Old Third Ma's blood-soaked body appeared at the door. Everyone was stunned at the moment they saw him. Both of Old Third Ma's arms were gone, and there was a deep bloody hole on his forehead. Blood mixed with milky white brain matter slowly seeped out. There was a thin bloody hole on his chest. It could be seen that it was the protrusion of the sword tip. Then, there must be a big bloody hole on his back. A sword pierced through his forehead. A sword pierced through his heart. Yi Wubua could tell at a glance that Old Third Ma was dead for sure. The reason he was able to make it back here was because he was using the method of burning his divine soul. It was not easy at all. Even so, he would die at any time. Say what you want to say. Yi Wubua shouted. Old Third Ma finally saw the person he wanted to see. His mind relaxed, and he fell down. That old man with a goatee held him in his arms, and a dense amount of mystical qi was continuously injected into his body. But he found that his meridians were completely blocked, and he couldn't enter. It's useless. The old man with a goatee shook his head sadly. Old Third Ma's throat made some noises. He stared at Chu Feilong and said intermittently, 13th. Third Master. Chu. Chu Feilong is a spy. That Chu Yang, is a sword. Emperor. I. His voice suddenly stopped, and blood gushed out from Old Third Ma's throat crazily. His blood clots and internal organs turned into pieces and flowed out from his mouth. He opened his eyes wide in vain. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't. Only strange gurgling sounds came from his throat. With a flash of sword light, Old Third Ma's throat was cut off completely. The sword light in Yi Wubua's hand was sparkling like autumn water. Just now, he was the one who saved Old Third Ma from suffering. He killed him cleanly with a sword. The other 4 people revealed a mournful look at the same time. Yi Wubua's ghost fire-like eyes stared at the sword in his hand. He lowered his head and suddenly sneered. Chu Feilong was scared out of his wits. He knelt down. 13th Master. I'm wronged. Wronged? Yi Wubua smiled faintly. He stared at the sword with his ghostly fire-like eyes and laughed softly. Old Third Ma exchanged his life for this information. How can it be fake? I'll continue to work hard. Aunt Feng had returned home from work and was cooking. Begging for votes, please satisfy my vanity as a man. Let Sister Feng see our strength. I have already bragged in front of her. If I can't get out of this embarrassing situation, then I won't be able to listen to my husband's orders. So, I'm shouting myself hoarse, begging for votes. Chapter 811. The other 4 also looked coldly at Chu Feilong's face. The room was filled with an intense killing intent. Chu Feilong, who had been their brother for so many years, died so tragically in front of them. The hatred and anger of the four could no longer be contained. At this moment, they needed to vent. They needed to take revenge. Obviously, once Yi Wubwa had confirmed Chu Feilong's identity as a spy, Chu Feilong wouldn't be able to walk out of this room alive even if he had 10,000 lives. Cold sweat dripped down Chu Feilong's face. He felt that the killing intent was getting more and more intense, as if his head would fly away from his house in the next moment. In a hurry, he shouted, 13th Master, there's a misunderstanding. Think about it. I've been loyal to you for the past 20 years. When have I done anything to disappoint you? Even if I'm really a spy, there's no need to wait for 20 years to take action at this sensitive period, right? Yi Wubwa said coldly. You must have a big plan after enduring for so many years, but his tone had become slightly gentler. Chu Feilong said anxiously, besides, that Chu Yang is only a bastard who was left behind in the lower three heavens. What ability does he have to cultivate to the level of a sword emperor? 13th Master, it's not possible for an ordinary sword emperor to injure old Third Ma severely and kill him. This sword emperor should be at least a 9th grade sword emperor close to the monarch level. He took a breath and endured the panic in his heart. He said, even if this little bastard is from a big clan like the Yi clan, it's impossible for him to cultivate to the level of a sword emperor at the age of 18. 13th Master, you must be clear about this. Yi Wubwa was really pondering this time. Yes, even his eldest nephew, Yi Kanming, who was recognized as the #1 genius in the heavens and the #1 Grand Duke of the Yi clan, broke through to the level of a first-grade sword emperor at the age of 22. At that time, this news even shocked the big clans. An abandoned child who grew up in the lower three heavens could actually cultivate to the level of a sword emperor who could kill old Third Ma, who was a third-grade martial monarch, at the age of 18? Even Yi Wubwa himself didn't believe in this matter. But could the news that old Third Ma sent back at the risk of his life be a lie? The other few people still looked at Chu Feilong with suspicion and murderous intent. Templar, I need an explanation for this matter. Yi Wubwa looked at Chu Feilong coldly. I want to see this Chu Yang. Chu Feilong agreed repeatedly. Only then did he wipe off the cold sweat on his head. He only felt that his clothes were drenched in cold sweat at this moment. Then, she became worried. That little bastard Chu Yang, how can I command him? Not to mention asking him to meet Yi Wubwa. Yi Wubwa lowered his eyes that were like willow, the wisps. He looked at the scarlet blood on the sword. That was old Third Ma's life. The lives of his loyal subordinates who had followed him for so many years. He was buried here just like that. Chu Feilong, don't you have any suspicions? In the entire southeast region, apart from the Shao family and the law enforcers, who else could make old Third Ma unable to escape? As for the Shao clan and the enforcers, they did not dare to act rashly against the Yi clan. Even if he wanted to take action, he would deal with the most important and core figures of the Yi family. What was the big deal about killing old Third Ma? Was he looking for trouble by alerting the enemy? If it weren't for your nephew, how could Third Ma have died? If he wasn't the one who did it, then it must be someone else. You're just a nephew who just came back. How could you have a monarch-level expert following you around all the time? Wasn't this a joke? This kind of thing was impossible in the Yi clan. Then, there was only one explanation. Chu Yang had already prepared for this. Why did he prepare for this? Chu Feilong, how could you get away with this? As long as he could see Chu Yang, the truth would be revealed. Seeing that Chu Feilong was in a dilemma, Yi Wubwa added another sentence sinisterly. I don't care what means you use. You have to bring Chu Yang to me within 3 days. If I don't see Chu Yang within 3 days, then you, Chu Feilong, have to make arrangements for your funeral on the next night. Yi Wubwa's willow, the wisp's eyes flickered. The atmosphere in the room was stiff and cold. Chu Feilong's whole body was covered in cold sweat again. He bowed and said, Yes, 13th Master, don't worry. Even if I have to risk my life, I'll bring Chu Yang, that little bastard, to you. Yi Wubwa snorted. He turned his wrist, and his long sword silently returned to its sheath. He glanced at Chu Feilong from the corner of his eyes coldly. Net, after a long time, Yi Wubo got up gently and came to the side of Third Ma's corpse. He stretched out his hand and gently touched Third Ma's cold face. He said softly, "Third Ma, I'll avenge you. You have to believe me. As long as I find the murderer, no matter who he is, and no matter what he has done for me, I'll let him die." He said the following 3 words word by word, full of murderous intent. As his hand touched Third Ma's face, Third Ma's round eyes suddenly closed peacefully. At the side, Chu Filong felt a chill in his heart and shuddered. "Take Third Ma's corpse and let's go." Yi Wubo walked to the door and stopped. With his back facing Chu Filong, he said slowly, "Chu Filong, I'll be here 3 days later, waiting to kill you, or kill Chu Yong." Then, his figure flashed and disappeared strangely. The other 4 people also walked out. The elder with a goatee silently carried Third Ma's corpse and walked out without saying a word. None of them looked at Chu Filong. Even the martial monarch level guard that the Yi clan had sent to protect Chu Filong also walked out without looking back. Chu Filong stood stiffly in the room. He only felt that his mind was in a mess. Yi Wubo is still suspicious of me, and he's very suspicious of me. He actually has the intention to kill me. That last sentence was obviously referring to me. After so many years of hard work, did I end up with such an ending? At this moment, Chu Feilong's heart was suddenly filled with endless resentment. "Yi Shisan, don't tell me that I, Chu Feilong, am just a dispensable character in your eyes? You want to kill me just because of old Third Ma, who is just a follower of yours. And you want to kill me so unjustly? Chu Yong, it's all your fault, you little bastard. Ever since you came, I, Chu Feilong, have been surrounded by endless troubles, endless crises. If I don't kill you, I can't even establish myself in the Chu clan. If I don't kill you, I can't gain Yi Wubo's trust. Chu Yong, if I don't kill you, I'm not a human." As Chu Yong walked all the way back, the sword spirit in the tribulation space was already a little agitated. Because the sword spirit only remembered now that Chu Yong had broken through the bottleneck to become a sword sovereign. Why are you a sword sovereign? Why can you break through to become a sword sovereign? The sword spirit was puzzled. After witnessing the battle between Chu Yong and Third Ma, the sword spirit was sure. Although there was sword aura when Chu Yong broke through previously, the sword spirit didn't think much about it because Chu Yong had always used swords as his main weapon. But before this battle, the momentum that made all swords submit to him was real. The sword spirit was extremely puzzled. Why can't I break through to become a sword sovereign? Compared to the sword spirit's astonishment, Chu Yong was also extremely puzzled. The sword spirit cried, "It's impossible for a sword sovereign to appear during the process of upgrading. You can only become an emperor, a martial emperor. No tribulation sword master has ever become a sword sovereign." So what? Chu Yong was puzzled. Others can't. But it doesn't mean I can't. Or maybe they have some other kind of cultivation base. The sword spirit shook his head resolutely. "Absolutely impossible. You're definitely abnormal." Chu Yong, why? Isn't the sword sovereign level to respect the tribulation sword? Why can't the tribulation sword master become a sword sovereign? The sword spirit said, "The master who created the tribulation sword strictly stipulated that because of the tribulation sword, there would be a sword sovereign. But the sword sovereign isn't the tribulation sword master, but the tribulation sword. So, everyone who uses swords in the world can reach this level as long as they cultivate hard. Only the tribulation sword master can't." Chu Yong was stunned. What kind of logic is this? The sword spirit said, "Back then, the master left a message to warn about this. He said, the tribulation sword wants to sink, and the sword is the emperor. He commands all the swords in the world and fights the wind and clouds alone. If the sword master can't be obtained, the sword master must not be separated. This goes against the way of the heavens, and misfortunes and blessings will attract one's own attention. The meaning behind this is that if the tribulation sword master becomes a sword sovereign, he will be in conflict with the tribulation sword, the emperor of the tribulation sword. This goes against the way of the heavens. So, no tribulation sword master in history has ever become a sword sovereign." Chu Yong laughed. So what if I become a sword sovereign? Since my debut, what has not been against the way of the heavens? So what if I go against the way of the heavens again? The sword spirit was stunned, speechless at how open-minded this guy was. Chu Yang said, besides, the last sentence is misfortunes and blessings will attract one's own attention. There's not only misfortune, but also blessings. If others can't, why can't I? This is simply ridiculous. If it's a misfortune, I'll bear it. If it's a blessing, I'll accept it. Since I've already become a sword sovereign, can I destroy my own cultivation? He laughed out loud and threw this matter to the back of his mind. Then, he walked back with large strides. The sword spirit was silent for a long time in the tribulation space. Finally, he murmured, since this guy became the tribulation sword master, when has he encountered the same thing as the other sword masters? Or am I looking for trouble for myself? Finally, he stopped talking. When Chu Yang returned to the purple crystal's Huichun Hall, the sun had already risen. Endless rays of sunlight followed his figure and entered the purple crystal's Huichun Hall. What made him feel strange was that Chu Lu-er, the servant who usually sat at the door and waited for him, was not present this time. When he went in, it turned out that the inside was actually full of people. He didn't know any of these people, but he could tell that there were many experts among them. These people were all dressed in yellow robes. At a glance, it was a sea of yellow flowers. I just had a meal, so this chapter is a little late. I will continue to write, but there's definitely less than one chapter left, so I'll update it for today. Yes, if everyone's monthly votes are good enough for me to look good in front of my wife, I'll continue to explode tomorrow. I'll do what I say. Speaking of which, when I was eating just now, I crossed my legs and shouted, "What meal? What dish? Fuck. Don't you know that I don't like to eat? Are you done? Why aren't you done? Why are you so lazy? Do you want to be beaten up?" After eating, I waved my hand. "Hurry up and clean up. If you don't listen to me, I'll beat you up. Come, don't wash the dishes first. Brew me a pot of tea first. Bring it over. Hurry up. Then, I'll sit here and happily write my story. Yes, actually, I'll just talk about these things here. Everyone knows that I'm the one who has the final say in my family. Everyone, leave some face for my wife, and don't tell anyone else. Those who know my wife's phone number must be careful. Yes, you must be careful. A woman's face is important. Don't tell her about this." Chapter 8:12. Chu Fian had been wandering outside the Blood Payers' hall these few days, waiting for the news of the elixirs. In a crowd of people in yellow, Chu Lu-er, who was dressed in emerald green, was serving the guests on behalf of Chu Fian. The first person was a yellow-clothed youth. On his chest area, there was actually a golden dragon embroidered with a golden light. However, even though this fellow was sitting down, it could be seen that he was thin and long, like a bamboo pole. Furthermore, it was a bamboo pole that was suffering from jaundice. Chu Yang dared to bet that he would admit defeat if he could get 5 kilograms of flesh after dismembering this guy. This young man's hair was actually yellow, with some green in between. Chu Yang didn't know what kind of physique he had to be able to turn his hair into such a yellowish-green withered grass. Chu Yang suddenly realized, it's autumn. This guy's 2 eye sockets were sunken, and his cheekbones were high. His cheeks were sunken, and he looked like a tuberculosis ghost who had been drinking too much. If he appeared at night with such an appearance, he would definitely be scared out of his wits. He looked like a skeleton that had just crawled out of his grave. At this moment, this skeleton-like guy had a reserved look on his face. He tilted his head in what he thought was a graceful manner. His fingers, which were like withered bamboos, were actually tapping on the table in a leisurely and elegant manner. He had an expression on his face that said, "I'm very handsome, I'm very confident, I'm very elegant, I'm very graceful." The 8 people behind him were all looking up at the sky with their hands crossed in front of their chests. Their actions were neat and uniform. Who are these people? Chu Yang stepped in and his face darkened. What are they doing? Chu Luer hurriedly came over and whispered, "Big brother, they're from the Huang clan." Huang clan? Chu Yang said, "So they're from the Huang clan." Huang clan. Which clan is it?" Chu Lu'er was speechless. This Huang clan is a big clan that's second only to the Shao clan in the whole southeast region. Big Brother actually doesn't know about it? At this moment, the young man in yellow was still sitting on the chair casually. He turned around and sized up Chu Yang. Then, he sneered and actually stretched out his finger to pick his nose. Then, he flicked his nose with his long fingernail. With a click, a lump of booger was flicked to the ground. He actually put on a reserved and fake smile. This must be Divine Dr. Chu, right? My surname is Huang. I know your surname is Huang. I'm asking why you're here. Chu Yang frowned. He tilted his head and looked at Huang Gong. Then, he looked at the pile of boogers on the ground. His face became gloomy. Seeing that Chu Yang was not polite enough to him, Duke Huang's face changed. Then, he seemed to have thought of something and endured it. He crossed his legs and said, I'm here to see Divine Dr. Chu. If I wanted to pick up girls, I wouldn't have come here. Haha. As he spoke, he actually thought that what he said was very humorous. He actually squinted his eyes and laughed out loud. I can't. Chu Yang waved his hand. I'm not in a good mood now. I won't treat any illness. Duke Huang, please find someone else. Not in a good mood? Why? Duke Huang asked in surprise. My mood is extremely bad when I see this thing. I've forgotten all my medical skills in medicine. Chu Yang raised his head and pointed at the pile of boogers on the ground with his foot. He said in disgust, I'm a clean freak. Duke Huang was stunned. He squinted his eyes and sized up Chu Yang for a long time. Then, he said carefully, You don't know who I am? Before Chu Yang could speak, Duke Huang laughed out loud. He was overjoyed. You actually don't know who I am? Ha ha ha. So there's someone in the southeast who doesn't know me. Chu Yang frowned and sat down on the counter. There was really no stool left. Looking at the complacent Duke Huang, Chu Yang asked lightly, You're the Dharma Supreme of the law enforcement officers? Duke Huang was stunned and hurriedly shook his head. No. He couldn't admit this. Chu Yang asked, Then, you're the Valley Master of the Medicine Valley? Duke Huang was stunned again and said, No. He still couldn't admit this. St. Hall Chu Yang asked again, Then, you're the #1 blood payer in the world, Wei Wuyan? Duke Huang said angrily, Even more so. Fuck, if I admit it, won't Wei Wuyan skin me alive? He's someone who even dares to provoke the big clans. Chu Yang asked, Then, which clan master of the big clans are you from? Duke Huang said dejectedly, No. Chu Yang snorted. Then why do I need to know who you are? Isn't your surname Huang? Why haven't I heard of anyone surnamed Huang in the big clans? Duke Huang said angrily, Although our Huang clan isn't a big clan, it's not much inferior to that clan. At least, it's stronger than your Chu clan. Chu Yang said in surprise, We're talking about your Huang clan now. Why are you dragging our Chu clan into this? If you really want to compare, why don't you compare with the commoners? Wouldn't that give you a greater sense of achievement and pride? Duke Huang was furious. What do you mean? Chu Yang waved his hand listlessly. What I mean is, send the guest off. You can go wherever it's cool and stay there. I'm a divine doctor who goes up the mountain to catch tigers. I don't sting monkeys, don't serve monkeys. Duke Huang stood up from the chair and rushed angrily to the counter where Chu Yang was sitting. His two skinny hands grabbed the counter tightly and he yelled, Fuck! You dare to look down on me, Huang Xiaoliu. You actually looked down on me, Huang Xiaoliu. Chu Yang's face was full of black lines. Huang Xiaoliu. This is really a good name. I really don't know who gave him this name. Chu Lu'er, who was originally worried, couldn't help but laugh out loud at this moment. The 8 experts of the Huang clan were all speechless. They raised their heads and looked at the ceiling. Sigh, there's really no other way. This name of young master is really too, like that. I don't care whether you're Huang Xiaoliu or Huang Xiaoliu. Divine Dr. Chu said, I don't care what illness you have. Anyway, I can't cure you. Please leave quickly. He paused for a while and said, The Yin fire in your body is burning your heart, and your kidneys are dry. You don't have more than 1 or 2 years left to live. You'd better go back home and prepare a coffin. Upon hearing this, the white-bearded elder behind Huang Xiaoliu widened his eyes and looked at Chu Yang with a face full of surprise. This young man actually saw the root of my illness at one glance. He didn't even feel my pulse. Huang Xiaoyou was dumbfounded. He stared and said, "Fuck, there's actually such a scoundrel in this world. He's even more troublesome than my master." Before he finished his words, the white-haired old man behind him had already coughed violently and interrupted him. He walked to Chu Yang and said with a face full of smiles, "Divine Dr. Chu, my young man is young and impetuous. Please don't take it to heart. But my young master has been sick for several years. We've traveled all over the world, but even the Medicine Valley can't do anything about it. Divine Dr. Chu, please give us a big helping hand and take a look at my young master. Our Huang clan will definitely not forget your kindness." As a big clan, when had the Huang clan ever been so humble to anyone? But this person in front of them was obviously a troublesome person who wouldn't be moved by force or persuasion. And he was a troublesome person with unique skills. The Huang clan was the only descendant of the Huang clan, and he had contracted such a strange illness. This was a matter that concerned the continuation of the Huang clan's bloodline. They had finally seen a glimmer of hope and found a peerless divine doctor. If they were to offend this person, the clan head would definitely not blame the young master for offending this person, but they would definitely be in trouble. Chu Yang raised his head and looked at this white-haired old man. He saw that this person was at least a monarch-level expert. But he had lowered himself to beg for help for this youngster. Chu Yang's heart moved, and he said, "Then, you all stand aside. Let your father come to me." The white-bearded elder was overjoyed. "Thank you, Divine Dr. Chu." He turned around and whispered a few words in Huang Xiaoyou's ear. After pushing him over, the remaining 7 people stood up at the same time and stood up obediently. Chu Yang asked them to stand. But at this moment, who dared to sit down? What if they angered the divine doctor, and he didn't treat their young master anymore? Who could bear this crime? Huang Xiaoyou stood in front of Chu Yang and didn't dare to be arrogant anymore. He stretched out one hand to let Chu Yang feel his pulse. But he was still dissatisfied and nagged. "Divine Dr. Chu, you have to pay attention to what you say. I'm Huang Xiaoyou, and I have a nickname called Master of the Chaotic World. My name is Xia Lu. Xia as in the sunset, Lu as in the willow tree. It's a willow tree that stands gracefully in the land of the endless, gorgeous sunset. It's not the despicable, shameless, and despicable Lu, and it's definitely not Huang Lu. You've misheard my name." As he was talking, Chu Yang had already raised his head and looked at him in surprise. "You actually have such a problem. You're impotent? You're impotent? In other words, you're impotent?" Huang Xiaoyou's face instantly turned red and he roared, "Fuck! Can you lower your voice? Out of the 3 types, 1 type is enough to explain the problem, but you actually repeated 3 types. You. But the eyes of the white-bearded elder behind Huang Xiaoyou lit up. His white beard trembled as he said, Right. Huang Xiaoyou wailed, "Don't say that. I'm a man. I also want my face." Chu Yang frowned. He grabbed his hand and said, "This young master of yours seems to be overflowing with energy. His meridians are blocked, and his kidneys are overdrawn. If other doctors were to examine him, I'm afraid it would be obvious that he's overindulging in debauchery." Huang Xiaoyou flew into a rage and shouted, "Nonsense! You quacks, I'm still a virgin." Chu Yang rolled his eyes and looked at him. "Why are you shouting? Sit down obediently. Did I say that you're not a virgin?" Huang Xiaoyou said angrily, "You said that I'm overindulging. Since I'm overindulging, am I still a virgin?" Chu Yang glared at him. Then, he shouted like a bolt from the blue, "Sit properly, you motherfucker. If you shout again, I won't let you take a look." Chu Yang was so aggressive that Huang Xiaoyou immediately became depressed. "You win? All of you, come over. I'll ask about your condition." Chu Yang stared and slammed the table. The few experts of the Huang clan looked at each other and walked over. Chapter 8:13. Your young master has this problem for 8 years, right? Chu Yang snorted. Question strange pop-up window. Yes. We only realized that something was wrong 4 years ago. Then, after checking, We knew that the root cause of the problem was very long. The white-bearded elder replied. He's only in his 20s this year, right? Chu Yang snorted. That is to say, ever since. Speaking till here, he suddenly turned his head. Luer, you can't listen to these, and you can't understand them. Go back to your room to rest. Chu Luer was listening with interest. Upon hearing that, she stood up unhappily and walked out. As she walked out, she muttered, Isn't it just becoming a eunuch? Humph, you think I can't understand. Huang Xiaoyou almost shed tears of grief and indignation. Little girl, you're infuriating me to death. I'm an excellent man. Excellent your head. Chu Yang slapped his little head unreservedly. You're already impotent. What's there to be excellent about? Huang Xiaoyou was filled with grief. I also don't want to. Chu Yang sighed and no longer paid attention to this seemingly arrogant, but actually immature young master. He said to the white-bearded elder, Your young master's illness. Although it seems that his body has been hollowed out due to excessive indulgence, in fact, it's not because of excessive indulgence. The white-bearded elder was surprised. What? This question was actually out of shock. Many doctors had been found, but all of them insisted that he was impotent due to excessive indulgence. Only the high priest of the Medicine Valley said, This illness has nothing to do with lust, but I can't do anything about it. Now, Chu Yang said it out just by taking his pulse. How could he not be overjoyed? Huang Xiaoyou's eyes were brimming with tears. All these years, he had been beaten up by his father many times. He always blamed himself for indulging in lust without self-control. He had been wronged for so many years. Now, someone finally spoke up for him. What? Huang Xiaoyou choked with sobs. He was injured, or perhaps he was ambushed. Moreover, it had happened a long time ago. At that time, he hadn't reached, cough cough. In other words, he hadn't reached the point where he could use it. But he had already been set up. And this method is known to be incurable in Chongtian. Chu Yang sighed. What technique? The white-bearded old man asked nervously. Chu Yang said with a heavy face, Yang severing in hand. The white-bearded old man's expression changed drastically. The Yang severing in hand was indeed infamous in the Chongtian 8,000 years ago. Even though it hadn't appeared in the Chongtian for 8,000 years, it still made people pale when they talked about it. This was because the Yang severing in hand was the most sinister martial art in the world. It had another name, and it was even more famous. It was the Grand Severing Hand. This martial art was specifically used to damage a person's reproductive system. Once it was used, there would be no treatment for the rest of one's life. Men couldn't be masculine, and women couldn't raise their children. This extremely sinister and evil martial art was created by a fellow named Sa Wufei 8,000 years ago. This Sa Wufei was known as the Heavenly Lord of Severance. He was an eunuch, and the long period of repression had caused him to become psychopathic. After he achieved success in martial arts, he racked his brains to create this evil martial art, specifically turning men into eunuchs and women into stone women. Sa Wufei's thought was, what I can't do, no one in the world can do. Later, Sa Wufei aroused public anger. Countless experts besieged him, and he was killed. His Grand Severing Hand also disappeared from the martial world. But he didn't expect that it would appear again 8,000 years later. Yet, it just had to appear on the body of the only remaining young master in his family. The white-bearded old man and the others were all extremely furious. They were shocked and infuriated. Divine Dr. Chu, do you mean that my young master had been attacked when he was 12 or 13 years old? The white-bearded old man's face was as cold as frost, and he asked in a low voice. There's no doubt about it, Chu Yang said lightly. Then, he turned his head and asked Huang Xiaoyou, have you never gotten up? Huang Xiaoyou hung his head dejectedly. Yes, I've had this for 20 years. Besides peeing, I haven't done anything else. For so many years, it's like a ball of soft snot. I only knew about it when my family started to find a wife for me 2 years ago. Damn it, I just lay on it, and there's no reaction at all. Stop. Chu Yang was speechless, and he waved his hand to interrupt him. Then, he pondered for a while and asked, You don't have any brothers, right? Huang Xiaoyou was startled. How do you know? Then, he said, I used to have 2 brothers, but they died before I could remember anything. Chu Yang laughed. Then, is your Huang clan very powerful? Chu Yang really didn't know much about the Huang clan. The white-bearded old man's face was solemn, and his eyes were even gloomier. He understood the meaning of Chu Yang's question. These few words might contain an earth-shattering conspiracy. The white-bearded old man said slowly, Our Huang clan has been in the upper 3 heavens for 2,000 years. We rose gradually from a weak clan and reached our peak 700 years ago. We were almost on par with the Shao clan at that time. The Shao clan wanted to destroy us countless times, but they never succeeded. The Shao clan was one of the dominant clans in the upper 3 heavens. Even with the Shao clan's strength, they couldn't do anything to the Huang clan. But when the white-bearded old man said this, he didn't sound arrogant at all. Instead, he was full of worries and thoughts. And then, Chu Yang asked, Has the clan declined now? It's not that the Huang family has declined. It's just that in the past 300 to 400 years, accidents have been happening to the direct descendants of the Huang family. Later on, even the side branches had accidents one after another. Slowly, although the Huang family's foundation is big, the core Huang family has been withering away. As the white-bearded old man said till here, his face became more and more ugly, and he said, Now, the young master is the only surviving direct descendant of the Huang clan. But he's also under the art of severing posterity. Alas. Then, the white-bearded old man looked at Chu Yang and asked hopefully, Divine Dr. Chu, can you cure this illness? Chu Yang pondered. Huang Xiaoyou's illness was different from that of Sha Xinliang and the others. This illness was real and not fake at all. It wasn't very difficult for Chu Yang to cure it, because he had many rare elixirs in his hands. But the problem was that Divine Dr. Chu still wanted to get some other benefits. He frowned and pondered. Everyone thought that he was thinking about the illness, but no one knew that this guy had already thought of 40 to 50 vicious schemes in this short period of time. Cure. Chu Yang took in a breath of cold air and slowly exhaled. After everyone's hearts were in their throats, he said, It can be cured, but, hearing that he could cure it, the Huang clan members were overjoyed. But when they heard the word, but, their hearts were in their throats again. But this kind of injury has been around for a long time, and it has become a chronic illness. Plus, this martial art is vicious and ferocious. It's really difficult to cure it completely. Chu Yang sighed. As long as it can be cured, no matter how difficult it is, no matter what price we have to pay, our Huang clan can afford it. We're also willing to pay. The white-bearded old man's eyes were full of tears, as if he had suddenly grabbed a life-saving straw when he was drowning. In heaven, everyone knew the importance of a force. The Huang family was now on the verge of extinction. Once that happened, the monkeys would scatter. Everyone would have no roots. Seeking refuge with other forces would be akin to leaving home halfway. It would be tantamount to lodging under a fence. The taste would be too unpleasant. If they didn't seek refuge, they would inevitably be nibbled away, killed, and exiled. As long as the Huang family's bloodline was still there would still be cohesion. No matter how much of a debauchee he was, at least the flag would still be raised. If it was erected, there would be a backbone. When 1,000 people gathered together, they were a force that no one dared to ignore. But when 1,000 people were separated, there would be 1,000 targets. Even a wild dog would dare to bite you. This was one of the reasons why clans were so loyal in the era of cold weapons. Because this was a main route. If the main route was broken, where would the branches go? This was the reason. So, regarding the illness of Huang Xiaoyou, the only remaining young master of the Huang clan, not only the Huang clan was anxious, but the subordinates and experts of the Huang clan were also very anxious. Now, they finally saw a glimmer of hope in the land of infinite despair. How would the Huang clan miss this chance? That was an opportunity that he would rather die than miss. This period of time will be very long. Chu Yang sighed and said, Moreover, I have to focus on the treatment every day. At all times, I have to let him be under my eyes. As the sun rises in the east and sets in the west, the jade rabbit rises and falls. Every day, there will be a different qi circulation to concoct the medicine. Chu Yang stared at the white-bearded old man and said, "You're all martial experts. You definitely know more about the flow of qi and blood in the body than Changru. You should know that the rise and fall of the sun and moon, morning and evening, the flow of qi and blood in the body is different, right?" Divine Dr. Chu is right. This is indeed different, the white-bearded old man said. So, I need to adjust the flow of qi and blood at every moment for the treatment. Chu Yang said solemnly. You can imagine how complicated and troublesome this treatment will be. The white-bearded old man sighed. That's indeed the case. And there's a prerequisite. Your young master Bai Shao has to be completely cooperative and obedient. But from the looks of it, your young master isn't someone who knows his place. Young master will definitely be obedient. The white-bearded old man promised hurriedly. He's obedient, but I'm not willing to. Chu Yang curled his lips and said, Do you know how much I earn in a day? Do you know that I can't do most of the other things when he's sick? Do you know how much I'll lose? Do you know how many rare medicines I need? Do you know the price of these elixirs? Moreover, if he's a stunning beauty, it's nothing. But unfortunately, he's a tuberculosis patient with jaundice. His saliva is flying everywhere, his breath stinks, and his snot is flying everywhere. Yao Yao has to do a close examination on him. And I'm a clean freak. If it were you, wouldn't you be disgusted? To be continued. Chapter 8:14. The white-bearded elder frowned and said awkwardly, Then tell me, what should we do? He thought that it was really difficult for Divine Dr. Chu to do this. It's also possible to cure him completely, but we have to make a 10-point agreement. Chu Yang said, No pop-up window, 10-point agreement? The 8 experts of the Huang clan felt a little dizzy. Normally, there were only 3 points of agreement. Why did it become 10 points? First, Huang Xiaoyou must be obedient. If I tell him to go east, he can't go west. If I tell him to hit a dog, he can't chase a chicken. If I tell him to take off his pants, he can't pull off his clothes. He must completely obey my instructions. If he's disobedient, I'll stop the treatment at any time. Chu Yang shouted. Then, if you tell me to go east and I can't go west, can I go north? Huang Xiaoyou pouted. Get out. Damn it. I don't want to see anymore. I don't want to see anymore. You'll be a virgin until you die. Chu Yang raised his eyebrows and shouted as he pointed his finger at the door. The Huang clan's members hurriedly apologized. After a long time, they finally appeased this bad-tempered Divine Dr. Chu. But he still pointed at Huang Xiaoyou's nose. If you dare to say no to me again, you'll get lost immediately. Huang Xiaoyou kept quiet out of fear. His arrogance when he first came in had long disappeared. Second, during the treatment period, the Huang clan has to be responsible for my losses. I don't want much. You can inquire about my daily income. If you can't be responsible, I'll stop the treatment at any time. Chu Yang squinted his eyes and said unwillingly, That's what I should do. The white-bearded elder nodded repeatedly. Third, if the Huang clan is still worried, you can send guards here. But, other than ensuring Huang Xiaoyou's safety, they have to listen to my instructions. If they're disobedient, I can stop the treatment at any time. Chu Yang said, That's what I should do. The white-bearded elder nodded repeatedly. Since I'm here, who else can I listen to? Fourth, the Huang clan has to provide the required medicinal herbs. Chu Yang said lightly, and a touch of worry appeared between his eyebrows. This isn't an additional condition. I'm afraid that the Chu clan can't get the medicinal herbs that Mr. Huang needs. So, if you can't get them or don't agree, you can stop the treatment at any time. Of course. The white-bearded old man nodded affirmatively. Fifth, don't cause trouble. Otherwise, I can. First, you are not allowed to be rude to my family. This can be terminated at any time. Seventh, this matter must be kept strictly confidential. Chu Yang's voice became serious as he said, I'm afraid that this matter is a power struggle between your big clans. If this news were to spread, I would never have a day of peace here. Once it's leaked out, I'll stop it at any time. At that time, it won't be me stopping it, but someone else stopping me. He looked at the white-bearded old man with a deep gaze and sighed. You should know how big of a risk I've taken by accepting Huang Xiaoyou. The white-bearded elder sighed and said, Divine Dr. Chu is right. Who knows how many dangers there are? Chu Yang said, So, the eighth rule is that you have to be responsible for the safety of me and my family. We can't sacrifice our family for you. Otherwise, the treatment can be terminated at any time. The white-bearded old man nodded heavily. After I go back and report to the clan master, I'll definitely give Divine Dr. Chu a clear answer. Ninth rule, you have to protect my safety even more. Otherwise, the treatment can be terminated at any time. Chu Yang pretended to be sanctimonious. He kept saying that the treatment could be terminated at any time, which made the white-bearded old man feel helpless. And, I want an affirmative answer, not a clear answer, Chu Yang said. Of course. How could he not lower his head when he was under Chu Yang's roof? What's the 10th rule? Huang Xiaoyou asked curiously when he saw Chu Yang stop after saying the first rule. I haven't thought of the 10th rule yet. It'll depend on your performance in the future. If there's anything that's not good, I'll add it at any time. Chu Yang rolled his eyes. Huang Xiaoyou hurriedly lowered his head. Anyway, you have the final say, right? Chu Yang said with great interest. Why don't you have the final say instead? No. You're the big brother. Big brother? Big brother Chu. Huang Xiaoyou bowed and raised his head and said flatteringly, Big brother, you're so wise and handsome. You're so handsome that you can hold back 10,000 men. You've done so many good deeds for the world, but you've never left your name behind. You're really a first-class person in the world. This Duke Huang was really a talent. He knew how to adapt to the circumstances. Seeing that his fate was sealed, he immediately changed his tone and started to flatter Chu Yang crazily. The flattery in his words, the flattery in his expression, and the servile manner in which he bowed and bent his knees made everyone's jaws drop, especially the experts of the Huang clan. They were even more dumbfounded. Fuck. I've watched young master grow up. I really didn't expect him to have such a side to him. He's really smooth and slick. Don't flatter me. Chu Yang wasn't moved at all. He said, Go now and wash yourself clean. Comb your hair, clean your teeth, change your clothes, and be an attendant in the Purple Crystal's Huichun Hall. Ah, Huang Xiaoyou exclaimed, Big brother, I don't have to be so miserable. Then please go back. Chu Yang rolled his eyes. I'll go, okay. Huang Xiaoyou felt very wronged. Well, help me brew a pot of tea, clean the medical hall and wipe the advertisements outside. Chu Yang crossed his legs. Huang Xiaoyou's face turned bitter. Divine Dr. Chu. How confident are you? The white-bearded elder asked cautiously. If you find the herbs, I'll be 100% confident. Chu Yang smiled slightly. I'll gradually nurse his body and consolidate his kidney water so that it won't be lost. When you find the herbs, he'll be cured immediately. Great, the white-bearded elder said excitedly. What herbs do you need? Chu Yang pondered for a while and said, To cure this disease, we need to fight poison with poison, and it must be absolute poison to attack the insidious power of the art of severing grandchildren. The amount of poison must be large enough to be equal to it. Of course, we also need some herbs that can prolong his life at any time. That's right. The white-bearded elder nodded repeatedly. So, for this disease, we need absolute vine, water of no life and life pangolin. These are the 10 herbs. The last one is poisonous dagger point iron cucumber. Chu Yang instructed, the first 3 herbs are the most poisonous of poisons, and they must be used. And the last one, poisonous dagger point iron cucumber, is the main ingredient. Once it's missing, the whole set of herbs will be useless. The white-bearded elder frowned. The absolute vine, water of no life and life pangolin are indeed the most poisonous of poisons. But this poisonous dagger point iron cucumber is too vicious? That's a torture instrument. Although it's highly poisonous, I've never heard of it being used as medicine. Chu Yang sternly said, You don't know about this. This is a torture tool used since ancient times to deal with adulterers. But no one knows that the iron cucumber contains a large amount of traction water. If you want to cure the art of severing grandchildren, you must use this knife tip to pierce the iron cucumber. The white-bearded elder nodded repeatedly and was suddenly enlightened. I see, I see. It's really, the world is full of wonders, remember? You must get these herbs within half a year. Otherwise, I'll have to rearrange the supplements for his blood circulation every day. You must know that the 4 seasons are a big cycle for the blood circulation in his body. The white-bearded old man nodded repeatedly. Then, he carefully put away Chu Yang's prescription. Then, he bade farewell to Chu Yang and left the 4 elders to guard Huang Xiaoyou. He led the 4 elders back to report to the clan master and prepare to look for elixirs. Before leaving, Huang Xiaoyou hugged the white-bearded elder's thigh with tears and snot and cried loudly, "Third granduncle, you must find the elixirs as soon as possible. Tell my father not to feel sorry for the purple crystals. I. How am I going to spend the next half a year?" Seeing the 4 elders of the Huang clan leave, Chu Yang arranged for the other 4 elders to stay in the backyard. Then, he kicked Huang Xiaoyou's butt. "Stand up." Huang Xiaoyou stood up while trembling. "Qin, what?" Chu Yang squinted his eyes. "Little one, if you don't want to be a eunuch forever, be more honest. I'm not interested in correcting your problems. Now, I'm going to ask you a question. You have to answer truthfully." Huang Xiaoyou said humbly, "Boss, please ask." He quickly moved a stool over and said politely, "Boss, please sit. I'll just stand." Chu Yang sat down on the stool unceremoniously. "Do you know who did this to you?" "I don't know." Huang Xiaoyou shook his head blankly. Then, he gritted his teeth. "If I knew, wouldn't I have dismembered that bastard into pieces long ago?" "You're right," Chu Yang asked again. "Then, who's the biggest enemy of your Huang clan?" "It should be the Shao clan," Huang Xiaoyou said with uncertainty. "The Shao clan has always been guarding against us taking over their position. But these years, we didn't really fight with each other." "Oh?" Chu Yang frowned. "What about the other enemies?" "Others? Waha, in the whole southeast region. Who dares to go against our Huang clan?" Huang Xiaoyou laughed complacently. Halfway through his laughter, he saw Chu Yang rolling his eyes and looking at him. He suddenly remembered that he shouldn't be arrogant. So, he immediately stopped and said timidly, "Boss, of course, is an exception. That's not bad. Shao clan. Shao clan." Chu Yang quickly conversed with the sword spirit in the space. Slapping his thigh, he finally said, "I remember the legend. Back then, among the experts who besieged the Venerable of Severance, Sa Wufei, the leader seemed to be someone surnamed Shao. Or perhaps, among the main experts, there was someone surnamed Shao. I can't remember this legend clearly." Huang Xiaoyou was instantly furious. He gritted his teeth. "I'll go back and check on this matter." Chu Yang nodded indifferently. Then, he casually said, "I'm just saying, that's all. You don't have to take it to heart." It seemed that he didn't know that because of Huang Xiaoyou's illness, and because the Huang clan was about to have no descendants, all the Huang clan had been repressed to the point where they were about to explode. His casual words had caused such a bloody storm. As a matter of fact, Chu Yang didn't lie. Back then, among the 2 people who besieged Sa Wufei, one was surnamed Yi, and the other was surnamed Shao. To be continued. Chapter 8:15. Book 7 Chapter 11 The Tragic Du Gong. There was one less person beside Huang Xiaoyou now. Du Guang almost went crazy and sent people to investigate what had happened that year. With the power of the Huang clan, it wouldn't take much time to investigate such things that were clearly recorded. Divine Dr. Chu also started to treat Du Guang. He carefully prepared medicine. He used a whole caddy of Coptis chinensis, 1, 5 caddy of bitter bamboo roots, 2, 5 caddy of bitter cauliflower, 1, 5 caddy of golden castor beans, and finally 2, 5 caddy of snow cliff bitter gourd. Then, he threw in a small stalk of raging blood ginseng and brewed a big pot of decoction. The decoction that Divine Dr. Chu brewed for Du Guang was as yellow as a latrine after the rain. It weighed a total of 15 caddies. After the decoction was finished, a drop of lust dragon's blood was dripped in to dilute the decoction. 3 meals a day, 2 bowls each time. There's a total of 5 bowls, and each bowl weighs half a caddy. After 5 days, we'll prepare for the next course of treatment. Chu Yang frowned and looked at Huang Xiaoyou. Huang Xiaoyou's legs trembled when he saw the big pot. His calves were cramping. He took up the bowl and drank a mouthful. He only felt an indescribable bitter taste rushing into his stomach. In an instant, his stomach felt like it was filled with ice and fire. Coptis, bitter bamboo root, silver root bitter cauliflower, golden castor bean, and snow cliff bitter gourd were all things that were used to reduce internal heat. They were all things that were cold and bitter. When they were gathered together, it was the culmination of all bitter tastes since ancient times. And it was also extremely relieving internal heat. But raging blood ginseng was relieving internal heat. After eating it, one would feel hot all over and sweat profusely. The rarest thing was that this raging blood ginseng was also bitter. All these things had no effect on the treatment of Du Kuang's illness. Apart from the bitterness that made one wish they were dead, there wasn't even the slightest bit of medicinal properties left. The only thing that was useful was a drop of lust dragon's blood. But only God knew how much effect a drop of lust dragon's blood would have after being melted in this big pot of decoction. This was purely because divine Dr. Chu didn't like Huang Xiaoyou's name, appearance, and living habits, so he came up with this idea to torment him, who told this bastard to not only be impolite when he saw me, he even threw a bucket full of snot. Of course, it wasn't just punishment. Divine Dr. Chu's purpose was, the power of the Huang clan isn't small, and it's a feud with the Xiao clan? If Huang Xiaoyou were to stay here, wouldn't it be equivalent to having a group of super bodyguards? A capable fighter? Since Chu Feilong was able to invite that person to kill him, it proved that the Yi clan had definitely come to the southeast. As long as the Yi clan sent people, how could they be simple? Although Sword Master Chu thought highly of himself and had the sword spirit as his trump card, he wasn't so arrogant to think that he was invincible. After all, the sword spirit's strength was limited by him, and it could only exert a little bit of its power. It would be no laughing matter if a high-level martial saint were to come and destroy his physical body. Moreover, this incident seemed to be another fuse. Could the heavens? God knows what had been going through divine Dr. Chu's mind these few days. As for these medicines, after drinking these medicines, although Du Kuang's condition would be slightly improved, and there would be absolutely no harm to his life and health, taking these medicines every day was definitely tantamount to going to hell more than 10 times every day. Du Kuang plucked up his courage and took a sip. Instantly, his face twisted into an extremely weird shape. His nose was almost crooked to his ears, and his eyes were raised high. Then, silently, 2 streams of yellow soup rushed out from his nostrils. Drip, drip, drip. He fell to the ground with a thud. For a full 15 minutes, he couldn't breathe and was directly suffocated. She only regained her senses after a quarter of an hour. She took a deep breath and started to cry, "Mommy, mommy, mommy, mommy." His tears gushed out like a broken dam. The 3 guards of the Huang clan rushed out like a whirlwind. "What are you crying for?" Chu Yang was furious. "I've painstakingly refined these medicines for you. Why are you crying?" "Is this a medicine?" Huang Xiaoyou pointed at the big pot painfully. "What the hell is this?" "It's bitter. It's as bitter as something." He wanted to say that it was even more bitter than gold thread, but he immediately remembered that the bitterness of gold thread and this medicine were simply worlds apart. As he cried, he vomited. Chu Yang sighed and looked at the 3 guards. "This duke of yours has never suffered any hardships since he was young." A black-faced guard smiled and said, "Divine Doctor, you're right. Our duke, after all, he's the only son of our Huang clan. It's human nature for Madam to spoil him a little, but how can I treat him like this?" Divine Dr. Chu frowned and shook his head repeatedly. "Look, he's become like this after drinking a mouthful of medicine." The 3 guards were also helpless as they begged, "Godly doctor, can you make this medicinal soup sweeter?" Chu Yang was furious. "Good medicine is bitter. Good medicine is bitter. It's all honey. Of course, it's good to drink, but can it treat illnesses? If he can't even drink the medicine, how can he treat illnesses?" Divine Dr. Chu was furious. "The medicine is here. 1 bowl a day, 2 bowls at a time. This is enough for 5 days. I'll leave it to you. If I see him vomiting another drop of medicine, you can bring him back." After saying that, Divine Dr. Chu left angrily. The remaining 4 people of the Huang clan looked at each other. The black-faced guard gathered his courage and scooped a bowl of medicine for Huang Xiaoyou. Duke, you can drink it. I won't drink it even if you beat me to death. Huang Xiaoyou's face was full of tears. He shouted angrily, "Is this a medicine? Damn it, even feces doesn't taste so bad. Is this a fucking treatment? This is obviously murder." The 3 guards' faces immediately darkened. Feeling helpless, they advised, "Sir, this good medicine tastes bitter. You try a mouthful?" Huang Xiaoyou squinted. "You'll know. Is it really so bitter?" The black-faced guard drank a mouthful of the tea in a dubious manner. Suddenly, his black face turned snow-white, and his facial features twisted into a pile. He rolled his eyes for a long time before swallowing the tea. He felt as if the 10,000-year-old ice in his stomach and the fury of a volcano were colliding together. At this moment, he wanted to cut his own throat. After a while, he still said against his will, "This doesn't seem to be very bitter. Duke, for the sake of treating illnesses, you can drink it." Huang Xiaoyou only shook his head. The 3 guards looked at each other and walked to one side to discuss. What if Duke doesn't drink it? Pour it. Yes. The 3 guards walked back. Duke, drink it? Huang Xiaoyou was extremely indignant. "I won't drink it even if I die." The 3 guards signaled each other with their eyes. They rushed forward and held Huang Xiaoyou down. One controlled his body, one opened his mouth, and the other poured the medicine into his mouth. The one who opened his mouth tapped on Huang Xiaoyou's throat and chest. Then, Huang Xiaoyou involuntarily poured the medicine into his stomach. Another bowl of it, then. One of them still controlled Huang Xiaoyou tightly, while the other 2 rubbed his stomach and chest. They used their spiritual power to circulate all his meridians and blood vessels, so that the medicine could be spread to his limbs and bones as soon as possible. Huang Xiaoyou couldn't move at all. His eyes rolled back and his mouth opened. His face had turned into the color of a dead person. His throat kept making ha sounds. When the 3 guards finally released their hands, Huang Xiaoyou jumped up and desperately used his fingers to dig his throat, wanting to spit out the medicine. But no matter what, he couldn't spit it out at all. The 3 monarch-level experts had helped him to clear his digestion. Now, all the medicine had already been absorbed into his limbs and bones. How could he spit it out? Duke Huang sat down on the ground. He was heartbroken and disheartened. "I won't treat it anymore. I won't treat it anymore." So be it if the Huang clan has no more descendants. The 3 guards were shocked. That won't do. They looked at each other and thought, "We have to prevent Duke from running away at any time. This is a good idea. Looks like we'll do it this way in the future." Divine Dr. Chu appeared out of nowhere. He smiled amiably. When Huang Xiaoyou saw him, it was as if he had seen a ghost. He screamed and jumped up, hiding behind the black-faced guard. His teeth chattered. "Demon, remember to use this method in the future. You have to be on guard at any time." "Well, if your Duke escapes by himself, you can't blame me," Chu Yang said lightly. "You have to know that the medicine can't be stopped. Once it's stopped, all the previous efforts will be wasted." The 3 experts agreed respectfully. They swore secretly, "Even if I don't sleep or rest, I have to take care of my Duke and not let him run away. I have to make sure that he doesn't miss a single drop of medicine, and this is only for 5 days. After 5 days, you can't use this anymore. You have to start the second course of treatment, and you have to find the medicine for the second course of treatment yourselves. But these few courses of treatment are only for consolidating the meridians. It's not hard to find them." Chu Yang frowned. "Divine Doctor, please tell us." The 3 experts agreed at the same time. "Well, the second course of treatment requires some small poisons. One of you can go and find them. 15 grams of centipede whiskers, 15 tongues of 5-step snakes, 100 pairs of white-bellied bat eyes, 3,000 legs of centipedes, 50 tails of swamp lizards, 15 grams of fly wings, 10 cores of ice poison type spiritual beasts, 3 stalks of corpse Ganoderma." Chu Yang listed out more than 10 kinds of medicines as if he was familiar with them. He solemnly instructed, "You must find them all within 4 days." "No problem." The black-faced guard heaved a sigh of relief and patted his chest. "Leave it to me." At one side, Huang Xiaoliu had already foamed at the mouth and almost fainted when he heard the names of these medicinal herbs. What are these things? So, from then on, Huang Xiaoliu lived a dark life in the Purple Crystal's Huichun Hall. The guards of the Huang clan were all experts. They were naturally not fools. The next day, the black-faced guard went out to find the medicine. He conveniently brought a small cup of the medicine that Huang Xiaoliu was drinking now, begging for monthly votes. "Seeing that I'm going to be raped again, brothers and sisters, please support me." Hashtag. Chapter 8:16. After the black-faced guard went out, he first found a very famous old doctor to take a look at the medicine. The old doctor frowned and stroked his beard. After looking at the medicine for a while, he drank 1 or 2 drops. After vomiting for a while, he said with an expression as if he had seen the heavens, "Which divine doctor made this medicine? It's really amazing. He can actually boil the medicine to such an extent." The black-faced guard was stunned. "Is this medicine really useful? What's its use?" The old doctor said excitedly, "I really can't say what's the use of this medicine, but this level of boiling medicine is definitely something I've never seen in my life. Look, it's so uniform. Even with so many years of experience, I can't even taste what the herbs are in it. And the dragon and the tiger are in opposition, water and fire are of the same origin. I can only faintly feel that it has an extreme effect of strengthening the yang energy." This was true. With the sword spirit's level of boiling medicine, no one in the entire Chongtian could compare with him. But before the old doctor finished speaking, the black-faced guard had already disappeared. Hey, don't go. He's really a divine doctor. Really a miraculous medicine." The black-faced guard tried his best to find the medicine for the second course of treatment. He was full of excitement along the way. Young master can be saved. The Huang clan can be saved. On the afternoon of the second day, when Huang Gong was still lying on the bed like a corpse after being fed the medicine as usual, 2 people suddenly came in. "Chu Tinghu and Chu Tingjiao, big brother, are you here?" The 2 of them were full of smiles. "What's the matter?" Huang Xiaoliu lay on the bed weakly and rolled his eyes. "Who are you?" Chu Tenghu was stunned. "Why is there another person here? He looks like a tuberculosis ghost, as if he's already dead. Why do you care who I am?" Huang Xiaoliu vomited again and again. He only felt that there was an evil fire burning in his heart. "Why are you here?" Just at this moment, Chu Yang came out from inside. "Big brother, you've been back for a long time. We especially came here to invite you and hold a welcome dinner for you," Chu Tenghu said. "Oh." Chu Yang tilted his head and looked at the 2 of them. "What are these 2 guys thinking about?" Chu Tingjiao said enthusiastically, "Big brother, we've already booked a banquet at the Lingyun Pavilion. Please come." He laughed and sighed, saying sincerely, "Big brother, no matter what, we're brothers after all. Blood is thicker than water." He seemed to want to say something but stopped on second thought. Chu Yang understood and laughed. "You mean, you want to treat me to a meal?" "Yes," Chu Tinghu said sincerely, "Big brother, please do us the honor and give us a chance." Chu Yang had a complicated look in his eyes. He pondered silently for a long time. Then, he finally said, "Okay, I'll go." Chu Tinghu and Chu Tenghu were overjoyed and said, "Then, we'll wait for you at the Lingyun Pavilion." The 2 of them left. How could you agree? Huang Xiaoliu didn't care about lying on the ground like a corpse. When he saw Chu Tinghu leaving, he jumped up and said anxiously, "Are you crazy?" Chu Yang turned to look at him. "Your 2 brothers obviously have bad intentions towards you," Huang Xiaoliu said hurriedly. His forehead was covered with sweat. "I know," Chu Yang said calmly. "Then why did you still go?" Huang Xiaoliu was stunned. "You're so concerned about me?" Chu Yang looked at him with a half-smile. Huang Xiaoliu was stunned. Then, he turned his head and spat angrily. "I'm not concerned about you. I'm just afraid that no one will treat me if you die." Chu Yang laughed loudly, but he didn't say out one sentence. "Not only do they have bad intentions, when have I ever come with good intentions? But everything has a beginning." As they were talking, Another 3 people came together and hurriedly entered the purple crystal's Huichun Hall. Big brother, are you here? They were the 15-year-old Chu Tingyun, the third son of Chu Failong, as well as the 17-year-old Chu Tingxiao and the 13-year-old Chu Tengkong. The 3 youths still had the innocence of a child. They rushed over in a hurry, and their faces were actually steaming with sweat. What's the matter? Why are the 3 of you here? Chu Yang asked puzzledly. Are the Chu brothers going to have a meeting today? The 3 of them looked at each other. It seemed that no one wanted to speak first, and they were all urging each other. Finally, Chu Tingyun plucked up his courage and spoke first. Big brother, you've been back for a long time. We brothers haven't sat together for a long time. How about this? Tonight, the 3 of us will be the host at the Purple Chi Pavilion. Let's get you drunk. The other 2 nodded repeatedly. Chu Yang was stunned. What's going on? It's just a short while, and 2 groups of people have come to treat us? One group invited the Lingyun Pavilion, and the other invited the Purple Chi Pavilion. The Lingyun Pavilion was located in the northernmost part of Wujin town and was a top restaurant, while the Purple Chi Pavilion was located in the southernmost part of Wujin town and was not much worse than the Lingyun Pavilion. One was in the north, and the other was in the south. Chu Yang's gaze changed, and he finally probed. Just now, Teng Hu and Teng Jiao came and invited me. I've already agreed. Shall we change the date? The expressions of the 3 changed greatly, and Chu Tingyun blurted out, Lingyun Pavilion? Big brother, you can't go. Then, his face turned pale, and he shut his mouth tightly. Chu Yang's body shook, and he looked at Chu Tingyun with a complicated gaze. He only felt his blood boiling. The 4 brothers became silent at the same time. Huang Xiaoyou looked at this and that, and finally sighed. He muttered, the matters between the brothers are really complicated. It gives me a headache. Then he slipped away quietly, leaving the space for the brothers to talk. Seeing that Chu Yang remained silent, Chu Tingyun's face became paler and paler. Finally, he whispered, Big brother? Chu Tingxiao and Chu Tengkong stepped forward at the same time and whispered, Big brother, they want to harm you. Tingyun eavesdropped on this. Chu Yang's face twitched, and he asked hoarsely, Why? He looked at Chu Tingyun, and his voice was hoarse. There was even some contradiction and pain. Although he didn't say it clearly, the 3 brothers knew that Chu Yang was not asking why Chu Tinghu and Chu Tengjiao wanted to harm him, but why Chu Tingyun came to tell him. Chu Tingyun's immature face turned pale. His lips trembled, and he lowered his head. Then, he suddenly raised his head again. I'm brothers with my elder brother, but I'm also brothers with you. I don't want this clan to collapse. I don't want any of you to get into trouble. We're from the same root, from the same family. Chu Yang shut his mouth tightly. When Chu Tengyun said this, he only felt that his heart moved inexplicably, and he felt a sharp pain. Chu Tingyun stepped forward, raised his face, and looked at Chu Yang with a pleading look. There was panic, shame, and pleading on his face. Big brother. Can you take a step back, please? Can you take a step back, please? Chu Yang's heart shook. After a long time, Chu Yang said bitterly, I also want to take a step back, but I already can't take a step back. Since I returned to the clan, I don't have any way back. If I take a step back, I'll be dead. The 3 youths opposite him looked gloomy. They bit their lips and lowered their heads. As the Chu clan's younger brothers, they were deeply moved by Chu Yang's words. Since their big brother returned to the clan, had he ever asked for anything? In everyone's eyes, their big brother had always been at the top and had taken advantage of everything. But only they knew that their big brother had no choice but to fight back. That's all. After he returned to the clan, he didn't even take the initiative to fight back. Instead, he was pushed into the whirlpool of conflict by the clan. Every time, he fought back. But Chu Failong had used his means time and time again. Until now, he had even sent his 2 sons to invite Chu Yang to a banquet to deal with him. The 4 brothers stood silently, and no one said a word. Chu Tingyun's breathing became more and more rapid. His chest couldn't help but heave up and down. Finally, his breathing became heavier and heavier, like a bellows. He struggled and said in a low voice, Big brother, I heard that there's Yi Wubwa and Yi Shisan from the Yi clan. Chu Yang's body shook. Chu Tingyun lowered his head and said with difficulty, "Big brother, I know that my father and my two elder brothers have wronged you. But if you, can you let them go?" After saying this, the young man's two teardrops fell to the ground. He suddenly turned around and walked out quickly. He didn't even pay attention to Chu Yang, Chu Tingxiao, and Chu Tengkong's calls. He buried his head and rushed out. "Big brother, I'll go and take a look." Teng Yun is very emotional. Chu Tingxiao wanted to say something but hesitated. Finally, he said, "Big brother, you, think more and take care." After saying this, he pulled Chu Tengkong and rushed out. The three of them came and went quickly. Until the figures of the three disappeared, Chu Yang was still standing in his original position. His expression was complicated. After a long time, Chu Yang smiled bitterly. Facing the emptiness in front of him, he murmured, "Brother, you're still young. You don't understand. I have no way to retreat. Your father also has no way to retreat. Your two brothers originally had thousands of paths, but they still chose a dead end. But you are making things difficult for me." He smiled bitterly. In his heart, he had already deduced most of this matter. Chu Feilong and his two brothers had discussed and asked them to use their status as brothers to lure Chu Yang out and make use of Yi Wubwa to kill him. But this matter was overheard by the third brother, Chu Tingyun. This hot-blooded youth then wanted to invite him in advance so that he could avoid this disaster. But for some reason, he didn't dare to say it out loud. Thus, there was this scene today. The youth's mood was pure and kind. He had put in a lot of effort. How would he know that his father and this big brother of his had already reached the stage where they couldn't coexist? "I don't want anything to happen to any of you, because we're from the same family." Chu Yang didn't know how many times he had heard this sentence. He had even said it himself a few times. But only today, the youth's pure and innocent face and voice had deeply touched him. "Unfortunately, I can't retreat." Chu Yang shook his head slowly. He looked despondent. "I can't retreat." To be continued. Chapter 8:17. Just as he was thinking, a figure flashed at the door. Sha Xinliang rushed in hurriedly with his shiny bald head. When he saw Chu Yang, he was overjoyed. Divine Dr. Chu is indeed here. In order to deceive others, Sha Xinliang had always addressed Chu Yang as Divine Dr. Chu outside. Chu Yang was shocked and said, "Why are you here today?" Sha Xinliang squinted his eyes and said, "I have an important guest who has a sudden illness. I'd like to invite Divine Dr. Chu to take a look at him. Is that okay?" Chu Yang immediately understood. To be able to make Sha Xinliang come here personally, it's probably that law enforcement master. A doctor has the heart of a parent. Saving people is like putting out a fire. Chu Yang said cleanly, "I'll go now." Then, he instructed Huang Xiaoliu to guard the door and followed Sha Xinliang out. "I'll carry you." Sha Xinliang obviously didn't want to delay any longer. "Okay, little brother, the law enforcement master is here." Sha Xinliang lowered his voice excitedly as he carried Chu Yang on his back. "Yes, I've guessed it," Chu Yang said calmly. "I've told the law enforcement master about our matter. He expressed his doubts and even scolded me for sowing discord and suspecting the law enforcement master's pharmacist." Sha Xinliang said. Chu Yang was doubtful. "So, the law enforcement master is very likely to blame you when you go there this time. By then, please be magnanimous and forgive me," Sha Xinliang said worriedly. "I know." Chu Yang smiled deeply. Then, "The law enforcement master's injury, little brother, are you confident?" Sha Xinliang asked worriedly. Chu Yang took a deep breath and said, "If that Tong Wuxin is a spy, he'll definitely lay his hands on the law enforcement master. As long as he's willing to do it, I'll be able to find out. But if Tong Wuxin is innocent and causes us to wrongly accuse him, then there's no other way." Sha Xinliang's galloping body suddenly stopped. "What's the probability of that?" Chu Yang was silent. Then, "Little brother, won't you be in extreme danger this time?" Sha Xinliang became anxious. "How about I send you away immediately?" Chu Yang smiled sincerely. He felt comforted for Sha Xinliang's undisguised true nature at this moment. It's okay. Even if the law enforcement master wants to kill me, he won't use such a trivial reason, right? Besides, if we suspect the wrong person, we should be punished. What's so difficult about that? Moreover, according to our speculations, the possibility that Tong Wuxin is the traitor is 90% certain. Sha Xinliang finally felt a little relieved and said, "Little brother, don't worry. If we're really wrong and the law enforcement master is furious, I'll protect you even if I have to risk my life." Yes. While they were speaking, they had already arrived at the law enforcement hall. Sha Xinliang put Chu Yang down. Then, the two of them walked inside side by side. Qin Baoshan had already come out to welcome them and said, "You're finally here." The law enforcement master threw a tantrum at me just now. As he spoke, he looked at Chu Yang worriedly. "Little brother, are you confident? I see that the law enforcement master is very protective of that Tong Wuxin. If it's better for you to leave as soon as possible." He said these words hurriedly, quickly, and softly. Chu Yang blinked his eyes and smiled. Things have to pass, and we have to face them eventually. Some things can't be avoided. Isn't that so? Sha Xinliang and Qin Baoshan looked solemn. Behind the law enforcement hall, in a small hall, the three of them stepped into the hall. Then, they felt darkness in front of them. It seemed that the day had suddenly turned into night. Chu Yang saw a person at first glance. There was only one person in this small hall, and because of this person, it seemed that his existence had covered the entire sky, making this initial afternoon turn into night. This person was wearing a black robe and a black cloak. He was standing quietly with his back facing the door. He stood in front of the seat with his hands clasped behind his back. He raised his head slightly and looked at the words on the wall. He had a head of black hair, and there was only a lock of dazzling silver-white hair at the back of his head. This person was 8 feet tall and had a straight figure. Although his back was facing the crowd, there was naturally a kind of lofty aura just by looking at his back. He was like a towering mountain that stood quietly. Splendid southeast intercepts the torrent, vast and mighty, overturns the universe for 10,000 years, swallows the heaven and earth, and changes the seasons. This person in black read out the contents of the words on the wall softly with his hands clasped behind his back. He said lightly, "Sha Xinliang, do you know the contents of this word?" Although his back was facing the three of them, there was still an imposing aura when he opened his mouth. It was as if a mountain was pressing down from the sky. Sha Xinliang said carefully, "I vaguely remember that when the Dharma Supreme was patrolling the southeast, the biggest river in the southeast, Tianshui River, met with torrential rain and torrent. Many places in the southeast were affected. At that time, the Dharma Supreme used his heavenly skills to intercept the torrent, move mountains from all directions, and create the biggest lake in the heavens. That's the heavenly venerable lake. After that, the Dharma Supreme used his heavenly skills to open up the passage to the sea with one punch, and let the excess lake water flow into the sea, saving billions of lives in the southeast. This is the greatest merit in the world." After the incident, the Dharma Supreme wrote this poem. In the future, the Southeast Law Enforcement Hall will hang this poem in every hall to show our infinite reverence for the Dharma Supreme. Sha Xinliang said with fear and trepidation. However, Chu Yang's heart was almost numb from shock. Torrential rain ravaged the southeast, and the Dharma Supreme moved mountains to form a lake? Open up the passage to the sea with one punch? What kind of cultivation is this? Even if it's a fairy tale, it shouldn't be so abnormal, right? The person in black sighed and said, "Yes, the Dharma Supreme was patrolling the southeast 300 years ago and achieved this legendary feat. This also made the reputation of the law enforcement officers even more prominent in the world. However, this is not the power of the Dharma Supreme alone, but the hard work of countless law enforcement officers." "Yes," Sha Xinliang said respectfully. "So, I don't need to say more about what the 3 words law enforcement officers represent," the person in black said lightly, "but a great dike can collapse because of an ant's nest. If the law enforcement officers suspect each other, then the painstaking efforts of the Dharma Supreme and his unparalleled achievements in the past will eventually become a thing of the past." "Yes," Qin Baoshan and Sha Xinliang were sweating profusely. They knew that the law enforcement master was warning them. The little guy behind you is the so-called divine Dr. Chu Yang, right? The law enforcement master asked lightly. Yes, Chu Yang said. Haha, you dare to call yourself a divine doctor at such a young age? You even dare to point fingers at the Southeast law enforcement officers in Sao Discord. How should you be punished? The law enforcement master's tone was very light, but whether it was Chu Yang, Sha Xinliang, or Qin Baoshan, all of them could sense the crisis and depression in his voice. A faint murderous intent spread quietly in the room. Obviously, the law enforcement master had the intention to kill this divine doctor who appeared out of nowhere and was suspected of sowing discord. Crime? I admit that I don't, but I can be considered as having made a contribution, Chu Yang said quietly. Made a contribution? Where's the contribution? The law enforcement master said coldly. Do you have any evidence to prove that you're guilty? Chu Yang didn't give in. The law enforcement master became silent. The atmosphere in the entire room seemed to have solidified at the moment when he became silent. What I said is true evidence. The law enforcement master's voice became colder and colder. This divine doctor's pair of eyes is also the real evidence. Chu Yang sneered. To say something arrogant. My pair of eyes and one finger are unique in the whole world. Arrogant. The law enforcement master snorted lightly. Let me see what you're capable of. The meaning of this sentence was obvious, but Qin Baoshan and Sha Xinliang's hearts were beating at the same time. They secretly complained. Your back is facing us, and we can only see the back of your head. How can you see what he's capable of when he's dressed in black? Chu Yang became silent. He looked carefully at the back of the figure in black from top to bottom and said softly, Law enforcement master, you're indeed worthy of your reputation. Worthy of my reputation? The law enforcement master chuckled. How can you tell that I'm worthy of my reputation? Chu Yang said lightly, your cultivation is extraordinary. You're so young, but you still have black hair and a youthful face. There's only a lock of white hair at the back of your head. I really admire you. When he said this, even Sha Xinliang and Qin Baoshan noticed that the law enforcement master's body suddenly stiffened. The two of them couldn't help but feel nervous. The black robe flashed, and it was as if the whole world had turned from night to day. The law enforcement master finally turned around. When he turned around, it actually gave people the feeling that there were two worlds in front of him. This was a thin face. His eyes were like an eagle's, and his whole body carried an aura that kept strangers away. A cold and ruthless aura could be clearly felt from his face. Thick eyebrows and a square face. His black hair was combed on his head. His black headscarf was the same color as his hair. His face was slightly dark, but he didn't have any beard. At this moment, his sharp eyes were staring closely at Chu Yang's face. Chu Yang only felt that his face was constantly being pricked by steel needles, and there were bursts of unbearable pain. A martial saint expert. This is the power of a martial saint expert. And he's definitely not a low-stage martial saint. Facing such an expert, Chu Yang finally heaved a sigh of relief. Because you've finally turned around. You've let me see your face. All kinds of illnesses in the human body could be seen from one's face. When the law enforcement master was looking at Chu Yang was also looking at him without dodging. Is there anything else? The law enforcement master asked quietly. Law enforcement master, your forehead is full. It's commonly known as a full and round forehead. This is the sign of longevity. But Chu Yang looked at him without blinking and said, although your face is rosy, there's a touch of darkness on your forehead. If I'm not wrong, you'll definitely have a headache every once in a while. Chu Yang said softly, although it's not fatal, it's completely bearable. After one time, it won't recur for a long time. But that feeling is probably not good. Even with your martial saint level martial power, you won't be able to suppress it. Chu Yang still looked carefully and said, no, it's not that you can't suppress it, but that you can't suppress it at all. Because once you suppress it, the injury will spread and endanger your brain. The law enforcement master didn't express his opinion. His eyes were as deep and cold as a deep pool of water. Without moving, he said lightly, is there anything else? Begging for monthly votes. Sister Feng has returned to her parents' home. Tonight, I'll work overtime to write more chapters. I'll continue to work hard. Heh, it might be a little late. Hashtag. Chapter 818. Part 7 Chapter 14 Beyond Expectation. There are more. Chu Yang said with certainty, and there are too many. The law enforcement master said calmly. Continue. Chu Yang laughed and said, then I'll say one more thing. Law enforcement master's face is a little dark. It seems that you have a normal complexion. However, dare I ask, your complexion wasn't like this decades ago, right? The law enforcement master looked at Chu Yang. His eyes were as sharp as ever, but he didn't say anything. Generally speaking, in the process of cultivation, a martial artist will undergo a few rounds of cleansing. After reaching the saint level, one will be able to maintain one's youthful appearance. This is because all the impurities in one's body will be gone, and one will be able to connect the bridge of heaven and earth in one go. If you're willing, you can even maintain your 30 to 40 years old appearance until the last moment of your life. After the martial saint level, the supreme martial artist can even rejuvenate the body. Chu Yang smiled. Of course, at that time, it will be up to each person to decide. Moreover, people above the saint level don't have many requirements for their appearance. However, the law enforcement master's expression is definitely not normal. Instead, it should have become tender and white after the saint level cleansing. It wasn't until he suffered some kind of injury that his face turned black. Chu Yang said frankly and with assurance, although this kind of injury only shows that your face turns black, there must be some blockage in your meridians. The law enforcement master's expression remained unchanged. She just stared at him. However, the murderous aura in the air had already dissipated without a trace. Only that oppressive feeling remained. Chu Yang heaved a sigh of relief. He thought that he had finally passed the first hurdle, but the second hurdle would test his true level. As expected, the law enforcement master said in a deep voice, "You do have some ability. Although it's too exaggerated to say that you're invincible in the heavens, you're already worthy of being called a divine doctor. However, this is still not enough. I know that this isn't enough for the law enforcement chief today. However, it's enough for me to have a foothold in this heavenly layer, or even in this flat mountain ridge, or even the entire southeast region." Chu Yang smiled lightly. The law enforcement master closed his eyes and said, "But it's not enough." Chu Yang smiled elegantly and said, "Since it's not enough, may I ask the law enforcement master to extend your hand and let me take your pulse?" The law enforcement master looked at him for a while and said in a deep voice, "Do you know the consequences of feeling the pulse?" Chu Yang said proudly, "If the law enforcement master didn't want to kill me right from the start, I wouldn't have been able to kill you. In that case, I really have no interest in taking your pulse." The law enforcement master narrowed his eyes. "Oh?" Chu Yang smiled and said, "Law enforcement officers are indeed the masters of the heavens and take care of all the injustices in the world. However, I have a defensive technique that is enough for me to conquer the world. It has nothing to do with me." He chuckled. "However, I can't bear the crime of sowing discord within the law enforcement officers, so I can only force a duck onto a perch. Let's clear this accusation first. As for the truth, I dare not speak nonsense." The law enforcement master smiled slightly and said, "Oh? What do you mean?" Chu Yang said straightforwardly, "As long as my medical skills can be recognized. Then, even if all the law enforcement officers are dead, what does it have to do with me?" Upon hearing this extremely unpleasant sentence, the law enforcement master was stunned for a moment, and then he laughed loudly. This sudden laughter gave Sha Xinliang and Qin Baoshan, who were worried about Chu Yang, a huge fright. Their hair almost stood on end. The law enforcement master stepped forward and came to Chu Yang. He said, "Follow me." The three of them followed behind him and entered the small hall at the back. The law enforcement master smiled and said, "Sit, sit. Xinliang, go and make tea." After a smile, the sky cleared up immediately. Sha Xinliang and Qin Baoshan were instantly overjoyed. But Chu Yang knew that his crisis was far from over. Although the law enforcement master's attitude was cordial, The sudden change still made it ambiguous. But Chu Yang had something to rely on. Chu Yang's reliance was a sentence that Sha Xinliang had once said 12 years ago. The law enforcement master chased after a martial saint. Although he succeeded in killing the martial saint in the end, he was also badly injured and almost died. There was a lot to be done with these words. A martial saint expert had the cultivation to heal himself. Ordinary injuries would be healed in a few days. Even if his muscles and bones were injured, it wouldn't be a big deal because his cultivation was high. To be able to injure himself so badly that he almost lost his life, that was an injury that even a saint-level cultivator could do nothing about. Since it was so serious, it must have hurt his foundation. Since his foundation was hurt, how could there be no repercussions? The more difficult it was for a person to get injured, the more serious the injury would be once he suffered an injury that he couldn't heal himself. Not long after, Sha Xinliang served the tea. Each of them had a cup. The fragrance of the tea rose in spirals, and the atmosphere instantly became harmonious. The law enforcement master picked up the teacup with one hand, and the lines on his face became gentler. He said, "Divine Dr. Chu, please." Chu Yang said, "You don't have to be so polite." He also picked up a cup. The law enforcement master sniffed the fragrance of the tea and said, "Good tea." He drank a mouthful, closed his eyes, and savored the aftertaste. Then he said, "Divine Dr. Chu, you may not know my name. I'm Han Shaoran. This name is a little soft, so I won't mention it easily. But I'll never forget it, because this is the name that my mother gave me." His face seemed to be a little blurred in the steam. Chu Yang said softly, "Your mother must be a talented woman." The law enforcement master, Han Shaoran, gave a nostalgic smile and let out a long sigh. He said disappointedly, "My mother has left me for more than 1,300 years. But every time I write my name on the paper, I'll remember the scene when my mother held my hand and taught me how to write my name. My heart will suddenly soften." So, I've been a law enforcement officer for many years. But I'll always be lenient to those who are filial to their mothers and have committed crimes because of filial piety. The law is heartless, but people have feelings. Han Shaoran sighed deeply. Who doesn't have parents, wife, and children? We law enforcement officers are not afraid of blood debts, but we must have a clear conscience. If there's a day when your soul returns to heaven, don't regret it before you die. As he said, he looked at Sha Xinliang intentionally or unintentionally. Obviously, this sentence was meant as a warning. Chu Yang was in awe of him. Chu Yang could tell that Han Xiaoran's words were absolutely from the bottom of his heart. No wonder his prestige was so high in the southeast region. You must have a clear conscience. If there's a day when your soul returns to heaven, don't regret it before you die. These words had really struck a chord with Chu Yang. Sha Xinliang was also shocked. He stood up and said, "I'll definitely remember the law enforcement master's teachings." Han Shaoran nodded slightly. He pressed his palm down and motioned for Sha Xinliang to sit down. He said a little sadly, "It's a pity that law enforcement officers have become more and more powerful in the past thousands of years. But now, how many of them are able to do things with a clear conscience? The entire world is filled with a foul atmosphere." He sighed deeply and said, "I'm in charge of the southeast region, and this is my duty. I can only do my best to build up the southeast region. As for the others, haha." He smiled and said, "We've digressed from the topic. Well, that Tong Wuxin was recommended to me by the third master of the Shi clan, Surpassing. Tong Wuxian had lost his father when he was young. His widowed mother had raised him up. Although Tong Wuxian himself was unbearable and had a bad reputation of being a heartless killer, he had done his best for his mother and was extremely filial to her. Because of his filial piety and his excellent medical skills, I accepted him into the southeast region." He looked at Chu Yang quietly. "Divine Dr. Chu, do you understand what I mean?" Chu Yang thought for a while and said, "I'm slow-witted. I don't fully understand." Han Shaoran appreciated his frankness very much. He smiled and said, "The law enforcement officers have their own doctors, and they're all the family members of the law enforcement officers. They're selected by the headquarters and sent to the medicine valley to learn medicine. When they return, they'll be assigned to different places. So, the law enforcement hall doesn't allow external doctors. Chu Yang was stunned. Then why? Han Xiaoran smiled. That year, the doctors were nervous. There was chaos in the southeast region, and the law enforcement officers suffered heavy casualties. I had to deal with two martial saints at the same time. I had no time to spare. So, I accepted Surpassing's recommendation. When I came back with serious injuries, it was Tong Wuxin who tried his best to treat me. And haha, I stayed. Firstly, I've also thought about whether or not. So, I decided to wait and see. Secondly, I intentionally owed Surpassing a favor. Yes, but after so many years, some of my thoughts have already faded. Han Xiaoran looked at Chu Yang. Do you understand now? He said it very vaguely, but Chu Yang already understood what he meant. It wasn't that he didn't have any doubts about Tong Wuxin, or it could be said that he didn't have his guard up against the Shi clan. And what he said now wasn't because he wanted to confide in Chu Yang, but to further exert pressure on Chu Yang. But although Chu Yang understood, he still didn't understand where the pressure came from. He could faintly tell that this Tong Wuxin didn't seem to be so simple. Han Xiaoran looked at Chu Yang lightly. After a while, he stretched out his wrist and said, "Divine Doctor, please feel my pulse." Chu Yang didn't know why, but when he looked at Han Xiaoran's arm, he actually felt his heart become heavy. He took a deep breath and said, "Since that's the case, I'll try my best to check it." He stretched out his finger and placed it on Han Xiaoran's wrist. Then, he closed his eyes and looked solemn. The power of the sword spirit carried out a comprehensive check on Han Xiaoran's body at this moment. Chu Yang's face slowly became heavy and ugly. Even he himself did not expect that the diagnosis this time would be such a result. Han Xiaoran looked at his face and smiled. "Divine Dr. Chu?" Chu Yang let out a breath and said, "What an ingenious method." Han Xiaoran laughed. "I'm best friends with the great elder of the Medicine Valley." After a moment of silence, Chu Yang said, "It turns out that the law enforcement master also knows something." Fourth update. Begging for votes. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.